republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for July 8th, 2013. Before I invite public participation at the beginning of the meeting, I want to explain what is going on out there in the lobby. At the request of this board, our administration is testing out a pilot project today, and that is a document printout kiosk, so that we're trying to avoid the mountains of documents that we're left with after every meeting that we print out ahead of time. Now you can go pick which document you want to look at and print it out right there. We will still be printing out the very long documents so that we avoid having long queues. And I think right now the technology exists that you can also download it to a flash drive over there and bring it into your laptop, and we might eventually get to the point where you could send it to your smartphone or your laptop while you're sitting here. But for now, you can just print out what you want, and we don't have to mount paper over there every meeting. So as this meeting goes along, if you'd like to go ahead and try it out, please do. Now I'd like to go ahead and invite public participation for anyone who can't stay through the meeting and speak during the appropriate subject time.
Good evening. My name is Cliff David, and I am with Jeffrey Miller Catering. I'm here to ask that the commissioners consider extending the vote for another month on the contract for the Willows. We have some concerns. We feel that the debt issue has not clearly been addressed. It appears that there will be approximately $4 million in debt, and we think that the township may want to give that more thought than it has so far. We also are concerned that there may be some misrepresentations in the income, and we'd like you to look at that in a little more detail. And finally, the structure that's been presented to you in the analysis doesn't seem to be representative of the structure that Mr. Miller has presented and is proposing. So with that, we would request that you consider extending your thoughts and your decision on this until your next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment before the meeting starts? Hello.
Welcome. I'm Betty Surbeck on Poplar Avenue, and I just here to encourage the continue work on the storm utility, whatever it's called. And I'd like to give you, I know I sent the commissioners a copy, but I did make some photographs. I'd like to enter it on the record.
Great, thank you. I'll take those. I did receive that. I'm sure the other board members did today. Thank you. Hello, Roberta.
Good evening. I'm Roberta Winters, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters, and I want to applaud all of the commissioners for their efforts in saving the Willows property and mansion as a valuable resource to our township, and we appreciate all the time and effort you've given to this important decision, and we're grateful to the opportunity to provide input. Now, as you're aware, we are a grassroots organization, and we operate by study and consensus. And at the local level, we do have a land use policy that states we will continue to monitor and examine all activities in the township pertaining to zoning, planning, transfer, and the acquisition of land. We support the protection of open space and recreational land and take action when appropriate. That's why we're here. And based on what we've learned about the upcoming item regarding the Willows on this evening's agenda, we believe it's useful for you to consider numerous aspects of our relevant national position, which was recently adopted in 2012, and I printed that out for your consideration in the letter you received. But for the public, I'd like them to know that the League of Women Voters of the United States believes that when government entities consider the transfer of government services, assets, and/or functions to the private sector, the community impact and goals of such transfers must be identified and considered. Further, the League believes that transparency, accountability, and the preservation of the common good must be ensured. And we've listed many criteria for you to consider as you make your decision this evening. But based on the information provided to the public, we believe that the township staff and the commissioners have not given adequate consideration to the many points I listed in the letter. Specifically, we believe the following items need further clarification prior to the board action. First, there's the three-way agreement between Conroy Catering Dale Corporation, Radnor Township, and the Public Facilities Investment Corporation. We want to know, why is off-balance sheet financing being used? What is the actual amount of debt, principal, and interest that Radnor Township is assuming for Conroy? What accountability practices will be in place to verify revenues and operating expenses? What liability will the taxpayers incur as a result of this agreement? What is the time frame of the loan or repayment? Will the taxpayers be responsible for the interest and principal should Conroy default on any of its payments at any time? And to mitigate risks, we understand Radnor will hold $530,000 in a reserve account to cover anticipated payments over the last 2 years of the loan. Will the amount that Conroy agrees to pay pay first to the township include anything beyond the lease loan payment, such as the guaranteed rent and other revenue sharing? Will the title of the real property, including the Willows Mansion, be held by the Finance Investment Corporation to secure the loan it takes out on behalf of the township, and will the properties be subdivided? On what basis are the projected and real revenues determined, as well as the operating costs? And what accountabilities and practices will be in place to verify revenues and operating expenses? In terms of the objectives of the RFP relative to the proposed agreement, we want to know which one of the two proposals will provide the most revenue to the township, and does the township relinquish ownership of any or all of the Willows property as a part of this proposal? Is the contract really paying for the renovations and capital improvements? What contingencies are in place if the operating revenue fails to cover expenses? And are there requirements as to the improved conditions of the Willows Mansion at the conclusion of the lease agreement? We trust you are aware of the vision for the future of the Willows and the Radnor community and the vulnerability of the catering business to economic swings. The League is optimistic that you will review our position statement and seek to obtain answers to questions raised prior to your voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening. I'm Dr. David Humphrey, live in Radnor in Ward 2. I would like to make a quick comment, if I may. On the agenda tonight is a resolution to permit installation of athletic field lights 85 feet tall on the playing field of Radnor Memorial Park in accordance with an ordinance passed January of this year. This ordinance makes an effort to prevent the light pollution generated by the field lighting from going outside the playing field by requiring a reduction in lighting level from 50-foot candles on the playing field to 0.2-foot candles on the property line, which in this case is on Matson Ford Road and King of Prussia Roads. The agenda and the commissioner's packet were first made public when posted on the township website last Friday, 4th of July weekend. Included in the packet is a letter from the Musco Light Consulting, Mr. Bob Zoller, which states that it is impossible for Musco to meet the required reduction in lighting level. If an exception to the ordinance is made in this resolution, then the ordinance must be flawed. Exceptions for noncompliance negate the very reason for creating standards in the first place. Our commissioner was told that the neighbors had been informed of tonight's vote on the resolution. I'm here to tell you that we were not. Given that there's been no notice to the nearby property owners who will be affected by this action, and the fact that it is occurring in a week when many people are away, we ask that a vote on this resolution be postponed until Ward 2 residents have been properly notified. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Ralph Fay. I am also here to request respectfully a delay or 1-month extension to the Willows project agreement. I am the architect for Jeffrey Miller and Glenn Stevens, and have reviewed the paperwork put out by the municipality and wish to have the opportunity to rectify and correct misconceptions and statements put out with respect to the building that is being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment before we start the meeting? Okay. I'd like to announce that we had an executive session preceding this meeting today on July 8th, 2013. All commissioners were present, and we discussed matters of litigation, personnel, and real estate.
I'd like to move the approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting of the February 25th, March 11th, March 18th, March 26th, and April 8th, all of this year.
Second. I have one amendment. It looks like the meeting minutes from March 11th, first page restates that Elizabeth Springer was appointed to the Codes Appeals Board. She was appointed, I believe, on February 25th, and this may have been just a copy.
No, I
error.
think she was appointed to 2 different boards.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't notice.
She was appointed to
Oh,
planning.
the
and
Planning
then-
Commission.
Right.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Are there any others?
Yeah, there's a correction that's needed to be made on March 11th, page 3. 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down, second line, says ordinance is still being invested. I suspect the terminology should have been investigated, so I think that correction needs to be made. And then, Bob, we just need to do a better job of getting these things out in a more timely manner. And we're looking at February and March meeting minutes in July.
Correct.
So let's try to.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All right, it's been moved and seconded with Kevin's one small correction. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All of them pass 7-0. Next, we have a recognition of one of our very respected and longstanding police officers, Gregory Mattioli, and Commissioner Spingler is going to have the honors.
Would you like to come up, Greg? Irene, you want to come quickly? Well, it's with great honor that I stand up here to recognize Greg Mattioli on his retirement from the Radnor Police Department. In 1960, I started dating my wife, Phyllis, and she lived right across the street from Greg. He was a young boy at the time, and I watched him grow into a man. I watched him become a Radnor police officer. I'm very proud when a Radnor Township resident becomes a Radnor police officer, and I just enjoyed interacting with Greg over the years and the job that he did, the professionalism he brought to the Radnor Police Department. And it's sad to see him go, but I know he's going to enjoy life, and I certainly appreciate, and all the commissioners and all the townships certainly appreciate your service to the township. And his mother, Irene, and his father, Tony, who has passed away, were great supporters of the Radnor Police Department. They had a band. They used to listen to everything that was happening in Radnor, and Greg, being a police officer here in Radnor, after his father passed away, he was able to go and have lunch with his mother many days, and I'm sure she appreciated that. So we have this presentation to Greg Mattioli in recognition of your 31 years of dedicated service to the Radnor Township Police Department. And we're certainly going to miss you, but we certainly appreciate all that you've done for us. Irene, we'd like to give you these flowers for raising this tremendous gentleman and get all the support you've given to him as a police officer.
It was a long time. I was born here, raised here, and this really means a lot. So thank you, each and every one of you, all my fellow employees. I really do appreciate it. It was a tremendous time working here, the good, the bad, the ugly, but we got through it. So again, thank you very much, and this will always be remembered.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Never going to be the same. All right, next we are going to move on to our consent agenda. This is a portion of the agenda that we approve many things at once that are very perfunctory in nature and that don't require explanation or debate. Before we do that, we give the commissioners an opportunity to pull any of these items out if they'd like some discussion about it, and we also will give the public an opportunity to do that as well after reviewing the agenda. We have had one request to pull out an item, and that is item number C. That is the motion to approve a business privilege tax settlement. So we will discuss that after we approve the consent agenda. Is there anything else that any commissioner would like to pull out?
I'll move the approval of all the items listed under
Hold on. Is there any item that the public would like, a member of the public would like to pull out?
Jim Schneller, St. David's. I was wondering, can we just offer a quick comment, or does it have to be formally pulled?
You can offer a comment, Jim.
It's a comment I make every year, and I wasn't here earlier in the spring on item 3D. You seek authorization of facilities and support staff for the Radnor Day Camp and Preschool Camp. And I object to any use of facilities for the Harry Potter Camp. I think witchcraft is an evil sort of matter that shouldn't be in township property.
Okay, thank you. All right, could we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the items listed under the consent agreement with motion number C pulled out.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those matters all pass 7-0, and now we will address, can someone move to approve
I'll move to approve the BPT Settlement 2013-06.
Second.
All right, is there any commissioner comment?
We should say the amount, is that correct? That's been our practice.
Yeah, the amount of the settlement is $8 million. But under the Tax Act, we are not able to disclose the payer, the details, or any information pertaining to that settlement.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes 7-0. All right, next we have an update from our police department on the, or from our township manager, I'm not sure which, or from our police department on the deer culling effort that occurred last year.
Yes, Madam President, with your permission, Lieutenant Chris Flanagan and Supervisor Bill Gallagher is here with the USDA, and they have a brief 10-minute presentation just to give you an update as to the success of the deer culling and what we expect in years to come.
Great, thank you.
In 2012, Radnor Township instructed the police department to conduct a study of deer in Radnor Township. A multitude of control methods were studied and considered. The Radnor Police Department then teamed up with the USDA Wildlife Services, and a formal report was completed and delivered to the township on February 23, 2013. The report documented that the average deer population in Radnor was 101 deer per square mile, with up to 1,487 total deer in 2012. And that's before the fawning process. The USDA will talk a little bit more about that process at their point. The recommendation of the report was to conduct a culling of deer in the township to reduce the township's deer population. This would decrease the negative impacts of deer to property throughout Radnor Township, as well as make the citizens of Radnor safer by reducing deer and vehicle collisions. 2013 action plan, we set a couple particular goals. One, create a volunteer hunting program in Radnor Township. We teamed up with the Chester Valley Deer Management Association at no cost to the township. This was monitored by Sergeant Joseph Pino, who reported that a total of 64 deer were culled in 2013 using only private property, and they completed that culling process during the authorized deer hunting season. We plan to use the Chester Valley Deer Management Group again in 2014. Number two was public education. We used the township web to send out various messages and news articles. There was also several public meetings held to educate the township on our goals. Number three, probably the biggest impact, the USDA culled 250 deer and 11 visits to the township, and they're going to give a breakdown to the commissioners in just a minute of those particular activities. The total between the private culling and the USDA was 314. January 2013 till July 2013, the deer vehicle collisions have decreased a total of 50% compared to the same time last year, and we're very happy to report that effect. The success of this program is due to a team approach of managing the deer problem, and I want to thank my partner here, Supervisor Bill Gallagher, Sergeant Joe Pino, and the team from the USDA who's now going to step in and continue the report.
How you doing? I'm Zach Baer with the USDA Wildlife Services.
My name is Jason Wood. I'm District Supervisor with the USDA Wildlife Services.
Okay, as Lieutenant Flanagan just stated, 250 deer removed in 11 nights of work. The original budget was scheduled for 10 nights. I think it's important that you know there was about 100 deer that were taken off the township through the Pennsylvania Game Commission to local churches, as well as some other individuals throughout the Philadelphia area that saved enough money to allow us to do that additional night. The average of that is 23 deer per night, which we're very happy with. It's a very high number of deer to average, and it was a very successful first year of the project. Most importantly, an estimated 8,500 pounds of processed venison was donated by Radnor Township to different food banks throughout Pennsylvania, as well as churches and other individuals that had contacted the Game Commission requesting venison. This is just a basic chart of kind of the days and times we operated. As you can see, we typically like to operate 1 or 2 nights a week, take a week or two off, and then come back in. We're typically operating between 9:30 p.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. This is a map that shows the white dotted line is the Radnor Township line. Those blocks inside the township, and some of them are overlapping outside the township, but they represent 1 square mile. And you can see the representation of the deer that were removed within the township in each individual block. As you can see, some of the northern parts of the township where it's more urbanized, we haven't removed any deer in those areas. As the project continues, we're going to actively continue to try to obtain more private property and, if feasible, find properties in those areas so we can remove deer and representatively throughout the entire township. We request to kind of provide the board with a budget for 2013 and into 14. This is a budget with 2 surveys.
Could I interrupt a second before you move on? I think something very important for people to understand is, tell us, you took 250 deer. How many shots did you fire?
There was 251 shots fired.
So I think that's really important about the safety of the program. Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I could just interrupt one more time. We virtually had 0 complaints from any resident regarding the activity that these gentlemen were involved in.
So going forward, this proposed budget for 2013 to 14 includes 2 surveys and 10 nights of removal. Like I said, last year's budget included just 10 nights of removal and only included 150 deer being processed. As we said, with the deer being taken otherwise and not Radnor Township not having to pay the money for the deer to be processed, we were able to do the additional nights. And we requested more tags from the Pennsylvania Game Commission because the project was such a success that we were able to do above and beyond what we originally had proposed in the original estimate.
I know you mentioned this. I went so fast I didn't pick it. How did you were able to give us an extra night because we didn't have to pay for the processing costs?
Yes, sir.
How were they paid for?
The Game Commission actually came on site in Radnor Township and picked up the deer at the end of the night, all of them. 3 times they did that and distributed them to individuals and churches at no cost to Radnor. They weren't going to the processor and we weren't paying to have the deer basically cut up and ground and then donated to the food banks. They were going directly to individuals that requested venison through the Pennsylvania Game Commission.
So normally we would have had to do that.
You would have had to pay the butcher the price to process the deer.
Okay.
So when we couldn't find these other avenues through the Game Commission or local churches that request meat, we're saving you about $80 a deer each time we are able to give one out to a certain individual or group
So
organization.
that gave us more money
Absolutely.
for that extra
And
night.
we'll continue to do that in the future if possible. It's just not something, in this estimate, we're not planning for that. If that happens, that's great, and there's a good chance it'll continue to happen, but this is kind of a worst-case estimate. This is the absolutely most you could be charged. If things like that continue to happen, it obviously is going to save Radnor Township a significant amount of money, which could, you wouldn't be charged in full, or we could just continue to do more nights and remove more deer.
Okay, thank you.
And once again, this is for 10 nights. We're assuming similar efficiency as last year, so we're estimating around 225 deer. I do want to note that the processing of 225 deer, if they all need to be processed, is $19,125. So when you see this estimate, just keep in mind that almost $20,000 of this estimate is to be processing deer to be donated to the Central PA Food Bank. Personnel, basically our time, is about $21,911.75. Vehicle use for us to travel to get here, maintenance on our vehicles comes up to $2,131.25. The deer processing and equipment, that's our firearms, our infrared units, things like that. And the processing comes out to $20,933.50. And like I said, $19,125 of that is strictly in deer processing. Lodging and per diem for us to come down and stay out of town is $2,480. And our program services, which is a government overhead that we have no control over, every project we do is a certain percent of the total, which that number comes out to $7,664.23. And that's to keep our offices running. We have a state director who gets paid through that, a secretary. And like I said, that's just a government overhead that every single person pays the same percent on each project we work for. And the grand total for the 10-night estimate is $55,120. $55,120.73.
And does that include the 2 surveys?
It does.
And what are the surveys, and when do they occur?
The surveys are, we basically do a nighttime roving spotlight survey throughout a proportion of the township. It'd be the same route that we did last year when we came up with the initial estimate of around 100 deer per square mile. And they are very important so we can track success. So like right now, we haven't done a survey post-removal, so we don't exactly know where we're at, how many deer per square mile are in the township. So these surveys are a way of gauging success and seeing where we're at.
So when would those occur?
They would occur in the fall, after usually late October, early November, when the leaves come off the trees and we can have the best visual.
So when you say 2 surveys, the same survey twice to
Absolutely.
get, okay, I see
And
what you're
the
saying.
reason for the 2 is just deer movement schedules change, you know, high pressure, weather, their feeding patterns can change. So if you only do 1 survey and the deer are bedded down, areas we're not going to see them in yards, fields, that second survey will give us an average. We'll average the 2 surveys. So if you only do 1 and you have a bad night, it could give you a misrepresentation of how many deer are actually in the township.
Okay, thanks.
To do 15 nights of removal and the 2 surveys, which the reason I put this in there is with the efficiency we had last year, averaging 23 deer a night, even all the way through the end, to get to goal faster, when it's kind of the old saying, when the going's getting good, take it. You know, when you're moving a lot of deer, being very effective, if possible, that rapid reduction of deer numbers is the fastest way to get to goal, and in the long run could actually save you money. Instead of stretching it out longer, putting a little more money up front, that's why I wanted to include this as well, so you could see this budget. The personnel comes out to $31,190.65. The vehicle use, $3,162.50. The processing and equipment, $27,586.50, and that processing alone comes out to $25,500. As we said, we'll try to do everything we can to give deer away to other avenues to save money on that. Lodging per diem comes up to $3,720. The program services is $10,604.03 for a total of $76,263.68. and that includes an estimated removal of 300 deer.
And we could make that decision after we get the survey, timing-wise?
You could. We would have to do two separate agreements, one to do the survey, the two surveys, and
Right.
then after that, you could
Which
absolutely.
is, I think, how we worked it last
It
year.
is.
We
It
had
is
two
exactly.
separate
Yep.
agreements.
You're correct.
Okay.
Can you go back to the slide that had the number of deer you took down per night for a second?
This one here, is that right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the average number per night looks like somewhere in the neighborhood about 23, 25?
Yeah, it was 23 per night on average.
Okay. And so next year you expect a little bit less because there's fewer out there?
Yes, I mean, I think we can expect similar efficiency, maybe a little less, but I don't see any reason why there would be a drastic reduction in efficiency.
If you took out this many deer, wouldn't you think you'd have a little bit of a drop because there's fewer out there to pick off?
You would. It's just typically the first and second year you can expect similar results. It's the third and fourth year where you kind of start to see more of a drastic drop off. But it's typically never. It's not like you'll average 20, then the third year you'll average 10. It's never that drastic, but usually the third year is when you start seeing a little bit of a decline in the numbers.
When do you need the contract to start the survey? What's the timing on your end?
You wanna answer that?
We're usually, if things can get lined up and situated within a month of us proceeding, that would be fine.
Okay.
We'd prefer to try to line that up a little sooner, just because our schedule's pretty full. We have a lot of other deer work that's going on throughout the state, so we're scheduling staff, and we're all over the place throughout the winter. So the sooner the better, so we could, make sure that we have staff available and lock those weeks in that we plan on doing the work.
Okay. Thanks.
I just, one or two questions. In addition to this service of culling, do you do any other types of approaches to help reduce the deer population, whether that's fertility, some type of leaving food out with fertility medicine, or is there something, any other process that you use aside from straight out culling?
There's really not any other available means currently that are allowed for use in Pennsylvania. Sterilization is currently not available in Pennsylvania. There are some infertility drugs that are out there, but they're not registered for use yet in the state. And even if they were, they would be in a very research-oriented type situation. So whether it be an island population or a fenced-in population, our counterparts in Maryland have done some experimentation with the one drug that's called Gonacon, that our agency, our National Research Center, our research arm of our agency actually developed it. And the success is marginal. They're seeing 75% success in sterilizing does with it. But the problem with it is you have to literally go out and target every doe in the population. You have to dart them at close range, mark them, apply the injection, and then those can come into a second heat, so you have to go out and find them again, get them again, do it again. Cost on that's averaging between $1,000 and $1,500 a deer, just to apply those methods currently. So it's very, very cost prohibitive. And when you put yourself in a situation of trying to go out into the environment and target and capture all those deer that could be anywhere and successfully do that to all of them, the Game Commission is definitely not on board with it yet. And like I said, it's going to be more of a research type thing. But until it's even registered for use in the state, it's not an option. Trap and transfer is also not an option, especially now that we have chronic wasting disease in the state. So trapping deer and moving them is not an option because they're worried about moving diseases around in the state. So that's definitely out as well.
Excuse me, Commissioner Fisher, one of the things that Mr. Gallagher did when we were charged with looking into the best options, he put together a very extensive research project that I know some of the commissioners remember, and he looked into all of the other alternatives in addition to culling. That was one of the options. We looked at fences, sirens, different types of vegetation, and even relocating deer, which most of them would die in transport anyway. This is the most viable, humane, and cost-effective option that we can come up with.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, thanks.
What, do you do yours in parallel with the archers from Chester Valley? of Sportsmen's Association, or do they go first and you go second?
Properties that were currently being hunted by recreational hunters, we were not going on those properties or using bait within 300 yards of those properties until after the complete end of deer season. That's the end of rifle, archery, and muzzleloader. So these private properties where hunting was taking place, we were waiting till the very end of deer season so they could get the first chance to harvest, legally harvest.
And what weapon, do you use an enhanced .22 caliber rifle? What's your weapon?
In this project, we're using a suppressed 22-250.
Center fire.
It's not a typical 22. It's a center fire rifle. It's not a rim fire like most 22 long rifles are. This is a 22-250 caliber.
Okay.
Okay, did you have, were you finished with your presentation, or
Yeah, I
did
just
we
wanna make-
interrupt you?
I just want to make one more point regarding the
Okay.
surveys. Another reason the surveys are extremely important is we know how many deer that we removed and how many the archers removed, but there's a lot of other things going on as natural death, diseases.
Car accidents.
Car accidents, absolutely. So hunter harvest, poaching. So with all those other factors that we don't know, and we can tell you that we removed 250, but without doing surveys, we won't know exactly how many other deer in the township have been removed.
Right.
So without doing that, we can't give you a real clear estimate of how many deer are currently in the township.
And those surveys help give us they serve as an index, and it's, again, like Zach had mentioned earlier, it does give you something to base your success off of. Hey, we started with that, here's where we're at now. It does give us, we kind of know what that full mortality is of deer. It also helps us kind of figure out over time, as time goes on, we have this index on paper, we're doing the same thing year after year after year. We kind of know what that population growth index is as well. So we know if we take X amount, the hunters are taking this X amount, we have this amount dying. We also know the population, say, is growing, for example, 15%. We kind of know what we're dealing with as a loaded growth rate. Typically, deer populations grow 20 to 30% a year. So as townships and other organizations go down this road of deer management, it's important to just think about it in terms of almost of a maintenance, like cutting grass or plowing snow. Is once you start doing this, to really see the success, you've kind of got to consider being in it for the long haul. When you're looking at those growth rates, 3 years you could be right back to where you were again. So you kind of, even if as the programs tailor off and you get into what a lot of our projects have become as kind of a maintenance mode where we come in and actually do surveys, there's times where, hey, we're at goal, population looks good, we don't need to do anything this year. Maybe skip a year.
Yeah.
Next year, hey, we're back up, keep on going. But that constant monitoring and constant commitment to dealing with it at some level is key. And one thing I will commend Radnor for is you have a really true integrated deer management program in place now. You have local hunters, you have a bow hunting group in here, and you're employing sharpshooting. I mean, you're going at them with pretty much the three most successful options you have for management that's going to, get your population to grow.
Well, go ahead.
The map you showed us of the township with, and the pink numbers are where we have the kills. Or we
Correct.
had-
That's the percent per square mile block in
Okay.
the township, that percent
So-
of deer removed.
Most of it was covered in the bottom southern tier of the township. Now, how are we going to perhaps spread out the target area this coming year? Is it, if we go down this road, is it possible to, we have Cabrini College in my ward, the first district, which anytime you go in there, any one of the 4 seasons, you see lots of deer. And I understand Cabrini denied us the right to go in there and cull. We'll try it again. Well, I'll even appear before the Board of Trustees.
It would be very helpful to get their property.
So is there any other area in the first ward where you think we might be looking?
Due to population, we are a little bit limited. However, we're hoping with the word getting out and possibly having some of the private hunting. But as you know, there's only a few sites that are sizable enough where we can get them, and the 2 colleges represent, a large portion of that sort of North Wayne sector.
Is there a minimum square footage or acre that you have to have before you can?
Not at all. No, we just
Okay.
require safe a safe area to shoot.
Okay.
Size isn't
We're
necessarily.
willing to entertain any available.
Oh, I have a
Well, and
couple,
we can work out some of these details.
I have
as
a
we-
couple of locations.
That is
Okay.
key to any program, so.
Well, this
obviously-
program has been really tremendous. It's been a really positive impact already on our community. I think we're all pleased with how it went and how well it was run, and I want to especially shout out to our officers, Lieutenant Flanagan, Sergeant Pinto, and Officer Gallagher for really running this in a very class act way. It was very well run. So thank you for your participation, and we will put this on an upcoming agenda through a resolution, whether to proceed along the terms that you have just set forth, and then we'll go ahead and sit down and work out a contract if we vote to do so.
And the
Okay?
best advantage to our residents is 50% less interaction with their cars.
Right.
Yes, that's.
Well, that's the whole point of this program.
Madam,
So,
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
just briefly, just want to recognize the USDA for the professionalism that they demonstrated. The one evening I rode along with them just to see how it was done. They're in very tight neighborhoods. They did not take shots. If there was ever a question that there could be an impact to a surrounding home or anywhere that they felt they weren't comfortable with, making sure that it was not safe. But to see how they conducted themselves, how they handled that in very tight situations, I think they get a lot of credit to them. And I think sometimes there's the question regarding the expense paid for that. I think it was well worth every dollar just based on how it was done, and especially the neighborhoods that we were in. But also, too, I wanted to recognize Austin Hepburn, one of our residents, that also was very involved with this, too. That gave us a lot of guidance and some insight into a different area. So I just want to recognize him for his efforts, too, as well as our staff.
thank you.
One last question. Do you shoot only does or bucks and does?
We are targeting adult does. Bucks that are Pennsylvania legal, meaning they have 3 points on one side or more, we were not shooting. So basically, we were shooting the smaller or inferior bucks to leave the nicer deer for the recreational hunters. We passed up on, like I said, anything that had 3 points on one side, we let go. So.
Thank you so much for your efforts and for
Thank
your
you.
assistance. And
Yep, thanks for
Hopefully
having us. We'd
next-
also just like to say thanks to the police department as well. I think they were key in making this a
Right.
success, and they were a great help to us, and we appreciate all their hard work. So.
thanks. Okay, next we have another update from our police department. We had asked the police department to come in and give us a quick update on how the kiosks are working in Wayne. As many of you know, we've switched over in some of the lots from meters to kiosks. And the board was curious to get a quick update on how that's going, how collections are going, how residents are receiving this change, and all of that. So,
Madam President, what we did was, based on your request to have an update on this, we split this presentation up into 4 quick segments. The first one, Mr. Gallagher is going to give you just an overview of the status of our parking enforcement unit. The second part will be the revenue generated through the enforcement aspect. The third part would be the revenue generated through the kiosks and the parking meters. And then the fourth and final segment, as the request from the township manager, where we see in the future as far as what direction we plan on going with parking in Radnor Township.
Good evening.
how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Okay, starting out with some of our 2013 accomplishments. Let me talk about our current staff. Just about a month ago, I was named the supervisor of parking. We have 1 full-time meter attendant, 2 part-timers that we hired in April of this year, and we went out and purchased professional and high-visibility uniforms at the request of the community, just to be visible, so nobody thinks you're sneaking up on them. We also purchased a web-based citation management system, and that has 2 rugged handheld ticket writers. And while somebody's writing a ticket, it basically uploads right into the police department as they're writing it. They actually have a Wi-Fi jetpack in their pocket, so if you get a ticket, you can pay it right there. As I said, that's the software online for ticket payment, managing, and citation processing. Once again, in the back door, it really helps us out because once they write the ticket, it's not like you're bringing them back, when you're done and the girls are entering them or I'm entering them the next day. And again, tickets available online immediately for payment, which only makes for better customer service. Wet money. Wet money is something you would never, ever think of. Right, Mr. White? The meters throughout the township are collected daily. As a result, the change collected is usually damp or sometimes it's really wet. Well, the bank told us that they weren't either not going to take the money or they're going to charge us 20% for the wet coin. So if you're making 8 to 10...
Did they give you any kind of reason? Is it harder for them to count or something?
They just wouldn't do it. And as a matter of fact, Brinks...
These are coins. This isn't a wet dollar bill. This is a coin.
Brinks and Garda was the same type of deal. So...
Commissioner, one of the, complaints that the bank said, and Mr. White could elaborate if he wants, they have to manually dry the money. So we're basically going to... Our strategy is to cut that part out, and we'll basically do it ourselves to save that 20%, because in the long run it would be cheaper for us to pay somebody to do it.
Bill, did they give you any kind of, I mean, is it because the money sticks together and it's hard for them to count? What's their logic for charging an outlandish fee?
Kevin, it's the coin counting machine. It cannot get wet.
Exactly.
It's
the machines themselves.
Madam President, if I could just real quickly, in meeting with the bank, first of all, the bank was outsourcing that particular piece of their service, and the 20% charge was a pass-through from the third-party company that they were outsourcing to. The other indication they gave is that the wet coin over time is destroying their coin counting machine, causing deterioration from the inside, rust, which is why they were getting out of the heavy coin counting business and outsourcing it to begin with. So, without delaying Mr. Gallagher's presentation, we did go through and look at other banks and different providers, even reached out to the same third-party company that the bank was outsourcing to make sure that the information was consistent, and in all cases it was. So this is a legitimate concern or problem that these guys are having to deal with. And
Okay, so now we're drying our own coins.
So
Proceed.
The team came up with a solution, and now the wet coin is dried literally with a hairdryer after we collect it, and it's basically going to save us thousands of dollars. I mean,
but who's? Is it like I see the picture? Well, we want to understand this, Bill.
Let's keep moving.
Who do we put drying the coins? I mean, how much is it costing us to put somebody to do that?
Well,
Less than
Commissioner, if you look
20%.
at what we would have to pay the bank.
Yeah, but I want to understand who's. I see these guys. Who I can't tell who they are. Are these police officers?
Well, no, that's just basically a picture demonstrating what we're going to do. But our hopes, not police officers, we're hoping to use part-time meter enforcement officers if we could extend that staff, paying them at, say, $14 an hour.
I want to look at high school kids.
Commissioner, if we can, maybe we let Bill go a little further. I think it's
let's
going to
go
answer
ahead and
in the
keep going.
presentation.
okay, the township today, what we have is you see on the left-hand side the single head, single space, or the double head, single space meter, and our new addition, which is the Parkeon kiosk machine. The kiosk, we have 4 kiosks located in 3 what we named as satellite lots. They're pay and display machine, which means you simply go up to the machine, put your money in, whether it be coin, dollar bill, credit card. You get the receipt for your time, put it on your dashboard, and you walk away and you're good all day. Also, here at the Township Building, we have smart cards, which can be purchased at a discounted rate if you live or work in the WBA overlay district, and they worked out really well, and I'll get to that in a sec. The satellite lots, which I said there's 3, the South Wayne lot has 1 kiosk, which handles 59 parking spaces. Luella Waynwood, 1 kiosk, handles 64 spots. And then in the Bellevue lot, we have 2 kiosks, which handles 102 parking spaces. Okay, let's talk a little bit about parking ticket revenue. Okay, if you look at the blue, that's from 2012, and then the red will be 2013. You see we started off a little bit down, and then in April, when we were able to hire the 2 part-timers, it went up. With the part-timers, they each work 3 days, 30 hours a week, so basically we're doing ticket enforcement Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And if you look, April, May, and then in June, we go down. Well, the reason we went down is we lost one of our part-time guys. He was injured. And also in June, we started with the new ticket machines, so there was training, the time training, one less guy, so it went down. But if we look through the revenue, in 2012, it was $418,670.01. And so far, for the half the year, we're at $201,514.17. So I see that being made up. Okay, let's talk a little bit about meter revenue. Again, blues 2012, reds 2013. Now, it's pretty close. It looks to be down, but what we got to remember is the kiosks, the South Wayne lot was 59 spaces, doesn't have meters anymore. The Luella lot, which is probably our busiest lot, has 64 spaces, doesn't have meters anymore. So that'll come in the kiosk revenue, which I'll talk about now. The Luella lot, and this is simply cash. If you look at the cash money, the coin or the note in the kiosk in Luella, it comes up this 17th, and this is just September through May, $17,339.70. South Wayne lot is $4,818.20, and you might ask, why is that low? Also in the South Wayne lot, we give out permits to the library, and we give out permits to the school district. So between the permits from the school district, the library, and the smart cards, that lot is pretty much full, and you're not going to get a lot of cash out of it. And then the Bellevue lot, this is all strictly profit. $6,523.68. It used to be a permit lot. We didn't sell permits in 2012 or 2011 that I know of or that I can find, because they were in the restaurants and nobody actually even knew who had them. So again, this lot is right now strictly cash money. The prepaid cards I talked about in the beginning, the smart cards, if you look, we started selling them in September. We sold $35,590 worth. Okay? And if you total it up all the way across, it's approximately $65,000. If you look, $35,000 goes way down to $5,000, then way down. But what's happening is these people that bought these cards are good for 6 months to a year. So now you see in May, it's starting to go back up because they're running out. The cards are running out. So I'm thinking, projecting that it's going to go right back up. And then the kiosk credit cards, which aren't really broken down to each machine. They can be, but we're not doing that at the present time. But if you look at all that money, that comes to $23,410.25. And I realize for everybody that's looking, we're missing December. And that's just because Ben and I could not locate it. So our total revenue, August 2011 through May 2012, $128,000.60. And then you go August 2012 through May 2013, $185,816.48. And before I finish, I just got to thank Ben, Amy, Ellen from the finance department, Mr. White. They helped me out. An amazing deal, because I don't think I've never got to present this to you. And I just wanted to thank them before I sat down.
Great job.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you.
I have one question. Did we solve the minimum problem with the credit cards? Meaning
Yes.
where-
Oh, yeah. We got that. And we didn't even realize we did that. But now you can put your credit card in and get a quarter on it.
Very good.
Yep, quarter for half hour.
One of the things I found out, when you pay your ticket, if you pay cash or check, it's okay, but if you pay with a credit card, there's a $2 fee.
It's a $2 fee.
Everybody be aware of
That
that.
goes to, it goes to the company. We have nothing to do with that. It's a processing fee that they
But people have the
charge.
opportunity to pay
You can pay it right here, you can pay it by check like you used
There's
to.
no charge, but if you use a credit card, there's a $2 fee.
Exactly,
Just want everybody to be aware of that.
exactly.
Can you give us an idea of any feedback you've received from residents as to, whether they like the kiosks or whether?
I can tell you just from looking at the lots, if you look at the North Wayne lot, and you look at the lot where Almay is, where everybody used to park for the train in the 10-hour section of the North Wayne lot, they're now going over into Almay before people get to work there so they can use their credit cards. It's all about convenience. I mean, it's so much easier.
Is there any possibility this can be expanded to, well, you have a special permit for the Wayne Business Overlay District employees. You have permits for the library employees and the school district employees. Is there any thinking that we might be able to expand that permit system to any resident who doesn't want to have the aggravation of going to a kiosk all the time?
Commissioner, are you talking about permits, or are you talking about the smart card that they could purchase?
I'm talking about a smart card that they pay in advance, and that allows them to park anywhere they want.
That is open to any resident or employee that either lives or works in the Wayne Business Overlay area.
But that would not include who lives in the Wayne Business Overlay area.
Well, it's mapped out if Mr. Gallagher wants to explain it, but if they live within that area or they work within that area, they can purchase the smart card.
But what about people that live in South Wayne, West Wayne, North Wayne, that want this convenience?
Commissioner, that could be something that could be added in the program coming up. If you'd like to see that, that'd be an item we can definitely look at.
Okay.
But just so you know, you still have to go to the kiosk with those cards. You still have to swipe your card, get the sheet, and bring it to your car.
It's just not a carte blanche permit you put on your dashboard.
No, they actually, you pay for them, and the way they price them out now for the WBA is you can get $750 worth of parking for $190 for a half year, and if you buy the full year, which a lot of people have, obviously it's $65,000 worth, it's $375, and you get $1,500 worth of parking. So it's a real good deal.
If we opened it up, it would disincentive. I mean, we closed it to create that incentive to get the cars out of the center.
And to get those satellite lots,
So if we
which
opened
go
it to
around.
anyone, we would.
It would,
go
you'd
against
have
the
to do a
logic
lot of
of
thinking
the
about
creation
that.
of it.
Sure. And if I may end with future projects, these are basically goals that we have that the lieutenant and I sat down and thought about, is to modernize our aging single-space meter system. Over half of the 652 single-space meters in service today were purchased prior to 2005. 228 of the meters in service were purchased in 1997. We have 74 meters in the township that were purchased after 2005. New smart single-space meters that you see that accept the card and are solar, they cost about probably $700 a shot, $750 each. We also hope to improve the infrastructure of our current lots, the North Wayne lot, the / North Wayne Presbyterian lot, South Wayne and Matson Ford. They could all use a lot of work. And again, like we said about the kiosk, convenience is what it's all about. And our total goal is to create a total user-friendly parking environment for the residents, the business community, and the visitors of the township. And
I could just add one thing that I've heard from many different people when we're looking to upgrade our meters, and that is the feature that the new meters have that you get the first 10 minutes free or 15 minutes free. So that, like Lower Merion does.
Lower Merion has it, yeah.
And I know that would be impossible with the kiosks, but
That's very possible with
with the kiosks you can
sure.
do it?
You do pay by space.
So as
you
we
can do it.
move forward, that is something that I get a lot of feedback about, that people would really appreciate that to be incorporated into our program. Thank you so much for putting this
Can
all
I just
together
ask,
for us.
can you back up to, the total revenue comparison slide? I just have a question for Bill. So I understand. Nope, you passed it. That's the one I want. That
There
one.
you go.
When you did that and summed it up, Bill, you didn't make any kind of adjustment. That's absolute dollars. That doesn't reflect any change in the fees or anything, so we can compare prior to fee to after the fee. It's strictly absolute collections.
That's
Correct.
strictly the money brought in from the kiosks and the meters.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this, putting this information together. It's good for us to keep on top of it, and we look forward to hearing how it all evolves.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam President, if I could, just real briefly,
Yes.
while we're transitioning, is to touch on the cost comparison with the 20% fee versus drying. And a lot of credit goes to Bill Gallagher, Ben Cooper, and Amy Lacey, and Ellen McDevitt for their work. But when you take a look at those average revenues on a monthly basis that we collect from these that could potentially be charged the fee, we're in the ballpark of 60 to 70,000. That's worst case scenario if every single coin was wet, so that's high, but it still gives you the magnitude of the fee that they were proposing to impose on us. If we have 2 hours per week spent drying the coin, we're looking at a cost of roughly $1,600. So again, a lot of credit goes to these folks for, it sounds kind of funny when you hear about it, but it really is problem solving, and that's what they did. So thank you to each of them for helping to save the township some money and keep more of the revenue, which will help us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have our departmental reports. Would someone like to move to accept
Move to
them?
accept the departmental reports.
Second,
Is there any commissioner comment on any of these?
I will do my monthly update. I'd like to take this time just to remind the residents of all the work that our departments do. I don't mention every department every month, but I will do a few. The police department handled 8,725 complaints this year to date. So for half the year, 8,725 complaints. In the past month, it was 1,480. And I want to make a special note of that, is that they had several complaints along with the fire department for water rescues back on the June 10th storm event. And I'm bringing that up, of course, because we're introducing some legislation tonight concerning stormwater. The ComDev Community Development Department handled year-to-date 1,097 permits, and the total revenues from those permits were $536,565. In the Public Works Department, I ask all of you to take a look, go out to that kiosk and print out a synopsis of what they do. But if you think about, I talk about this a lot, in addition to all the great services that all the departments handle, including the Finance Department, the Public Works Department really gives us the quality of life that we enjoy here. They take care of, just for instance, before a storm event, they will go out and clean, in this case, 220 storm drains throughout the township to make way for the stormwater. If they didn't do that, we would have more flooding and more issues with flooding before a storm. So, you know, hats off to all of our departments. I'll make sure I come back and take care of the Finance Department, Parks and Recreation, and anyone else I forgot. Kevin's smiling over there. But thank you for all your hard work, and we do appreciate it, and that's what makes this town a great place to live. So thank you.
Okay, any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those
Madam
in-
President, if I could just real quickly
Yes.
with regard to the finance.
Sure.
Since it was not available at the time the packets went out, the report was completed today. It has now been posted to the township's website under the Finance Department. And just make sure everyone understands, with the meeting being so early in the month, we don't do that report until the books are closed and all the entries for the prior month are booked. So in trying to get that before the packets went out, we just didn't have all the information yet. So we got that out today.
Great, and it's on the web if anybody's interested in perusing it.
One thing, one of the questions I had asked Bill when I went through his report was the fact that there were some checks that were reissued, and I asked him why, and I think the answer is actually very positive. Do you want to go into that a little bit, Bill?
Sure. As part of the internal controls that we worked with CARFAC on evaluating and implementing, one of them was positive pay. So you'll see in the disbursement list, we had to reissue a check to the fire company because the check didn't match the list or the list didn't, the bank didn't have the list. So when the check was presented for deposit, it was rejected. And then we, on our end, didn't go into the system and accept it in time, so the check needed to be returned to the township, and we had to reissue it. So it's a fraud prevention service that most every business has, and in this case, that was the reason why we had to reissue that check, because the detailed information report that we send over to the bank lists every single check and all the critical aspects of that check, including the vendor, the date, the number, the amount. And if any of those aspects don't line up or match when that check's presented for deposit, it's rejected. And we then get a report on whether to accept or decline that check. So this shows that it's working.
I just thought it was very positive. A lot of things have happened over the past few years that have been done to improve not only the openness, but also the way we're doing business in Radnor Township, and I thought this was worth bringing out to the public.
Since you brought the topic up, there was one, I was going to ask that question. What about the Memorial Day Parade? That was reissued. Is that because it was a 3 to the 4 and they returned the original one?
I'll have to look into that one.
Okay.
I'll look into it and get back. I don't have that one memorized.
Okay, is there any other staff comment or public comment? All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? They are approved, 7-0. Next, we move on to our committee reports, and we'll start with Personnel and Administration with Commissioner Fisher.
First up, we have ordinance 2013-13. This is the introduction in approving a lease agreement between the Township of Radnor and the Mainline School Night Association for the Kreuzberg Center. And I think we have some members of the Kreuzberg Center here who would like to maybe come up and give us, maybe be part of the conversation, give us an introduction. And we're probably also going to want to hear from John Rice, although I don't see. There's John.
Good evening. I'm Bonnie Schumann. I am a member of the Board of Mainline School Night. I also am a resident of Radnor in the 2nd Ward. I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this project, which has been going on for a while. Let me give you a little bit of background. We have with us several current and past board members, staff, and students right in this area from Mainline School Night who are in support of this project. Mainline School Night is a nonprofit organization which provides adult education to people on the main line. Our biggest area of student population are the zip codes 19010 and 19087, which represent many Radnor Township people. But we do pull students from over 100 zip codes, so we have a very wide base, and we've been doing this work since the 1930s. In fact, Mainline School Night was started by Radnor high school students' parents who wanted to provide some way of getting the community together in support of the students, and they decided on further education for the adults for doing that. Kreuzberg Center has been our home since the mid-'70s. We have been in the building under a lease with Radnor Township, who owns the building, as landlord since then. The current lease that has been in effect since the 90s, I don't have a lease from before that, had Radnor Township responsible for the repair, most of the repair and maintenance of the building. In 2011, there was an inspection of the building by code officials from Radnor, and they found violations. And they told us that we needed to bring the township, this building, up to code in order to continue providing classes there. We have, since 2011, been working on the building in cooperation with Radnor officials to get it up to code and into good condition. We have spent, at this point, about $105,000 of our own money to do this. At the same time, and I know you're aware, the township offered to help us by putting in sprinklers in the building, which cost the township about $90,000. At this point, we're almost done with the work, and we have, during this entire period, been discussing a long-term lease with officials from Radnor Township, and I understand that that is now before you, and I ask if you have questions about it.
Well, I don't have any questions. We have been in, well, not yet. We've been in communication, several of us, or a couple of us have been in communication with John Rice, just reviewing the various provisions of the lease, and we've made some suggestions. But due to the timing of the holiday and the weekend and the meeting, we haven't necessarily gotten those changes into the draft that was advertised and in the packet and that's before us tonight. I just had some minor changes, but I you know, and I sent those to John.
Yeah, let me
John,
just
do you want to talk about that?
Summarize what where we're at on this. This is the lease is proposed to be 25 years. It's a lease of the building basically that would continue. And I received from Commissioner Jim Higgins some comments regarding insurance and the indemnity clause, and I think that, and I've spoke with Bonnie today, and I think those, and they're fairly minor revisions, they could be made to the existing lease. I think the other issue that Commissioner Fisher raised was, what do we do about ongoing maintenance, painting, repairing things, and how does that get defined, and how does that get budgeted? And I think what Commissioner Fisher, you had suggested that there needs to be, and I think that's really the only issue, unless there's something else in this lease that the commissioners want to discuss. What is the plan to maintain the building? How much will be budgeted on a yearly basis? If there's a specific, some deterioration or something like that, I think, Commissioner Fisher, you wanted to be able to say to Mainline School Night, you have to fix that this year regardless of what your budget limitations are.
Yeah,
so that's sort of, you know, however we address that. And I asked Bonnie to be prepared to discuss, you know, what is the plan on an annual basis, how much will be budgeted, what's the schedule, what are the first, you know, what do you plan to do this year, what do you plan to do next year, and because we know that we know under the prior lease that the landlord was responsible, and we know that maintenance was deferred, so we want to make sure it's not deferred now that there's
I don't intend to have a double standard for the tenant. I know you'll perform the maintenance better than we actually did, because it's in your best interest.
Right.
I think we both have the same interest, the township as well as the tenant in this case. My only concern was that in paragraph 7, it states that if any repair, replacement, or maintenance is necessary to avoid a safety hazard, so it's using the definition safety hazard, and I would say that we would like to expand that to some degree to cover things other than safety hazards. For instance, and just an example, you know, a leaky roof is not a safety hazard, but a leaky roof could lead to permanent destruction of the property, of the facility. It's not in your best interest to allow that to happen, and we trust you. But, you know, as a landlord, in this case, you know, as the person who's presenting the lease, I think it's in our best interest to make sure that the wording does not just require the maintenance be done for a safety hazard, but for other types of issues. So I had suggested some language. Maybe it was a little strong. I'll just read it. After the word safety hazard, I recommended putting a comma in, and the following phrase: deterioration of the structure or further damage to the facility, comma, the landlord at its own option may require that such work be performed at the tenant's expense as deemed necessary by the landlord to remedy the condition regardless of the tenant's budgetary limit or preference. Now, that's the way I'd like to word it. But from your point of view, you're probably thinking, oh my gosh, they're going to mandate that we have to paint the structure every year. We're going to have to, you know, every time a nail pops or a screw comes loose, they're going to enforce this. And that the intent is not to do that. But in such a long-term lease, though, I really believe it's in everyone's best interest that we do have some type of performance criteria in here for maintenance. And whatever that ends up being, I just want to make sure that we have it, that we have something.
Yeah, I reviewed this, and I looked at it purely from the standpoint of the government of Radnor, our board. So I took positions that made sure that we were, in my judgment, we were protected. Now that I see who I'm dealing with here, I'm wondering whether we can maybe soften things a little bit. For example, if we've been paying for all the repairs and maintenance, large and small, since the mid-'70s, and now we're shifting that to you, are you really prepared for that financially?
Well, let me explain our budget process and how we put
Okay.
money aside for this project. We have looked at it carefully. In fact, it's been a big issue. We love the Kreuzberg Center. We have more students there, and it's growing, than at any other facility we use. It is the heart of mainline school night. And yes, it's an older building, and it hasn't been maintained to its fullest. So we know that we're going into a situation where we're going to have ongoing things happen and responsibilities. We're well aware of it. What we did is we've had people look at the building and tell us, what do you think is going to need to be done? And I can tell you right now, projects that we know we're going to need money for, such as the windows. The windows should be replaced. They're drafty, they're okay from a safety standpoint, but they're not good enough from a go-forward standpoint in terms of saving money and keeping heating bills under control. So we have the windows, the exterior should be painted within the next 5 years. And it hasn't been done in a while, and it needs to be done. We know we're going to need to replace gutters. So I'm giving you examples, but these are the bigger ticket items. I can tell you that we've priced out the window, ballpark, the windows and the exterior paint, and we expect them to cost about $50,000 each. The roof is in good shape. So I'm talking about the major things that could go wrong, because we worry about how much is this going to cost as well.
You aren't going to do this all through tuition. Do you have a vigorous fundraising program?
We will.
Are you a 501c3 charity?
We are a 501c3. Here's the big issue. We need a long-term lease in order to have people who want to give feel that there is sort of an investment in the building if they're going to really give money to help make this building better. You can't do it by saying, well, we use the building and we're on a year-to-year. You need to be able to establish that you have a long-term lease. That's part of it.
I think there's two issues here. One is the code. And to Commissioner Fisher's comment, that, and we're talking about 7A basically, if there are code issues, obviously, we're going to need to order that they be fixed. You know, beyond that, safety hazard, you know, what would that be? I mean, a drafty window, I mean, it's not a safety hazard. Maybe it could get to that. There's other maintenance issues, things, and upkeep, like windows and paint, and, you know, steps maybe need to be repaired, and things like that need to be repaired, but they're not code issues. So, you know, separate the code issues. I think we can modify this language and make it clear if there's code issues, the township's going to direct that they be done like we would any other property owner, and that can be spelled out. But it's those other issues. How do you want to define those? And I know you have a budget.
Right. Now, here's what we've done on the budget side. We have put $40,000 into a category called maintenance, repair, and improvement. And since Kreuzberg Center is the only property that we have a lease on, this is the only one we're spending this money on. Everywhere else, it's just, you know, we use a room kind of thing. Our plan is to do the regular maintenance of the building, things like needing to call a plumber and that sort of thing, and then take the balance of that money and put it towards these, what I call projects that need to be done. And yes, the porch and stairs are things that are in that category. In fact, just this year, we did that. It wasn't a code issue. We repaired the front stairs because we knew that they were getting loose. So we've already started taking on these responsibilities in the last 2 years. But basically, I've got $40,000, most of which will go into a reserve, if you want to call it that, that is used over time. Now, we may decide to do the windows in 1 year and the windows over a few years and the painting in 1 year. That's our current plan, because it would be cheaper to do the painting at one time, and the windows you can buy as you go. So there are projects that'll do over time and projects that will do just line up in a year, and we'll give them priorities.
Well, back to my original point of wanting to try to help you a little bit. I noticed, John, and I sent you the memo on this, that we don't recite the fact that, Bob, this is for you, our township property insurance program includes this building, this structure. And so some of what she's been talking about
But I think
is uninsurable, but some of it, if you have a leak, the repair of the leak is not insurable, but the damage that the leak does is. And I think to help them, we ought to have in Article 13 a reference to the fact that the building is covered under the Radnor Township's property insurance, casualty insurance program.
And I believe it is covered. I believe that was all in the last, and Bill White would know this better, in the last month, the list of all township properties were
But I think the
updated.
words ought to say that. So that when somebody has to read this agreement, when they have a terrible loss, they don't have to scramble around and figure out, oh my gosh, we're not insured.
A fire loss.
Yeah.
I mean, the building, typically, the landlord's going to cover the building. I mean, the tenant is not going to cover the building, and I believe that that's what the facts are. And we'll confirm that, Commissioner Higgins. That
Well, I'd like to,
and we can add it in that language in the lease also.
okay, well,
And do we require, since we're on that topic, do we require a tenant policy to be in place? I thought a lease would require, so if, the landlord has the insurance on the structure, the tenant has liability insurance in place for their.
Yes, that's in here.
It's Article
And
13.
In fact, it's in here in detail, and we do have it,
Great, thank you.
and we're paying for it.
Okay, I mean, I think this relationship is very mutually beneficial. I think a long-term lease is completely appropriate in that, in my view, there's no really better use for that building. And you, as an organization, can't really own it and invest in it without a long-term lease. So this all makes perfect sense to me. All of those expenses you were talking about, the painting, the windows, these are, in my view, maintenance that you are taking on. I think the concern Commissioner Fisher has, and that what it does irk me a little, is I don't think it's well advised to leave it murky what's going to happen when there are emergency big ticket items, which there will be over 25 years. Roofs do fail, and big ticket items do come up, and we need to. I think this isn't going to be the board when that happens, and it's probably not going to be your board when that happens. So to spell out what our expectations are when that happens and how we'll deal with it, I think would be advised. And I actually don't know the answer to what we would do. I mean, looking at our recent past history, when there was a big ticket item beyond your budget, the township stepped in and spent $90,000. So I don't know how, at this point, to determine how we will work it out in the future. I don't think it's wise, though, to leave it murky, because That's how these things unravel. So I think John Fisher's point is well taken in that we do need to address those items that will come up that aren't safety concerns, they're not code issues, but they're not deferrable. They're not this, for all the maintenance, normal maintenance, the mainline school night has the ability to defer when they can't do it in a year, which is fine for most maintenance items. There are some items you can't defer, and they're not code issues.
Just
and
for the record, though, a leaky roof is a code item.
Okay. Well, okay.
But, well, and that's fine.
All right.
But
Failing gutters. Something that's
Failing gutters could be too.
I don't know are we even citing the code issues? I mean, again,
No,
I've
we're
read
not.
this. We're not.
I did it on safety.
Well, I guess we call them safety concerns.
Right,
I
but
thought of
that's
safety and code as
Mm-hmm.
kind of.
yeah, they're two different property maintenance code versus a safety hazard. So yeah, I mean, I would be very happy if we get a chance to maybe a second shot at this before we introduce it, just to tune up that language, something that works for both of us. You guys are great partners. I think we need to make it work. And I don't want to make the language so strong that some board in the future could decide that they don't like you as a tenant and then just start, saying, oh, well, you need to do this and that and this and that. There really needs to be some performance criteria that's kind of straightforward. It's pretty common in leases to have things like that. My language, I came up with, but, I'm looking for something like irreversible structural damage, something where, if you decide to defer the roof leak for 2 years and then the whole building becomes destroyed because of it, we wouldn't want to see that happen. You don't want to see that happen. But we have to have a say in that. We're the landlord. So we have to be able to say, what do we do about that?
Well,
So-
if it's that kind of thing would have insurance proceeds.
Well,
And I would always say, if it's not said clearly.
well,
The insurance proceeds
and I'm not going to,
will be
I don't know the policy, but generally, if you ignore a roof leak and it gets worse and worse and worse, the insurance company may come back and say,
We're talking about code violation. Why don't we have an inspection of the building and have, they have to follow the property
well,
maintenance
and
code just like
that's the
anyone else.
performance criteria.
And
So
we
if the
do.
lease
I know.
allows for
Even if you weren't the
inspection,
landlord.
but there is some criteria because it should protect both parties. Like, again, I don't want them to be used in the wrong way in the future. I don't think we have an issue now, but 10 years from now, you don't know what could happen with the board. The board may decide we have someone else we want to be in there, and they start to nitpick. And I don't want to create an opportunity for nitpicking, but I think the code violations, the property maintenance violations, safety hazards, and then irreversible structure, anything that would lead to irreversible structural damage should be in there, and
Just so we're clear, the township has, this is on your policy, your property, your liability, risk of fire, that's on the landlord. They have contents in terms of the building and the structure. That's all in place, we know that.
Yeah, so we have insurance, but you don't want to rely on insurance as a method of doing maintenance. So,
Well,
Right,
Commissioner,
that's
if I-
separate, right.
Commissioner, if I may, as part of this, and we have gone through this with Mainline School Night previously, and the issue is about maintenance, about putting this in the agreement. However, we have gone through, we have done the code violations. That is something that's continuing to be worked on with them, and that was a directive the board had. So the issue is we're following pretty much what the board had, because I think what you may be looking for may become so tight upon them that we have to be aware of too, is if we make this so tight upon them that here's certain requirements and times, the township needs to be prepared if they walk away from this, what then are we going to do with the building? So I think that's something that everybody needs to be aware of, but the code violations have been done. Kevin and his department has done that. They have communicated that, been working with the Kreuzberg Center, but I think the definition, which I think what Commissioner Higgins has, and I think John has incorporated that, the next level, I think that what you're looking to go in here is going to now really come down to a performance-based issue of a timeline and a window to be able to do that. The issue is going to be if they don't perform within this time frame, then what is going to take place? What action will the township take? So there's a second part of this that's going to tie into this, that if they don't perform, here's how we are, which then I think with Kevin and his staff has done an excellent job, I believe, with Mainline Schooling, to work with them to address a lot of these issues here, and safety being the biggest priority.
okay, well, I think we're all in agreement, but how we get there, it may take a little more time to get that wording
John, what do you think,
it seems to
John?
me that the things you're bringing up, John, really aren't major, and that we could introduce this tonight.
I won't support it as it's written. Because it's an ordinance, so if we make any changes that are significant,
So we
it
get
will have
into
to
the
be
whole,
reintroduced.
what is significant?
Yeah, and John will probably say that if
I
I change those
mean,
words.
the school's not going anywhere.
I mean,
If this-
Right.
yeah, time is
If
not of
this-
the essence. Why don't we see if we
That's what I'm saying,
can
delay.
come up with some language that is for that one, I mean, that's just down to one clause, I think, that we're worried about.
Right.
And then introduce it with whatever language we come up with at the next meeting.
Right.
Okay?
And we'd have no objections with that.
Yeah, and I'd like to see us put into Article 13 the fact that the building is covered under the township's property insurance program. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
you.
for coming
Appreciate all
tonight.
your
Appreciate
work.
your support.
Okay.
John, do you want to
So,
introduce
yeah,
the
I was
next-
going to say, do we need to officially table that ordinance, or we're just
No,
agreeing
it's
not
fine.
to
No.
treat it? It was not moved or second. All right, second up is a motion to authorize the administration and the township solicitor to proceed with Conroy Catering Dale Corp. to prepare a draft development, financial, and operating agreement acceptable to the township for the Willows Mansion and Cottage adaptive reuse, and to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. So at this point, I think we have a discussion to be had. I'm not really interested in leading this at this moment, but I'll be glad to if no one else wants to go first.
Well,
Bob,
I'd be glad to, and I'd actually like to make a motion, but I have something to say first. First thing I don't think a lot of people understand is this is a motion for the township to move forward and take the next step. This is not the motion that says, Dale Corp. Conroy. Up to the time we actually approve that lease or whatever form it takes, that's when it's done. So, I mean, we have a lot of people acting like it's a fait accompli at this point, and that's not true. There's also been a lot flying around. Everybody has really focused on the $4 million loan guarantee. To that end, in addition to just this motion to move forward, I'm going to make a motion to have the staff work. I want to get legal opinions from our solicitor, from our bond counsel, and from our auditors regarding that, how it's handled on the books, because we threw away the unfortunate term off book, which is a mischaracterization, I think. So we need to understand all that, and that's what. And I want to make a final decision based on good legal and professional advice. That being said, I think that the risk associated with that $4 million loan guarantee is handled by mitigating it, and we mitigate that risk by things such as the 2 years of lease payments that we're going to escrow, and that's going to be escrowed up front, it's not the last 2 years of payments. In addition, the CARFAC had asked that we get, I don't know the right term, critical man insurance, basically insurance on the principal. And another way you mitigate the lease or mitigate the risk is recognizing that once the work is done, we own the asset. So if Conroy Dale fails 10, 15 years in, first of all, we have the 2 years in which to find another caterer. And secondly, worst case scenario would be the township operating it. And quite frankly, I sat on the Parks Board for 13 years, and years ago, the Willows operated with a handsome profit. It's only been probably since Sandy and Nancy left that it really went, the rentals went downhill. And it hasn't been maintained, it hasn't been refreshed. And this modification we're talking about in this, whichever vendor does it, is a large space. And that's why we heard from a lot of people they wouldn't rent it is they didn't have one single large room. That's been the Achilles heel of the Willows. Well, now we'll have that. So I believe, looking at the numbers, that the township, if worst case scenario, township operated, we could cover the costs. Another thing I'd like to recommend as we move forward, if we go this way, is that any profits that are returned to the township, as described in the proposals, are going to go into the Willows Fund and they'll accumulate. Should something happen, that would give us a cushion for paying that bond. So they're all things that I call risk mitigation. And I think we've taken the risk here to a minimum. With this proposal from Conroy, we start out with a refurbished building, not a cosmetically cleaned up and painted building. We have the rooms on the second and third floors that can be rented out. We have our roadways paved. We have the water line, which is really, only last week we had another problem with the cottage water line. That's all done. So we start with a very positive asset. And based on all of those things, I will make a motion to direct the township staff to move forward with the development of final contract terms with Conroy Dale. And those final terms should include the risk reduction strategies, including those currently proposed, also the key man insurance. And I want checkpoints built in so that during the term that there are opportunities that we could literally pull out of the contract. And then secondly, as either included or as a separate motion, you tell me which, is to have formal opinions from our lawyers, our bond counsel, and Clifton Larson Allen regarding the proposed method of financing, how that handles, how that shows on the books, and a little more background about PFIC. I've done some of my own research. I've probably spent 30 or 40 hours on this in the last 2 weeks. I've talked to 4 members of the CARFAC directly and other professionals. So anyway, they're my 2 motions.
Second.
Well, I agree you should separate those 2 motions out.
Right.
So,
Well, we'll do the first one is to move forward.
okay. I want to just make some global comments here about where we are right now. We are at the point now where our administration has recommended one of the proposals over all others. That recommendation came because after months and months and months of working on this, and our administration is the team that is going to be working with whoever this partner is. It's not this board, it's the administration. They have come to the conclusion that they're more confident in the ability of one of these proposers to come up with a successful and top-tier endeavor. They've been more impressed by the level of what's been offered, the quality, and the opportunity for success there by one over the other. They are also swayed, as am I, by the recommendation from our CARFAC, who looked closely at both deals and recommended one over the other. So this is coming to us with a strong recommendation of the people who have actually been working with these groups in conducting the deals. And that weighs heavily on my decision, because a partnership like this that's going to be decades out is a delicate thing. It's like any partnership. There has to be trust, there has to be goodwill, there has to be good chemistry. And in this particular instance, we have our staff advising us that they have that relationship developing with one over the other, and there's something to be said for that. However, I am very concerned about the debt that comes along, that it's the guarantee of debt that would come along with that. And I think we need to address that moving forward if we are to move forward with this recommendation. Now, having said that, everyone needs to understand that under this agreement, the vendor, the caterer, would be contractually obligated to pay all debt. So we're not actually taking on debt, they are. So what we're talking about in terms of risk is if everything goes south and there's default. Under the contract, they are contractually obligated from day one to make every payment, and we will not pay a penny. So when we talk about risk and guaranteeing of debt, that is if there is default, which is a possibility. So it's something we have to talk through, and it's something that we have to really minimize. And I personally don't think the contract as it was presented and is now has our debt, our risk of having to pay mitigated enough. I think we can do better. And along the lines of John Nagel's motion, I think that is going to be part of our direction to staff is when they go and proceed to continue negotiations, we need to do better on the risk mitigation. Specifically, some of the things that I think we could do, when we were giving the documents, there were 3 different scenarios of debt payments. One was 15 years, one was 20, one was 30, I believe. The one that was 15 years was a $300,000 a year payment as opposed to the $265 that was included. That's a possibility. It's a higher payment, but it would mitigate the risk for us because it would be paid off in 15 years. Another possibility would be a mechanism along the lines of Commissioner Nagel said, which would be to take revenues and have them applied towards a future a fund that would pay off future debt payments should there be default. That's a possibility. I don't know what we can come up with in a negotiation, but I do know that we need to do better in mitigating the risk of default here and what would happen and what we would have to pay off. And so I support John's motion. However, I want to make sure that we give specific instruction that the debt relationship needs to be changed so that we are not quite as at risk as we are the way it's drafted right now. And then on the second motion, I could not be in more agreement that we need legal opinions from Pennsylvania. Our Pennsylvania, I mean, this is the company, the third-party company is a California company and does work all over the United States. We need advice from Pennsylvania professionals about how this comports with our local, governmental debt act, and also how the propriety of using tax-free municipal bonds for a venture like this. And we need to see that before we proceed. So those are my comments. And anybody else have any comments?
Seems to me, given all the conditions, it's premature to move this forward. And I have indicated that I'm not willing to support anything that puts us at risk for that kind of debt, no matter what. After we took the risk of the swap agreement off the table, to add this kind of risk just is imprudent to me. And if the business fails, it fails because the revenue opportunity is the problem, not the debt. And that's what funds the debt.
Commissioner, if I may. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
A similar concern. So to me, it's very analogous to our swaption in that it seemed like a good idea. We got involved in the domain of experts who make money on interests, and it did not work for us. And now I'm troubled by us being partners with experts who run restaurants and caterers. I'd rather just be the landlord and let the professionals do the restaurant work and the catering work. So I'm troubled by the option that has us guaranteeing the loan. I'm not content that we could operate it successfully if we had to. I'm also troubled that we would have tremendous negative leverage should something go wrong. We were able to be very selective and preserve the tranquility of the park. If we have a $225,000 a year obligation, we may be less selective should we find ourselves 10 years from now out to the market again for proposals. So that troubles me. I have no issue with the particular vendor. So if you wanted to go back to that vendor and say that, come back to us with a proposal that has us not guaranteeing the loan, I'm comfortable with that. My issue is with us guaranteeing the loan. I have two questions. One is the tempo. The 2 proposals that we looked at, is the tempo relatively the same? By tempo, I mean the number of events per year. And I think that would be a question for Tammy.
Yeah, I believe they were presented consistently,
So you would evaluate them as similar in temp?
very similar in terms of usage parameters, types
Yes,
of events
very
and
good.
things that
Thank
would
you.
occur there on an annual basis.
And then a question for Mike, he's here. Can you describe the CARFAC vote? Was that a formal vote? It's been stated that CARFAC voted on this, or was that members of CARFAC?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Pardon?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
So formal vote, public process, yes?
I mean, we have our meetings are open to the public. No one shows up, but
And that was an agenda item in which it was discussed and then voted on the
Yes.
way we vote on items here?
we had a subcommittee, the operations committee, and then we had the full
Very good. Thank you.
CARFAC.
So for me, what I'd like to see is, if staff recommends Conroy, what I'd like to see is us going back to Conroy, asking them to come back with an alternative that doesn't have the financing element where we guarantee the loan. And then, should that not happen, certainly the items that Commissioner Nagel identified are in the best interest of the township that we can. I don't see myself supporting us taking on that risk, but if we do take it on, it's wise to proceed in the way that Commissioner Nagel identified.
Is there any other commissioner?
Yeah, I'll just echo some of the comments. Well, first of all, I want to make sure that the message the administration is hearing is that we appreciate all the due diligence, all the work that's been done, the transparency. Decades ago, maybe that wouldn't have happened, and there'd be a deal that would be presented, and it would sound even better, and we'd just vote on it. But in this case, we have all the facts that at this moment, that we have. And I just want to thank administration and staff for all the hard work, the CARFAC committee, Tammy Cohen. I know you've all had lots of meetings over this. I think I share some of the similar concerns. It really comes down to a situation where we have a for-profit partner, and this will actually signify the first time that we have a for-profit partner using a public facility for profit whose mission is not serving the public. So in terms of structures, you think about the library, you think of the Kreutzberg Center, you think of all these other places that their mission is to serve the public. And in those instances, this board and past boards have been willing to not only underwrite, but fund and bond fund those activities. But in this situation, we're not necessarily floating a bond to cover the cost of the improvement of the facility, but we are on the hook the same. I have a lot of faith. I think Conroy Catering, based on my read of the comparison, they may be the right partner. Administration's recommending it. I have no issue with the partner. Again, I have issue with that liability. I just want to put it in context that, I'm not in the restaurant business, but anyone that knows restaurants, just by eating at restaurants, you'll know that the same restaurant is rarely there more than a few years. And this is not a restaurant, this is a catering, this is a wedding destination that's planned. It's different, but I don't know if it's that much different. And my concern is that, could any operator succeed for 30 years? I just don't feel it I'm in business 25 years this year, and over 50% of my clients are out of business. So 50%, over 500 companies that I deal with over the last 25 years are now out of business. So, I'm not saying that's this track record, but that's my experience in life. So I worry about these long-term deals. The other thing that strikes me as unexpected was I've been saying for years we need to find the highest and best use for this site. And when I say those things, I don't mean let's take what's there and triple the size of it and then find the highest and best use. I'm more like, well, what do we have? Let's make the highest and best use of it. My concern is this plan, although it sounds like a great plan, is so large thinking. In fact, they're going to probably double the size of the structure. And my concern is the dramatic increase in use for that park to offset and cover the cost of that improvement. Now, if you're talking about running an operation at that location to sustain it as it is versus raising the size of it, raising the cost of capital, and then supporting that for a long time, That's challenging to me because I still want the park to feel like a park and not be a steady procession of cars, coming into that park every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday throughout the year. We're talking about weddings that will be between 150 and 250 patrons. That certainly translates to at least 100 and some cars each day coming in and out, not to mention other persons that work at the wedding, the entertainment, the catering, and whatnot. So I'm in general support. I think it's a great plan. I just don't know if we've had time to digest the extent of it. It's huge. It's a big change from what we're seeing there. But yet I applaud administration for doing the diligence here and coming up with a partner that is so well suited for the assignment. So in the end, we're looking at, if the partner were to fail, we're looking at about a $300,000 liability per year to cover the debt. So if that partner were to fail in year 5, because maybe the site is not a great site to have weddings, I don't know, and then no further partners come along, taxpayers are stuck with $300,000 a year for up to 25 years from that point. And then we had the increased maintenance of a larger structure. The whole reason we got into this in the beginning was we were paying about $100,000 a year to do maintenance on a structure. Well, if the structure is twice the size, the maintenance may double in cost, and we have to make sure we can mitigate that. So it's kind of it's a mixed bag. I'm not going to support moving forward with this yet. I'd like to see a little more diligence done on risk mitigation. I really don't think the township should be assuming the risk on that debt. I think that's for future boards. They're going to scratch their head and say, why did this happen? I can't do it. So that's where I stand on it.
Madam President, if I may?
Sure.
Maybe just to detail a little bit more, this just authorizes the administration, the solicitor, to actually begin to put together what the contract looks like with all the details and addressing Commissioner Nagel, Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Curley, all of those concerns, Commissioner Schaefer, yourself, and the entire board, to actually move down this path. So tonight, I think, and Commissioner Nagel did a nice job, this is not awarding a contract to them. This allows us now to put the resources together, to put these things together, to address a lot of these, and even options that have been brought out here that we actually are able to walk down this path further and, again, doing due diligence.
Though, for some of us, there are issues in this proposal that are so significant, we don't want you to go down that path.
And that's fine.
That's
And
what
that's
we
fine.
had to communicate to you.
And that's fine.
Yes.
All right, are there any other commissioner comments? Would you care, you have some?
Well, up until yesterday, late afternoon, I was undecided on this matter. I really looked at Jeffrey Miller as my sentimental favorite. Our daughter was married last August and used your catering company at the John James Audubon Center in Audubon. And it was a wonderful result. I want to say, though, that this is, what action we take tonight is not binding on this board. In fact, the proposal from the other contractor has this statement: this proposal is non-binding and conditioned upon final plans, project cost, market conditions, and executed written agreements between the parties. That's in page 3 of the Conroy Dale proposal. And so that really is exactly how I would characterize the action we take tonight if we vote to approve Conroy Dale, because I equate this to a term sheet in a financing arrangement or heads of agreement in an international project finance arrangement, which means that this is the outline. It's a pure skeleton. It has to be augmented and fleshed out by negotiation. We're going to have an operating agreement. You're going to have a lease, which is $1 a year as I read it. But the real document that everybody's talking about is the promissory note that's going to be signed. So those things all have to be negotiated, and our board has to be satisfied that the fine details, the fine points, are in the best interests of the taxpayers of Radnor. And we can walk away at any point in that process if we don't find it that way. And we'll get no objection from Conroy Dale because, as I just read to you, they consider this their proposal non-binding. There is a duty of good faith and fair dealing. We have to negotiate fairly and honestly, and so do they. But in the end, we have an exit ramp if we can't reach agreement. I went through the Miller proposal, I went through the Conroy proposal, I made my own handwritten spreadsheet, which is really a mess. And with the help of Bill White this morning, I went over the fine points of each proposal, and I must say that the key to this working for us is the debt. Without the debt, we would end up with basically a much less attractive ultimate product than we will have with this project finance through PFIC. So what are we getting? We're getting from Conroy a commitment for all the operations and maintenance costs that the structure will need over the course of the lease. We aren't getting the same thing from Jeffrey Miller. Conroy is giving us a ballroom or banquet facility with a 30-year life, a structure, bricks and mortar. We aren't getting that from Jeffrey Miller. We're getting a structure with 15-year life, which has a fabric exterior. I understand it's the facility they have at their lake, is it called the Lake House, Bill? Inside is very attractive, but the exterior is going to be a problem from the standpoint of attracting people to use the facility. The renovation of the mansion, we're getting a commitment from Conroy that we would have bedrooms on the second and third floor, 8 to 12 rooms for overnight guests for weddings. We're getting half of that from Miller, an overnight suite on the second floor, but that's in phase 2. After the process of construction goes forward and the revenues start coming in, I suppose the Miller organization will make a judgment as to whether they can do that, that overnight suite. On operations and maintenance, repairs and maintenance, there's no monetary cap from the Conroy organization, but there is a monetary cap from Jeffrey Miller. The code upgrades, getting back to the safety issues, there's no conditions attached to that by Conroy. In Jeffrey Miller proposal, some will be done in phase 1, some will be done in phase 2. The restoration of the interior, the Conroy commitment is to do it in the style of the period. I assume that's Sarah Pilling, 1910 to 1920. I don't have a quote from the Miller organization, but our staff used the term cosmetic upgrades of the main floor and restrooms in the first 2 years and a new kitchen. The Conroy organization has plans for the solarium. They're going to remove the solarium, and I think from a historic standpoint that's okay because I don't think that was part of the 1913 structure. It was added sometime later, and they're going to replace that with amenities for banquet and overnight stay operations. So that's the comparison I made, and I apologize if I shortchanged anybody from Miller organization. Now let's get down to cases on the question of risk. As I said, this is non-binding on the township, whatever action we take tonight, and it's not binding on Conroy. Under Conroy, we get, in 2 years, a fully restored facility. It's $4.1 million, and there's a promissory note to be signed. We get a real ballroom with a 30-year life. Under Miller, we get a promissory note, but with regard to the ballroom, as I said earlier, we get a structure with a 15-year life and an outward appearance that's not, in my judgment, up to the same level as what we have there now, and wouldn't not compare favorably with the Conroy proposal. I already mentioned about the second and third floor overnight suites that we're getting with Conroy, and we're not getting a firm commitment from Jeffrey Miller. We're getting something on the second floor and maybe on the third, well, nothing at all on the third floor. Okay. What has to happen for the township to be placed at serious financial risk here is that the business has to fail. The Conroy organization has to default on its guarantee to us for the lease payments. And I don't know whether the Conroy organization is going to give us a corporate guarantee, which has weaknesses because the balance sheet could diminish to nothing, or are we going to get a personal guarantee from the principals of Conroy and Lake Properties? We could, in the worst case, find a new catering company. We had 5 or 6 proposals that got us to this point. Surely we could find a caterer to step in. And remember, we have a 2-year financial cushion that if there is a default, and in the payment on the promissory note and the guarantee we get from Conroy, we get a 2-year cushion of totaling $530,000. And that would give us time to, well, we use that to make the payments, but it would give us time to find a substitute contractor. So I think I've covered everything. All in all, no business venture is perfect. You're going to have risk. Is it 100% or 99.9% risk, or do you have a 0% risk? Here, I think we're way down at the latter end, not at 0, probably not at 5, not at 10, but we're not putting ourselves in a situation where, in my judgment, we're jeopardizing the well-being of the taxpayers of Radnor. So for those reasons, I'm inclined at this point to vote for the Conroy proposal.
Okay, do we have any other commissioners? No? Before we take staff and public comment, I was hoping that we could hear the motion that's on the table again, but since Commissioner Nagel has stepped out of the room, we'll have to delay that. But I want to clarify that I'm going to paraphrase his motion, which was we are directing staff to further negotiate with Dale Conroy Corporation to reach a acceptable agreement that would then be presented to us with specific instructions to address the debt situation and try to improve it from our standpoint. I think and that's the first motion.
I think that's accurate. That's the way I interpret it.
You think, is that?
Yes.
Okay, so that is what we're discussing. The second motion was a direction for staff to get professional guidance on the outstanding issues, on the propriety of having this be tax-free money and recognizing it as debt. Okay, so those are the issues that are in front of us. It is basically direction to staff to proceed. We're not approving any deal tonight. Okay, so is there any further staff comment before we continue our discussion?
Well, I just want to, you mentioned
Mm-hmm.
tax-free bonds.
Mm-hmm.
I learned today from our Director of Finance that there is a possibility, maybe a probability, that the PFIC corporation would, this project would not be eligible under Pennsylvania law for tax-exempt financing.
Well, that is exactly what we need a legal opinion on.
Yeah, so-
Okay.
And that will increase, our obligation from, let's say it was 4.167 million or 4.0, it's going to increase it to something higher over 30 years.
Yeah, if I could just jump in, because I know that in the past there have been some that have thought that I make legal statements. Our conversation this morning is based on conversations I had with our bond counsel, where they indicated that. So that's.
Right, so the direction is to
I'm paraphrasing
clarify
based
that.
on what advice I was given from bond counsel as we proceed. So the next
Okay.
step at the board's direction would be to get that in writing.
Right.
And Bill, would that result in a higher interest rate, or? Yes.
Yes.
So everything I said tonight, the 300,000, it's higher.
It could potentially be higher with that, yes.
And I'm just speaking off the top of my head here, which I hate to do, but as we were having this discussion and I'm thinking through other ways that we could mitigate this risk, there's also the possibility that, if $4 million of capital improvements are needed, and this group needs our guarantee to get that type of debt, well, there may be some number of debt that they can achieve without our guarantee. So, if they can go out to the market, and especially if this doesn't involve our tax-exempt status, they could go out to market and see how much they can get on their own without our guarantee. Maybe they can get $3 million, but not $4 million. So maybe there's some hybrid of that would also minimize our risk. Okay, with that, is there any public comment on this?
I think everyone knows who I am at this point. Jeffrey Miller, the other respondent.
Hi, Jeff.
Appreciate your time and all your efforts. I think you're leaning towards a decision which is based on misinformation. You keep talking about mitigating the risk. You can actually eliminate the risk. We're willing to finance this ourselves with our own money, so the township is not asked to put up any money at all. You don't have to finance this loan. We'll do the job at our expense. Sure, sorry. But it's their money. That's why I'm addressing them as well. In terms of characterizing our building as a tent with a 15-year life, that's completely untrue. I'd like to take a minute for Ralph, our architect, to discuss it. Here's a picture of the ballroom. As you can see, it's got...
If you put it here, we can put it on the screen.
Sure. How does that work?
You put it right on the table. And then he can...
Upside down.
There you go, good job.
Ralph can talk about that, and also the improvements, I think.
It's somewhat difficult without actually showing you all the drawings that were previously submitted. Thank you. It's somewhat difficult to clarify this building structure without showing you images. We have images. I don't know if you're open to seeing them. The building is a steel structure. Think of it as a prefabricated building. Think of it as something that you go into when you go to a football stadium.
Madam President, if I may, as a point of order, Jeffrey Miller had the opportunity to present to the board, the Parks Board, and now they're presenting something or discussing items that, again, were outside the process, even outside the process of actually the conversations with staff, which I think, again, goes back to the issue everybody talks about transparency in that. Well, here is we will circumvent the coordination with that. So
I'm going to allow them to make their presentation because I'm sure it will be brief and professional. And then we can take this
you're right.
and we will
should I just look to go on
give
the
it the
record
weight
of that?
that we choose to give it. Proceed.
In response to the comment, everything that we're showing you was already presented. We're representing it with some clarification because it was was not accurately described in the written review that the municipality put out. This is a steel structure that happens to have a EDPM roof, which is the same roof one might put on a warehouse. It is prefabricated so it can be installed quicker. All the walls that you see where I'm pointing to are stick-built. The only fabric is on the roof. The steel structure is not a temporary structure. It has full footings and foundations and requires the same review and inspection by the municipality as any other structure. It is, in my opinion, not to be categorized as a temporary structure or a structure with a 15-year life. The steel structure that is part of the design of a prefabricated structure exceeds any requirements in any part of this country except for hurricane requirements. It exceeds the requirements of your municipality and the current standards by which we design buildings. It does that in an attempt to give you the best building that can be put anywhere in this country. The renovations to the first floor are not cosmetic. If you looked at our plans, Kent, do you have our plans? Our plans show widenings of doorways, opening of spaces, replacement of bathrooms, new handicapped bathrooms, handicapped accessibility, light fixtures, wall treatments. So I would not classify the improvements to electrical and mechanical systems. These are not cosmetic.
I guess the most important thing is you're building a structure and you're proposing to finance it, but the real issue is how much does this bring back to the township? So we were proposing a $100,000 a year base payment. So no matter what happens, there's $100,000 a year in revenue to the township. Conroe was proposing $50,000. We both add percentage of gross, but if we do $1 million of sales, Conroe pays you 50, we pay 101. If either one of us does $2 million in sales, Conroe pays 50,000, we pay 127,000. If either one of us does $3 million in sales, Conroe pays 75,000, and we pay 162,000. And that's assuming he gets the funding at 2.5%, I believe it was, which is probably no longer available since rates have gone up. So if his debt is higher, then you get even less than that. And that's a fact. It's in the proposals. So in terms of doing the bedrooms and making it nicer or prettier, I think we've done a beautiful structure. We're paying you more money, and we're not mitigating the risk. We're eliminating it completely. Eliminating. There is no risk. So if we go out of business, you own the building, and you have no debt at all. That's really, I think, most of the issues here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming out tonight.
Sure. Madam President, if I may, just to address two issues here, just briefly. One is, it's interesting, the architect points out there's more to the, what's, I guess, improvement to the mansion. However, I have a document here from Jeffrey Miller Lake House in which we received on June 3rd that specifically says the mansion updates are cosmetic updates, paintings, those are your words, new ceilings, new lighting fixtures, original art from the Arts Center, and complete makeover of the sunroom. So you talk about doors and other things. I guess I don't see that, so I guess now is you're presenting something different as part of that. So I find, again, the contradiction of statements being made now, and I think that's been part of the process that we've seen as administration. There's contradictions, and then also, too, the opportunity to negotiate these things beside the normal process.
Okay,
that had
I
taken
don't
place.
think we need to rehash the whole process that we've gone through. I think we're comfortable with the process as it's gone so far. I think we probably have a majority willing to go in a certain direction tonight, and I'd like to go ahead and call further public comment before I call the vote.
Sarah Pilling.
Hi, Sarah.
Garrett Hill, granddaughter of the architect, and here I am again. I found these photographs. These were in a magazine in 1913. This building was identified as one of the finest examples of a country home in the United States at the time. It was never a mansion, folks. This is a building that was built for an Irishman was the son of the owner of Gibson Distillery, who was marrying a woman from California. Now, we think of California, and what's that 6-hour flight? No. In 1910, we're probably talking 10 days to get here. And it was a home in the California style. So it's really quite interesting. If you look at this picture, which is the back of the house, you notice that Jeffrey Miller, the architect's concept is to put that pergola back on that was there.
What?
See this structure right here?
Yes.
That is the original pergola. That is in Jeffrey Miller's design to go
You
back.
have to help me with that
on
word,
the building.
pergola.
A pergola is it's an arbor, is another name
Okay,
for calling it. It may or may not have a roof, may or may not have pine. I found, just in personal interest, this picture, which is the front door, is really quite intriguing. In 1910, if there was an automobile, it was in the cottage, and the chauffeur came up to wherever the drive was, and this was a beautiful garden. But that's not why I want to speak to you tonight. I'm coming to you not as the granddaughter of the architect, although I am, but as a resident of Radnor Township who uses the property, the 47 acres, almost every day from March till December. And I continue to say the value is in the land, not in this house, which was never a mansion, that was built in 1910. I have not seen the latest proposals. I spent the weekend trying to access the packet, and that was an interesting experience, and it turned out it wasn't in it. But in Jeffrey, let me say, if you're after money, Conroy is probably the better deal. But as far as I can see, as a taxpayer and a resident of the township who uses that park, you're giving it away. You have 350 people coming on a Saturday. God knows how many cars that's going to be, probably 125 in that park. What I read in Jeffrey Miller's concept, and I've heard rumors that perhaps Conroy is now talking to the Wayne Art Center, is that through their connection, their long-term connection with the Wayne Art Center, you're actually bringing an additional resource to the mansion and to the park, in that it would be used for art classes. There was talk of a possible sculpture garden. There is the mansion, when it wasn't a wedding, could be an art gallery. It could be part of the decoration of the building, which would actually draw Radnor residents to the mansion, not the guests of a big, fancy wedding. And that's the piece that I'm really concerned about, that you're giving this building away. I think putting a 350-seat ballroom on this building will irreparably change it. And what if they do go out of business in 10 years? Then you've got this enormous bricks and mortar thing that you've added to the building. And as John says, you've got more upkeep. I just ask you not to move so quickly and to think of what an asset the land, the ambiance, the location is to us, the residents, the taxpayers of Radnor Township, because this is PLU. We own this. And I'm not convinced that it's been other than dollars and cents. And that's almost a disservice to us to give it away, to turn it into, it's a pejorative, a banquet hall. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Sarah Armstrong, Radnor resident. I'm sure there's pros and cons to both proposals. My comment is not about one over the other, except about, you can guess, the money. And to further mitigate any risk with this $4 million performance guarantee, have you investigated indemnity insurance at all? Because that's how you could mitigate that risk for the taxpayers.
You mean having?
You can have an insurance company underwrite that guarantee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Insure,
called
insure the
indemnity
risk.
insurance.
Insure
Yeah.
the risk. I don't
I'm
think.
sure,
no,
I'm
that's-
sure Bill knows about it.
That hasn't been.
Just something to look into if you do decide to go down that route. There are insurance vehicles that they assess the risk and they say what is the likelihood of default, and then they take the
If it's
burden.
like a performance bond,
It's insurance.
You pay them back.
Well, no, you pay an annual fee. It's just a smaller fee.
If it's like a
I'm just saying to
performance
look into
bond-
it. If you do decide to go down
Yeah.
that
Well, we
route,
can put that on the list
indemnity
of things
insurance
for
is-
our,
I've done it for other things at work, and
Okay, that's great.
something to
Thank
look
you
into.
for the suggestion. Okay, is there any other public comment? All right, I guess we have 2 motions on the floor, which both have been moved and seconded by Bill Spengler. I don't think we need to go over them again. I think they were clear.
Summarize them just so we know which one we're voting for. if you don't
First,
mind.
we're going to go ahead and vote first on the motion to proceed with negotiations with Dale Conroy Corporation and hammer out some of the terms with a focus and specifically addressing the debt terms and looking into ways to mitigate that risk that we would be taking on. So that's the first one that we're voting on. So, moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I didn't see this end of the table.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, it passes 4-3 with Commissioners Higgins, Fisher, Kevin Higgins, Fisher, and Curley opposing. Okay, and the second motion is to direct staff to get legal and professional advice as to the propriety of using tax-free bonds and how and if we would recognize the debt incurred by any guarantee that we take on. Was that it? Was there anything else?
You captured the essence of it. It's also, so you have Clifton Larson Allen will talk about how it gets reported. You'll have Cozen will talk about the bond, and then John will talk about the legal side of the whole thing. And
Do we
all
even need
of
a
them.
motion for that? I mean, that's, certainly everybody wants you to do
Well,
that.
it's
I made
it's
a motion.
authorizing the professional staff to
Yes, okay,
do the
so-
due diligence
Right.
that includes.
All right, so that's been
And there will
moved
be
and
some dollars
seconded.
expended too.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Kevin Higgins opposed. Yes, and Commissioner Higgins has a footnote before we move on.
Roberta Winters of the League of Women Voters addressed us tonight, and she had a dozen questions. One of them was, how are we going to know that we're being treated fairly in the calculation of revenues and expenses? I would expect we'd have a very strong audit clause in both the promissory note and the lease and the operating agreement. The repayment time on the note, I believe, is 29 years, is it not, Bill? Okay. Our obligation with the face value of the note, we don't know yet, but it'll be in the $4 million range. You asked about title. Are we going to give up title to the property? No. Unless there's some hidden concept involved, no, I don't think that would happen. Will we require the contractor to follow GAAP contracting procedures prevalent in the U.S.? Yes. Oh, Bill, why the off-balance sheet concept?
Well, I guess the answer is that's the way it was proposed at this point, and based on the explanation we've received so far, it's something that we feel like is worth investigating as a means to an end. It doesn't necessarily have to be the means that we use at the end of the day, but at this point, that's what was proposed, so that's what we've recommended moving forward in analyzing.
Well, Bill, it would be disclosed as a footnote if you went down that path,
Yeah.
right?
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, it always would be reported.
Yeah, off-balance sheet just means it's on the operating statement. It
Right.
doesn't mean it's off the books entirely.
I wanted to just make sure.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Jim, two things. First, thanks to the League for this, and staff should look at all these questions and make sure we have good answers for all of them. Second thing I wanted to mention, if you look back again 10, 15 years at the rental history of the Willows, the traffic was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there were times when we had more than one wedding on one day. So put it in context. People were worried about the increased traffic. We've been there before. Sarah, from what you said, it sounded to me like you wouldn't want either proposal because both of them essentially are the same as far as the use. Well, it sounded like that. They're both going to become banquet facilities, no matter which one it is. So I'm not going to put words in your mouth. That's my interpretation of what you said. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to moving forward. We're going to be highly involved, all of us. We welcome public to be involved. CARFAC is going to be very heavily involved. I've already talked to 4 of the members that are just excited about digging into this, making it work. It's a great thing for Radnor Township. We save the mansion, we improve it, and it's a wonderful asset, and we found out from our population they want that building saved.
Okay. I am going to go ahead and move us along to Finance and Audit with Commissioner Kevin Higgins.
Right, there is a series of disbursements on the agenda to be accepted and approved. They are 2013-6A, 2013-6B, 2013-6C, and 2013-6D. The 4 of those sets of disbursements in total amount to $3,751,817.85, and these have been approved and reviewed by the various departments and are within the budget approved by us for this year. So I make a motion to accept and approve these.
Second?
Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0. Next, we'll move to Parks and Recreation. with
Madam President, if I could just real quickly.
Sure.
I wanted to take a few moments and just announce to the board and the public that the Township's 2012 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report is complete. The report is uploaded onto the Township's website under the Finance Reporting and Budgeting page. I don't know if, Jim, you could put that up real quick just to show how to get there. But just real briefly, it's the one comprehensive financial report that we put together every year that's been reviewed by the auditors, and where the auditors had expressed their opinion on those statements. It includes their report. It includes the management's discussion analysis, the audited financial statements themselves, as well as the notes to the financial statements, and then required and other supplementary information, and then the unaudited statistical analysis, which a lot of people find that's actually the most useful part of the report, because it provides the only section of the report with comparative data year over year. And all of this was put together in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles. So if anyone's interested, the report's on the website. Just click the cover page on the cover is the link to the report itself. And again, this was the culmination of work headed up by Mr. Tate, who's sitting here tonight, Bob, as well as the rest of the finance department worked together in putting the report together and getting through the audit. His leadership and the department's work, along with the cooperation from all the departments, allowed us to get this report together. So thank you to all of them.
Thank you. Excellent, excellent work. It's a great read, bestseller for the summer. I recommend everyone take it to the beach. You'll enjoy it. All right, moving on to Parks and Recreation with Commissioner Nagel.
I'll make a motion to authorize that the Radnor Township EAC, that we authorize the Radnor Township EAC to create and recommend a sustainable parks policy to the Board of Commissioners. After we get a second, I'll ask Tammy to.
Second.
Tammy, would you please tell us a little more about this?
Sure. This recommendation comes to you from the EAC that stemmed from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Action Plan that I believe this board approved in April of 2012. And this was one of the provisions that was part of that, to actually move forward and create a policy, the Sustainable Parks Policy, that would actually be an effort that would include the EAC and the staff in working towards implementing sustainable features where possible within the township parks, evaluating things like energy efficient processes, using recyclable materials, things like that. So with that, the EAC would like to move forward in developing that plan that would come back to you, and we anticipate that would occur at the next meeting on August 12th.
So, Tammy, I don't object to the concept, but before it comes to us, since it pertains to parks, it shouldn't come to us, in my opinion, directly from the EAC. They should run it through the Parks and Rec Board before it comes to us. I said, I don't object to the concept. However, because it pertains to parks, before it comes directly to us, the EAC should run it through the Park and Rec Board.
That seems reasonable.
Well,
And they
I
can see-
suggest that, yeah,
Yeah.
once they develop it, it goes, actually, you should work with the Park and Recs Board on this development, and I'm sure they would be excited to do that.
Have they worked on the drafting already?
The Parks and Recreation Board?
No, the EAC. Is
They
a policy
have-
that
they
has
have
draft?
prepared a rough draft at this
Okay.
point. And I think the understanding is where the direction came was that it was to come back to you directly from them, but we can certainly evaluate taking it to the Parks Board. I would anticipate at this point, they probably wouldn't actually see a policy or a plan until September, because there's no Parks and Recreation Board in August.
Isn't there a Parks and Rec next week?
There is, but I'm not sure if the final draft would be completed in time. There's
Okay.
actually Parks and Recreation Board meeting this week. It's on
This week.
Thursday.
Okay.
I just don't know if it would be ready in time for their review.
And then it
that
wouldn't be.
agenda's actually already been posted.
Well, we shouldn't let that hold them up. So even if they look at it after we see it, that we can still use their comment.
We can take a draft to them on Thursday.
Okay, great. That would be great. All right, is there any other commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Public comment. Is that in time? Oh, good. Jim Schneller, St. David's. I've spoken on this topic before, and I really regret that the township is even considering supporting an Agenda 21 agenda. It's known nationwide that Agenda 21 is a UN empowering policy, essentially a land grab. We have a lot of fictional data about greenhouse gas that's been brought to the front, and these policies have never been voted on by the American people. It comes down from the UN. Congress has nicely passed it over, and therefore we have 30,000 townships that now have wonderful comprehensive plans that no one ever really approved. If we want power from the top, America of all places, why don't we vote for it? I think it's time I objected to the fact that Radnor is one of only 20 municipalities in Pennsylvania that belongs to the ICLEI, nicely coined the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. I repeat, this has nothing to do with environmental initiatives, and we don't need untransparent internetworking, two-thirds of which we don't even know the intended effects on the American people. I hate to sound like I'm anti this, but this isn't really the environment that I cared about when I was going to college, and I don't think it has a lot to do with the good of Radnor. Missouri is the first state to outlaw Agenda 21. If enough townships stood against this sort of activity, maybe Pennsylvania would be inclined to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
And is there any chance I could affect your vote? If there's three of you
We didn't actually
and
vote,
one straddling the line, please.
We'll take the vote and you can see.
Thank
Jim, I have to be honest, I can't say that. I'm sorry. I will listen to what you have to say, but it's very difficult. I mean, the subject is much deeper than a minute or two.
That's very true.
So it's hard for that information to resonate with me because of the complexity of it. So get me any information you want, and I'll take a look at it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
If the agendas came out before Friday afternoon, it would be more, it would facilitate people getting you emails and links, sending you links to what is a huge abundance of information here.
Well, thank you for your concern, and I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0. All right, next, Public Works and Engineering with Commissioner Jim Higgins.
Yes, the first matter is the proposed ordinance on the subject of stormwater. It's ordinance 2013-15, which has been drafted by staff, including our solicitor, and which lays the foundation for enactment of an ordinance that would give the township a dedicated source of funding to institute extensive stormwater management controls throughout the township. So I will move its introduction.
Second?
And there is a memorandum that accompanies this, if it's out back there on the table. This ordinance is the result of 9 months of study by our consultant, AMEC, which is a worldwide organization. They have an office in Plymouth Meeting. AMEC guided a citizens organization called the Stakeholders Advisory Group in coming up with this program, including an ordinance. And the ordinance does specify that we would charge a fee to property owners, both residential and commercial, institutional and governmental, based on the square footage of the parcel as determined by the tax records at Delaware County's Recorder of Deeds office. The minimum payment per year is $56.64. That's for a small lot of 0 to 7,000 square feet. And then we go from 7,000 to 20,000 square feet. That rate would double, which would be $112, $113 and then a year. And then above that, 20,000 to 43,560, you'd have a tripling. And then above 43,560, it would quadruple. So that, at our last meeting, we talked about, well, I'll let it go at that and just ask the chair if she wants to open it up for further discussion.
Yes, and I'm going to actually start the discussion. I would like to say I support this mechanism. I support the notion of the utility and the fee. I fully support the program that as it was put together and presented from the committee that worked on this and from our consultants and staff. And I fully acknowledge the necessity of doing this. So I am 100% in the camp of making this happen. However, I am not going to support introducing this ordinance tonight. I realize I'm probably in the minority, but I voiced my concerns at the last meeting about doing this before we have had an opportunity to have the proper education of our community. There are 6,600 homes that are going to get a bill in the mail from this, and there are about 60 families who have been paying close attention to this. And this is a big change in the way we do things. I think it's a necessary and proper change, but I think if we just put this out there without the proper education, it's going to backfire on us, and it's going to sabotage all the good work that we have put forward. I feel even more strongly about this than I did last time because in the interim, I've reached out to my constituents and sent an email out to, the 400 families that are on my list that get emails from me. And the reaction I got was bewilderment. And, it takes time to explain. There are plenty of parts of this township where people just don't know that this is a problem, really. They don't have this problem in their neighborhoods. They need to be educated about how our safety is at risk on our streets and how this is a township-wide community problem. But unless we have that education, we are going to get resistance from large chunks of this township for this fee. So I continue to submit that we should continue this discussion, continue to get input, do a township-wide mailing or education effort through our newsletter in September, and do some outreach, some community meetings in the different wards, and make sure everyone understands what this is about before they get the bill in the mail. I also have had some more thought about the billing rate that we're using. I'm uncomfortable about passing or introducing this with the billing rate that we talked about last meeting, the $56 per billing unit. We chose that option too because we don't want to go out to market and get a bond. That caused the billing unit rate to go up. It went from about $36 from a billing unit to $56 because without the bond, we need more money up front because we have capital needs up front that it would take a while to collect just through cash collections. Makes perfect sense. However, it had a significant effect on the rate, and it made it significantly higher, which, again, for people who don't have stormwater problems, is a little harder to swallow. In light of the fact that we stand this year to have a very healthy excess fund balance because of some fluke settlements, I think we really need to think through whether we can put some of that needed cash up front without raising the, without having a bigger fee. And I mentioned this at the last meeting, that we should have a conversation about earmarking some of those surplus funds towards this effort. Because if we have cash available and we can front load this a little bit, we could make the billing unit go down. So I would love our consultants to look at what that might look like. If we put a cash infusion into this project of $1 million or $2 million up front, what that would do to the billing unit that we would have to be charging to the fee. And I'd like to have that explored at least a little bit before we introduce the billing rate. It may not work, but I'd like to see the math done. So I want to reiterate that I'm completely behind this program and completely behind having a fee. I just am not comfortable introducing this tonight. Those are my comments.
I have a few questions and comments. Bob, just walk me through your anticipated timing, because somehow, in my opinion, this has to fit into the budget process. It's money out of the taxpayer's pocket, so it needs to fit into the budget process. Would you envision this fitting into this year's budget process, or is it on a separate timeline? How do you envision this going forward?
Actually, Commissioner, would be both. Actually would impact this year's budget if the board would approve it within the time frame, the potential of a billing going this year. But also this will impact as we develop the budget as well for addressing what priorities and projects. I think Commissioner Schaefer's point about if there's any excess revenue, I think that's something that we're going to bring to the board too. The percentages similar to what we've done the past 2 years, of where we would set some of those additional dollars aside. So really this is running, I believe, concurrently, not only with this year's budget, but with the development of the budget for next year.
So that was my first question. My opinion is the rate structure doesn't seem fair. It's based on simply the size of the property. So you could have a house impervious coverage that's limited, very limited on the property, but because you have a lot of acreage, you have to pay a lot. Whereas if you have a smaller amount and a large amount of impervious coverage, you're getting subsidized by the other people. So I'm not comfortable with how the rate structure works fundamentally. So again, I'm aligned with Elaine that I think there just needs to be some more work done on this to get this thought out better.
Sure, and I think to address Kevin's concern, I think Elaine's too as well, what we could do then is move, as part of this process, move along, which AMEC had spoken about, to do the analysis per property, which then that would address, I think, a lot of the concerns on the impervious versus pervious, to be able then by property, to be able to then designate those who have mostly impervious property would pay more and less. And I think that would address the concerns, I think, what Elaine and Kevin, what you're speaking about too. So I think that would be something that the board could escalate
I feel for
much
the
quicker.
people who have a lot of water problems, but at the same point in time, they bought the property, they knew that it was there, and somebody else at a different point in time, at a different spot, shouldn't have to bear the costs of dealing with that issue.
Correct. So it's very possible you would have a one-year billing, and then you would then kick that, then you would actually kick in the second phase that the board would actually, I think what you're looking for then is based on the impervious.
Yeah, Kevin, I think what was the timeline on actually doing the impervious analysis? I believe it was...
I thought it was year 3.
Yeah, it's pretty far out, Kevin.
Yeah.
So
why wouldn't you do it all now?
And I think that's where...
It
costs money.
It costs money to do it,
Yeah.
and it takes time.
Also,
Do it right the first time.
But it might not be sensitive. You might end up spending a lot of money and having a bill go from $225 to $218, that sort of thing. So, I mean, my sense is that the if you're going to do this, it should have discrete iterations, whether it's 4 or 8 is a detail. But I'm not sure you're going to get a lot of benefit from having, 18 or I guess 9,800 different calculations. My sense is it should be a finite number. Maybe 4 is too few, but it shouldn't be one calculation for every unique property. Is there so has a motion been made then on this? I don't recall.
Yes, it was moved by Jim Higgins and seconded by
Okay. I
Bill.
have a couple of questions, and then I have an amendment that I'd like to propose. So first is on page 7, it says the manager is authorized to adopt any administrative policy or procedure that the manager deems necessary or convenient to interpret or implement the ordinance. That sounds like a lot, more than I suspect we should give. What's the purpose of that? Why do we need that?
It's just administrative policies in terms of in-house, how to handle the collection of the money. It's not going to change any of the content of the ordinance. I mean, it may be too broad, Don, but it's in there as a catch-all, so you don't have to come back and make changes to the ordinance to do something that's relatively simple administratively.
Okay, I mean, my sense is that it's just ripe for abuse, not by Bob, but we're not writing this ordinance for you, Bob. We're writing it for whoever the manager is. So I don't know if others feel similarly. Let me know. And then I also want to read, the Board of Commissioners received a memo from the Riverkeeper, and on page 6 of that, I'll read it, it's one line. I recommend that there be an enforceable commitment which ensures that each of the township's communities will benefit from the program by ensuring that the funds raised have to be invested in some substantial and defined degree in each of the township's watersheds. I think that's a very prudent statement, I think that's prudent guidance, and we should do it. There's a couple of principles that it embodies. One is the polluter pays principle. The second is this link. Under the way we're proposing it now, some people have stormwater problems, and people are being tasked to pay for that even if they don't contribute it to it. If we have this enforceable, substantial and defined degree that we commit the funds to a particular watershed, then everyone either pays to contribute to a solution that they are causing or benefits from a solution in their watershed. So to me, I think that's sound advice. We could start with some kind of 80-20 split. The number is negotiable, meaning like 80% in the watershed, 20% anywhere in the township. And then if people felt that that number was incorrect, the number could be adjusted. But to me, there should be in the words of the Riverkeeper, there should be an enforceable commitment that some of the money stays in a particular watershed.
Wait, can I?
Don, have you
what
made
do
that as a motion?
I didn't make it as a motion. I'm discussing it to see if there's an interest.
Can I
in it.
just understand that? So you would essentially have 2 different billing systems? So you'd have the programmatic costs from one watershed, and those payers would pay for that?
No, I would have, in this case, because Radnor has 4 watersheds, the money would be raised, and then depending upon where it came from, it would go to 4 distinct pots, and then it would be spent from those 4 distinct pots. And a portion of that money, let's say we use the 80-20 split, 20% of that, if the board says there's so much of a problem in this particular ward, then we can take that 20% from the others and spend it anywhere we want. But there should be a commitment to keeping most of the money in the watershed to which it is either the people contribute to the problem or the people benefit from the problem.
Don,
So, generally, that's a watershed approach.
I was going to say, I completely support the concept of watershed approach, whether it's what the split is. I'd say we'll have some good, serious discussions about. The concept, I think, is very important also because it gives some buy-in.
Yes.
That, okay, I'm contributing something to Wayne, because in my ward, what I hear is everything goes to Wayne.
Yes.
But now that they see that Ithan Creek,
Yes.
Darby Creek are having some matters directed.
And I know that when I go back to the 6th Ward constituents, I want to be able to make that argument to them. So I don't know whether you want to have a discussion about the number, whether you want to direct staff.
It sounds like it's a complicating concept to be putting into this ordinance tonight or even at the next reading. It might be look, we have 10 projects waiting in backlog that are crying out for a solution, and to then come in and overlay on top of that problem a system of allocation of money, to me, just will slow things down, bog things down.
I can state it in a sentence or two, what the amendment would be.
Well, it's not the amendment. It's not the wording. It's the concept of slowing down the process of getting these 10 projects off the ground.
Well, Jim, we could look at it and come up with a figure that 50% of the money raised in the watershed. It doesn't have to be an 80-20 split, because the problem, if you take your area in North Wayne, you got 600 acres coming there, and 80% of the people that contribute that are not going to contribute anything to help solve the problem because they don't live in Radnor. So that, we might have to spend more money there, that's raised elsewhere, because there won't be enough money raised in that watershed, because most of that watershed is in another township or county.
And Jim, we're years away from any physical infrastructure being, under the best scenario, years away from any physical infrastructure being built.
For some of the 10 projects, you're right, but not for all of them.
And this change will not, I don't believe it will impact that in a negative way at all.
No, I don't either. I think what it'll do is it'll say, let's say we have $1 million to work with. It would say that's got to be divided, a percentage of that goes to the watersheds, but there's still a large chunk that's going to go to getting those projects moving.
And also because the problems roughly correlate to size of the watershed. So you're going to generate a significant amount of money, and then you're in that particular watershed, like using the example of the first your watershed alone will generate a significant amount of money. And then if the board is inclined, it can take money from each of the other watersheds and redistribute it. We just have to, in my opinion, we just have to have a defined amount so that everybody knows how their money is being spent.
Okay, I'm open to a change.
So are you suggesting that we direct AMEC to do this calculation? Or, I mean, someone's going to have to figure out what the borders of those watersheds are going to be.
Well, there is no scientific way to come up with that amount. That amount is whatever it is you decide qualitatively you think it should be.
No, what she means is
What I mean,
who's in the watershed, but we know who, we can figure out who's in the 4 watersheds.
And that's easy information for them.
And is it easy to track the money from each watershed?
Yes.
So you take the
Yes,
addresses?
they have each parcel by, all they have to do is take all the parcels, divide them by watershed, instead of having one list of, I don't remember the numbers, was it 9,000 parcels, now they'll have 9,000 divided by 4, and they'll create 4 funds.
I don't know, our AMEC guy is sinking in his seat.
Well, Don, I don't even think it's necessary to get into that kind of detail. We just say of all the funds collected, this much of them has to be divvied up to the watersheds, and this much is general and can go anywhere. I mean, I think what you're proposing overly complicates it. It's a policy decision by us, so you just divide by 4,
I don't think so,
right?
because you won't know how much money you have till you do the work he's just described.
Yeah, and I don't think that it complicates it at all. I think it's an afternoon of work. We're paying them $236,000 or something like that. They can take an afternoon to figure this out. So I don't think it complicates it, and I don't think it impedes the construction in any way.
Don, give me an example of who lives in a watershed and who doesn't. If you have 4 watersheds.
Everybody lives in a watershed.
Everyone lives in a watershed.
Yeah,
They
okay.
just live in 4 different ones. So the people who, let's take,
South Wayne's
a
different
little
than North Wayne.
of what I'm talking
West
about
Wayne is different than us.
speaks to the problem that Elaine identified, that she has residents that aren't contributing to the problem in your ward and aren't benefiting from the solution. And they're going to be very troubled by $225 that goes to a solution that isn't in their ward. And one way that you remedy that is by keeping the water in a watershed. So now every resident in Radnor that pays the fee to solve a problem or produce a benefit that is in their particular watershed. Everyone is either a contributor or a benefactor. Under the plan that we have now, some people neither contribute to the solution nor benefit from the solutions.
Madam President, if I may, just briefly, and what I'm going to do is use some visuals to kind of go through this, because I understand the concern down is, using dollars where it's at, but also, too, is residents traverse throughout the township in certain areas, and I want to thank some of the residents. Betty, I appreciate you sending some of these, but these are some of the photos that we have where, again, you have residents that are moving throughout the township in their travels that, again, they may not live in that specific neighborhood, but their vehicles are moving through there. So I think as we step through some of these pictures, you can see where some of these items are at and the significant amount of water that's being generated. So again, the impact may not be to a specific home, but when you look at globally at the township, you look at areas here again too, the significant impact to certain intersections where, again, pictures are worth a million words, but when you look at these, and we can just keep stepping through
Everybody
these.
goes to the middle school.
I mean, you could just keep going, stepping through these, and you just see the significant amount of water that you have is part of these. So I mean, these are significant waters. Again, as you look here, we just. So I mean, these are some that too. Again, you have by the fire station. Bill, I agree with you. You have a lot of those that impact emergency vehicles too to be able to get to homes. Again, these all impact the township as well as a whole. So I understand the concerns, the watershed in that. I think that's something as we continue to keep moving through this process, but it does impact a lot of these areas, and you can see that, these are significant issues, and I think there you have two perfect pictures, one of what it looks like in other conditions and now where you're at. So these are significant issues. So I think a lot of this is the details to work through. Again, I'm sure there'll be some additional expense we'll get from AMEC as part of this.
Maybe we ought to find out what they do in other areas.
This may be, I understand from Brian, this may be a first in Pennsylvania that we would
first,
actually
I
look
want
at
to
by
make
watersheds.
the
I mean
point.
about sharing throughout the country, sharing
The money. Well, first of all, I'd like to make the point that the program list of projects that we choose will be approved every year, okay? And it'll be approved by this board. And this board has 7 representatives from 7 wards. So any commissioner who's worth his or her salt is going to be advocating for projects that are going to improve her or his ward. So that, in that way, there's a constant effort to make sure that all wards are represented. Also, all the maintenance money, the operations money, that every neighborhood has stormwater system. Every neighborhood, whether they know it or not, it's not obvious, has stormwater needs and issues and costs because our drains need to be cleared and debris removed, which is very costly and has been deferred for a long time in many neighborhoods. So there are going to be, whether we force it or not, there is going to be a spreading of spending throughout all 7 wards because our systems are already in all 7 wards. And when the projects go to be approved, we're going to have commissioners advocating for their own wards. So I even if there wasn't a clearly delineated, I forgot how the Riverkeeper worded it, system, there is actually a system so that this money is spread out. Now, there are some areas of our township that have worse problems than others, and some that are more important to fix up right away because they're a threat to our safety. Having our fire station become incapacitated every time we have a heavy rain is a problem for everyone, whether you live right next to it or not. So I kind of we have to put a little trust into the way the system works in determining what we spend, that it won't all be spent in one neighborhood.
Then why don't you just do it through a tax increase?
Because then none of the nonprofits are paying.
Lane, my response would be then do it by adjusting the number. Like you could have, even if it's a 40-60 split. But the idea is, I mean, there should be the beginning of a watershed process here. And so we're missing an opportunity to initiate something. Everyone recognizes that for this kind of thing to work, it has to happen on a watershed level. And we're missing an opportunity to initiate that. So if you're uncomfortable with the 80-20 split, then make it a 40-60 split. You can adjust the number every year, but there should be the beginning of a watershed process if we're going to start on an endeavor like this. So I don't know, what do the rest of you feel? Is it worth a motion, or?
Makes sense to me. It sounds a little bit fairer
Actually,
than
I think
everything.
I was one of the commissioners that pushed to have this introduced tonight. And the goal was to not just introduce it and then have a subsequent hearing and then adoption. The idea was to get it out in the public view as it is for discussion, have multiple hearings, get a chance to make some really important improvements to the document. I still feel that way. I think that's what tonight was. Tonight was introduce it, get it out there, get the press involved. We've already had the press involved. Don, I support what you're saying, but I think we don't have enough information to understand that. What will it cost to have AMEC, or I assume that AMEC would do that study. I think we need a map. We need a watershed map, and we need to decide how many watersheds do we have. Is it 2, or is it 4 or 8? I don't know.
Well, but recognize that that's all been done. So we're not recreating anything.
Okay, I'm not implying that. For administrative purposes, though, to administrate the collection of fees and administrate the spending of the funds, that hasn't been done, and there is administrative overhead associated with that. I support it, though. I think it's a good idea. I just don't know how. I don't think we're going to get it into the code tonight.
Okay, well, see, my sense is that what you do is all those things that you said are the particulars of what the code says. So the code has some general language identifying the formulaic relationship, and then when AMEC is assessing bills, they use that to determine the bills. So the key tonight isn't necessarily the language, but if you as a board or we as a board want that, tonight we should make that commitment and start directing staff and AMEC to proceed that way.
It would help me to hear from someone from AMEC to just describe the process of doing that, and if it adds cost to the development of this authority that we're creating.
Good evening. My name is Brian Merritt with AMEC Environment and Infrastructure. To some of the comments that were offered regarding moving to, say, a watershed-based billing system, if you will, determining which parcels are located in which watersheds within the township is not the difficult part. It's determining the way in which the fees will be distributed. And we did not build the program of services on a watershed basis. We built them based upon the needs of the township. We did not have that discussion with your stakeholder advisory committee. We talked about it as a whole, the whole of the township, the services provided to the community. Certainly there are elements, as Commissioner Schaefer pointed out, such as operation and maintenance, which are intended to cover the entirety of the township. But to programmatically say this watershed should pay this amount versus the other watershed, we would need a mechanism by which to do that.
Except that that's not what my proposal is. My proposal is not to change the fee based upon watersheds. It's to readdress the spending based upon watershed.
And you could do that, and it would have to be part of your normal budgeting process on an annual basis. If you're going to commit funds to be spent in that watershed, I think you'd be generally covered under the operation and maintenance components and the other elements of the stormwater program, but it's probably the most evident one would be where capital money is being spent. I mean, that's going to have the biggest dollar amount in any given year. And it will vary from what we've seen in the projects that are in the existing backlog now, and knowing that there'll be new projects again in the future. Were there any other questions I could help
Can I
answer?
ask a follow-up question about one of the other suggestions about moving up the honing in on each particular property's impervious? That was year 3, I think, in the budget.
Right.
Would that drastically affect things? I mean, would it be possible to move that up?
I believe it would, and we've already had some preliminary discussions with staff about what that might take to do. Essentially, we'd have to reduce the level of service associated with a particular program, let's say for operation and maintenance sake, cleaning of your system. We just reduce the amount of cleaning that happened in say, year 2, move up the acquisition of aerial imagery. What we're using right now is from Delaware Valley Planning Commission, the imagery they flew in 2010. We'd recommend that the township actually go out and you get your own imagery, and we've budgeted for that in the program of services and the cost. That could be done in the fall. You do it when the leaves are off, or you could do it in the spring as well. And then it would take some time to actually do the digitization on each and every parcel of the impervious surface. That an impervious surface-based billing system is what your stakeholder group recommended long-term.
Right.
It is probably the most equitable way to go over the life of a program, because you are billing people specifically based on how much impervious surface do you have present on your
And so how long does that, let's just say miraculously we got that started this fall. How long would it be till we had that? We'd still have to do a year of this estimate system before we would have those numbers at least.
Right. We would have to, there's some considerations of that. We'd have to do the digitization.
Yeah.
We'd have to rerun the rate analysis. So we have billing units based on the rate structure, which is included in the
Right.
ordinance now. So a tiered structure based on lot size for the residential properties, and for the non-single family residential, we actually went and we measured, we digitized their impervious surfaces on their sites. So they're being billed per 1,500 square feet of impervious surface.
Right.
We need to do that for the rest of the parcels, and then we need to determine how many billing units
Right.
are available to the township, and then we need to rerun the cash flow analysis to determine the estimated rate. And it will change, and it may end up being close to what it is now. It could be drastically different per billing unit. I can't say for certain until that analysis would be completed. It's probably something that would take until, if we had the imagery today, it would probably take us until probably winter. But in reality, if you could fly it, let's say in the fall, it would probably take us into next spring before we could come back to you with an updated rate
Right.
estimate. And another thing I would point out when you go to more watershed-based systems of billing or an approach to distributing funds, you'll probably hear kind of a microcosm of what you're hearing, I think, from your community now, in that some will say, I don't contribute to the problem, or I will not benefit from that. You'll get that same feedback on a watershed level. You'll have the same people on a smaller scale saying a similar thing.
But it will be inaccurate, completely false, because everyone will either contribute to the problem or benefit from the solution if you go to a watershed-based approach. So the issue is we're going to get that now, and there's going to be accuracy to the complaint. If we go to a watershed-based approach, you'll get that, but there'll be no accuracy. Complete fallacy to the argument.
Right, but you'll probably hear some arguments about, I'm not benefiting, I'm paying, but I don't see it.
Don, you're making a statement that I may not agree with. You're saying that everyone will either contribute to the problem or benefit from the solution.
That's right.
But is it not possible that there are parcels in the township that net out and do neither?
No.
That's not
possible.
I find that hard to believe. Because
But everyone has some impervious or have some rainwater hitting their roof.
There's no one's property that holds a 100-year storm. There's no one's property that holds a 10-year storm.
It sounds like a great philosophical argument, but in the end, you do it 50-50 or 60-40, and it's just all BS. I mean, when we do our roads, do we do it by towns or by wards, or do we do it by the roads that are needed? We spend all that money that we get, $500,000 liquid fuels, we do it based on the roads that are needed. And I've been a commissioner here for 32 years, and the commissioners have never interfered with saying, oh, no. Don't do them in John Fisher's ward. Do them in our wards because we have the votes. We've always done it on a non-political basis,
Yeah, but the commissioners advocate for their ward.
They advocate.
You have a bad road, you advocate.
I know you advocate
Bill's
for
right.
it, but it's got to fit.
We don't argue over
guidelines.
roads, but when we're deciding on a $2 million project,
I
there
think
will
we're
be
gonna
lots of
argue over
arguments.
this, and I think one of the reasons why we're going to argue over it is because I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of landscape-type projects, and those are improvements that people are going to want in their neighborhoods. I don't think we're going to see the flooding improvement that some think we're going to see, but the landscaping improvements are going to be desirable for people in their neighborhoods, and I think you're going to see a fight for this money that's distinctly different than the type of distribution we have with road money.
Well, I would suggest, at this point, to further the goal, that we introduce, if we can, get the votes tonight, introduce it with the fee as it is, but we all realize, I'm not satisfied with the existing form of the ordinance. I hope between now and, I would imagine, September or October, when we eventually adopt it, by then, we've introduced new concepts, new ideas, better, maybe a more fair rate structure. I agree, if you just substitute $2 million of capital funding into this plan, you can use the numbers that are already in the plan, you'll see that it drops the fee significantly.
Right, exactly.
It goes from 56 down to around $36. So again, and I think this board can, in the next 2 to 3 months, can help come to a determination of how much capital money to put in up front that we have in excess this year. I said at the last meeting that we may come in at $10 million, and imagine that it happened. So we have extra money right now. We need to use for long-term liabilities, and this is one of the long-term liabilities. I just want to remind everyone that it's been said, but quantitatively, there are 57 miles of pipe in the township. It's 300,000 feet, and the cost to change 1 foot of pipe in the street is about $150 a foot. If you do the math, you're looking at $200 to $300 million of maintenance over a long period of time. So if we don't have an authority in place to handle this, we're going to end up, it's like having a sewer system, sanitary sewer system, without an authority. Can you imagine trying to maintain that? We just had a break last week on King of Prussia Road. The repairs will be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where would that money come from if we didn't have an authority set up to collect the fees? So I support introducing it tonight. I want people to find out about it. I want them to know what we're planning, and I want them to have lots of time to come out and complain and give us ideas, so hopefully by September we have something better.
So is there support for this watershed idea? It doesn't sound like there is. It sounds like.
I think it makes sense, but.
I would be happy to hear more about it and have have some sort of presentation of how that might look. I don't think we need to determine that tonight. I mean, I don't think that the wording of this ordinance as it's been presented tonight is going to be what we pass. So that, in my opinion, there's plenty of time to change or add.
All right, well then I'll make a motion that, that staff prepare language for section 13 that incorporates the idea of a watershed approach for the distribution of the funds.
Second.
And that they bring that to us at the next time this ordinance is before us.
Okay, is there any further commissioner comment on Don Curley's motion only? Any staff comment on that or public comment on that, on just that motion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Spingler opposed. Okay, now on to, there is a motion on the floor for the introduction of the ordinance as written.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that. I'm going to support the introduction, although I would, if this comes back for a vote before the second meeting in September or October, I will not vote for it, for specifically the public education aspect. But I think we need to keep this moving, and the best way to do that is to introduce this so then we have something to talk about. And I'm very interested in moving this to an impervious-based system as soon as possible, if for no other reason than enlightened self-interest when I look at what my fee is going to be.
Right.
Well, the main reason to do it is because people that have a lot of impervious don't have an incentive to get rid of that impervious. That's the main reason to do it, not because you personally will gain.
No, the reason I think we need impervious space is because it more fairly represents the issue.
Yeah. But I mean, I
We
can,
can
think,
make
I can
the
think
case.
of I can think of a property in Radnor that could park 30 cars, and they park 3 cars.
No
They
argument.
just blacktop the whole rear, and they didn't have to. But if you did this, it's going to be incentive for them to cut that down.
Absolutely.
75%.
Absolutely.
and plant
That's the
grass.
goal.
That's the reason you do
Right.
it. Yeah.
All right. I'm distressed here. We're talking September, October to pass this law? Come on. This has been discussed in the public forums for 2 years. We've had AMEC on board for 15 months. We've had citizen meetings from last, when was it, Brian? November until April, and we don't think we've educated our public on this? And I have terrible flooding problems in my district, but I also have people that live high and dry, and they don't have any flooding problems. Well, I have to say to them, I'm sorry, we've got to fix the problems where people are getting washed out and have terrible flooding and loss of property, and we have to do it. But I don't understand why we need to wait through the end of this season, summer season, and then into the fall season. It's educate your people now. Get the notices out. Call town meetings, and let's get it done. That's my first point. The second is, John Rice, you received my markup. Are we considering, or Bob, are we considering the changes in this ordinance or not?
Jim, some of your markups are edits that they're not substantive. Some of them are questions. Depending on what you do tonight, what I would do, because the way the schedule is right now, is there's public hearings on Steve's legislative background scheduled for the 12th and the 26th. So I would bring your edits back. There's a few things I want to go over with you. You've just asked questions. You questioned the single-family residential.
I don't understand why we're calling our institutions non-single family. You can't call Cabrini College non-single family unit. So we've got to fix the nomenclature there.
Well, the non-single family is because we know the impervious for those.
But we don't
facilities.
define the non-single family.
Well,
we don't say institutional. We don't say Radnor School District. We don't say the government of Radnor.
Well, it's also a parking lot of a store.
Okay. Well, that ought to be fixed. Anyway, that's.
But that's something that I
Okay.
think AMEC has not seen your proposed changes, but I want to go over them. We can make those edits. I think there's some questions you have, and we can bring it back. It looks like
And
it's
one
coming
thing I
back
want to
August
ask,
12th.
I want to ask the other commissioners. There's the use of the phrase developed property. Developed property triggers the stormwater fee. What if a parcel is undeveloped? It's woods. It still could have terrible runoff and erosion. Do we want to include that in the fee structure?
I mean, that's a question that I know. I don't know whether Brian wants to address that, but that was a
Well, it
question
seems to me the whole
came up.
The whole mechanism is based on impervious coverage.
Right.
So an undeveloped property has no impervious coverage.
But it has runoff. It has runoff.
Well, then we would have to have a mechanism where we're measuring the runoff of people's pervious coverage as
Yes,
well. I mean,
yeah.
that would really complicate. I don't think it's based on impervious coverage. So,
Is a golf course a developed property?
Yes. I'd be surprised if there are any undeveloped properties in Radnor. Are there?
Is a school field
Yes. Yes.
developed?
Yes.
It is.
West Wayne Preserve's not developed. You know?
West Wayne Preserve would be an undeveloped property.
Yeah.
So you could even make, yeah. I mean, I would be surprised if that's a significant impact, Jim. It's a good
Okay.
point, but I don't think it's
All
going
right,
to have a.
thank you. I wanted everybody's opinion on that. I got it. And so I will ask the chair to call for the consideration of the motion.
all right, well, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any more commissioner comment on it? Is there any more staff comment on it? Is there any public comment?
Elaine, this is general comment at this point, not a motion.
On the introduction of this
Okay,
ordinance.
great.
Mhm.
I'm very much where you are right now, Elaine, with this. I think that most people have no idea about, Sarah Armstrong, Radnor resident, have no idea about this, and it has been talked about for a very long time, but this is the first time I think people are seeing things on paper in terms of how much It's being talked about in terms of square footage of your lot. Nobody thinks in terms of square footage, so I would also urge you to start talking about acres. People know if they have a quarter-acre property, half-acre, acre property. So it's $170 approximately if you have a 1-acre property here in Radnor. And I think that, this ordinance, for instance, calls for property liens against people who don't pay in a timely basis. That's significant. You're talking sheriff's sale after about 3 years. So I think that there are some really significant issues in the ordinance as proposed that the public really needs to understand. And frankly, July and August, people are on vacation. They're not paying attention to this type of thing, and there needs to be a huge education process in the township. I'm very sympathetic, especially in the First Ward. I see those flooding problems. I feel terrible for those people. I do think it should be included in the tax base. I understand from your conversation, I understand that the desire to make it a fee as opposed to taxes is to capture funds from the nonprofits, but you have to understand the flip side is you take away the opportunity for all the taxpayers to take it as part of a federal tax deduction. I can't deduct it if you charge me a fee, but it truly is
Sarah,
a municipal
we would lose millions of
property.
dollars if we didn't do it this way. Millions.
I'm telling you the downside. The downside for me personally, I understand that, what you're saying, but the downside for me personally is this is clearly a municipal government activity. I'm paying for it, but I don't get the federal tax deduction. That's just the reality. I understand the other side of that as well. So there's a huge education process. I would urge you to wait to make sure that people understand what they're paying for, because it's another $170, and those fees just keep coming. So thank you. I know a lot of work's been done, but I think there's more. So thanks.
Thanks.
John Valiutini, 106 Walnut Avenue. The township's been talking about stormwater fee now for 14 months. I think it was first broached shortly after the May 2012 flood. Residents, including myself, regardless of what the topic is, we need to keep ourselves informed. It's ultimately our responsibility. We cannot stop business. We cannot stop township business just because we're on vacation. So I just want to urge everybody to consider just moving this introduction along and proceed. Keep this train rolling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Maroney, 116 Poplar. Just a friendly correction to the dating. This discussion tonight is directly connected to a storm on October 1st, 2010. In the pictures that the manager showed, my two newer cars appear in those pictures. I lost 2 cars in the storm that night. And it was a large community meeting, I think a special meeting with the commissioners. Most of you were there within 2 or 3 days after that storm that began this process of cooperation between the commissioners, the staff, the residents. And so certainly I share the concern that we want the educational process to be as far and wide and deep as possible. But we would never want to imply that there hasn't been long-standing, substantive, wide-ranging conversation in the public domain on this topic for this purpose for closer to 3 years. And so the residents, many of us who bought those homes when they were not in the flood zone, FEMA changed their flood maps 2 years ago, and we were placed in the flood zone because, I think Commissioner Spengler has pointed out, of the dramatic increase in severe storms in recent years over which we have no control. To Commissioner Donald Curley, I think there's merit to your proposal. I would only also point out that the overwhelming majority of material in that ordinance is to do with the collection of funds, not their distribution. And so I prefer seeing emphasis placed on that, even though, as I said, I do think there's merit in what you're saying. So I urge the commissioners to move forward commend you for the work that you and the staff have done to this point. And if you want to work on education, then I'm going to ask Mr. Zankowski, who's out of the room, if he'll forward you those photographs, and you will send them to your constituencies tomorrow morning with a cover email, and perhaps even a copy of the pay scale or whatever you think will educate. In other words, instead of talking about the need to educate, let's start that tomorrow.
So that's a great idea. And staff can put those pictures on a link, and then we can forward the link, because there are going to be a lot of surprised people, and those pictures will mitigate some of their concern.
Yeah. And again, just to reiterate what was said by the gentleman just before me, in a serious emergency, we do not stop the business of the township simply because we're in the summer months. This work must continue. I urge your votes in favor of it. And as a resident, we have shown a lot of patience through this 3-year process, but we begin to get a lot more assured when we see a timeline that is bringing this to some tangible fruition. So I urge you to move this forward this evening. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? So it passes 4-3 with Commissioners Kevin Hagan, Don Curley, and Elaine Schaefer opposing. Okay, we will now move on. We're still Public Works and Engineering. Jim Higgins. We're at item F.
This is resolution number 2013-91, approving the Environmental Advisory Council resolution to authorize the township. Sorry. It's resolution number 2013-91, approving the Environmental Advisory Council resolution to authorize the township's continued use of herbicide to control weeds in township parks and public spaces, and I move its introduction.
Second.
John Rice isn't paying attention.
It's approval, it's not introduction.
You're right.
So I have 2 questions. Why do we even need a resolution? This is an advisory committee. And then the wording says that the advisory council is authorizing the township. They don't authorize us to do anything. They're an advisory committee.
Kevin, I don't know what the genesis of this resolution is. This is not something that I prepared.
Okay. But do
So,
you,
I mean, I'm assuming this came from Steve Norsini.
okay. But, so you don't know why we have a resolution, and you don't? Do you-
No, I don't prepare all these resolutions.
I understand you've told me
What's
that.
Paul have to say?
Yeah.
I can interject on that. This is actually a resolution that came from the EAC that they prepared, I believe, in response to an ask that came from this board to review the safety, the potential safety of the use of the pesticides within the parks. I know that there was an issue that came up last year around this time that was addressed by a resident to the Parks and Recreation Board, where there was a question as to whether or not the use of the continued pesticide use within some of the trails in the public areas was of any type of a harm. At that point, the EAC and the Board of Health, I believe, took it under their wings to review that. And at some point, I believe it was reviewed and addressed by this board to the EAC to make that recommendation on whether or not the township should proceed with its current use of
But
those
that's not what they're
pesticides.
doing here. That's not their recommendation. So,
I get a point of clarity. Tammy, you're using the word pesticide, but
Herbicide, sorry.
thank you.
I
Big difference.
apologize.
And the herbicide in question is, yeah.
Kevin, would it help,
Glyphosate 41.
would it help, instead of saying to authorize the township's continued use, to endorse the township's continued use?
Well, it would and it wouldn't, Jim. My simple point is, we asked them for a recommendation. They should give us a recommendation, not a resolution. We don't need to do this, and I'm still perplexed as to why. But my secondary concern on top of that is, yeah, they don't authorize us to do anything. So if we ask them for a recommendation, come back with a recommendation, and we act. They don't come back with a resolution where we basically authorize ourselves to continue doing what we're already doing. It seems silly to me.
I think the point is we're acknowledging the use of this herbicide, but most importantly, the EAC is recommending.
It's not what this says. They should have given us a recommendation. I'm not going to beat a
Well,
dead
no.
horse.
What I'm saying is they're recommending that we implement a sustainable parks policy, and we've done that earlier. We've kind of done that earlier tonight. I'm okay with this. I think it's good that we're out front and in the public.
The problem with this really is the title, because when you read the words, they're fine.
I'm okay with the concept. They just
Yeah.
should have come back and said, we support you continuing to do this.
I mean, if
It
we
shouldn't come back as a resolution, and it shouldn't say they're authorizing us to do anything.
No.
We can
I don't
change
wanna
the
beat a
wording.
dead
If
horse.
you
We got a
change
long
the
way to go.
wording and delete in the second sentence, or second line, authorizing the township to approve the Environmental and Advisory Council resolution. So it's just a resolution of Radnor Township, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, to authorize the township's continued use of herbicides to control weeds in township parks and public spaces.
Make it say endorse instead of
Endorse
authorize.
instead.
All right,
Authorize.
I'm good with
Endorse.
that. So I'd make a motion that we change the title to say that.
I'll
And
second
then,
it.
as well as in the last, now therefore,
Right.
that should say endorse as well. Okay.
Kevin, we've done
motion-
it, but I know you're still going to vote against
I'm going to
it.
vote against.
Okay.
Just one question then. The EAC recommendation was consistent with the Board of Health recommendation, correct?
Yes.
This was
To the
to
best of
allow
my
the
understanding,
use.
yes.
And all we're essentially doing is finalizing that process to say that we're allowing that use or endorsing that use.
Continued use, yes,
Yes.
and also the Parks and Recreation Board's Facilities Committee reviewed it as well.
Okay, has this been moved and seconded? Who moved?
Well, I made a motion
Okay.
for the changes.
Well, let's just put the motion as amended,
Yes, that works for
Okay.
me.
okay? And who has the second?
I will second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded as amended with the use of endorse instead of authorize. Is there any other commissioner comment, any staff comment, or public comment?
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. As an observer of this herbicide being sprayed 3 years ago, a golden retriever was taken very ill, and fortunately John Fisher arranged for the township to pay those vet bills because they were almost $600. And there was a pregnant woman who was in the park at the same time. I would urge you, as a former certified pesticide applicator, that there be a pre-post and a post-post notice in this. And I don't mean a little sign that says, this has been sprayed. There are people who are very sensitive to substances, and they need to know what's going to be sprayed and when it's going to be sprayed, and they need to know afterwards what was sprayed and when it was sprayed and where it was sprayed so that they can protect themselves. This is part of the public health of the residents of Radnor Township, and I would urge that to be in this recommendation. It's what should be done,
Well, Sarah, it's already in the law.
but I have seen it not
I'm
observed,
not
John.
disagreeing. It's in the law. And back when we changed the policies on our parks years ago, the first thing we did was require, 3 by 4 foot signs before we went to the full
Well,
organic.
and it hasn't been done.
Well, then
Believe
we
me.
need to correct that behavior.
We need to make sure that the behavior is corrected, not we need to correct the behavior. Thank you.
Right, so we're going to ask, not as part of the motion, but I'm asking staff to make sure that it is well posted before and after application. And of course, this meeting information will be on the website as well.
Okay, any other public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Kevin Higgins opposing.
The final item under Public Works and Engineering is a caucus session regarding the proposed development at 299 Hares Lane. It's preliminary final. Land Development Plan Review Number 2. by Crow Investment Properties, LP, applicant. And we have Mr. Brosman here for the applicant.
Good evening, George Brosman representing the applicant, who is the equitable owner of this property at 299 Hares Lane. The property is 4.4 acres. It already has an existing dwelling and a pool on it. The proposal is to subdivide the property into just 2 lots. As you will hear, I think, from some of the neighbors, my client has worked closely with them to address their issues, and they've revised the plans considerably to that end. In that process, we have received a recommendation of approval from the Radnor Township Planning Commission, and we have now our second review letter. I believe it's the second one from the township engineer. I saw that in your packets, and it's what I would call a clean review letter. I think the letter says that we have addressed all of the issues, and there are a few conditions attached to that that I believe are acceptable. I think that I'm aware of, there is one open issue. Maybe there will be others, but the one that I'm aware of is that this property does have the right to access through what's being called on here Old Hares Lane, that connects to what is referred to New Hares Lane, that was built when the school was relocated. The property has the right to use that, was acknowledged in a settlement agreement with the record owner of the property and the township. So that right obviously includes the right for permanent access as well as construction access. The neighbors have expressed a preference that the developer forego the right for construction access down Old Hares Lane and come through the Harford Park, which is shown partially here on the map, which extends out to Biddulph Road. They've asked the developer to not utilize its rights to come here for construction, but to come through the park. In doing so, they offered to reimburse the developer for the cost of installing and removing a temporary access that would need to be built in order to enable that. As the property now basically has an old driveway that comes right where the developer needs it to come, and that could be done easily. To utilize the access from the park, you can see here is the end of the parking lot and the driveway for the park, and temporary construction access needs to come through the property and get up here to where the developer needs to go. It's our understanding that the neighbors have agreed to reimburse the developer for that. Then the only other issue with that, I believe, is, will the township allow that? And on what terms will the township allow that? And that would have to be acceptable to the applicant, because they already have the right to come through here, so they don't want to get involved in a lot of headache to come through the park. In discussing it briefly with John Rice, he mentioned that maybe it should be that the developer would be responsible for repairing any damage to the roads in the park that was caused. We think that's a reasonable request. So if the township was willing to allow that, and the neighbors were willing to reimburse the cost of putting in and removing the temporary access, that's something that the developer is willing to do. But we don't want to get into other requirements from the township for using that access. I think that's really the last issue that I'm aware of. And like I said, we have recommendations of approval and a clean letter. So we're here just for caucus. We'd like to come back next time and get our approval.
Is the old driveway on Old Hares, how do you say that? Hares Lane. There is a driveway. It's paved.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the plan for that driveway aside from the construction use?
It's going to be the access for this, and that was acknowledged in the settlement agreement with the township. There is a driveway there now. It's in poor condition, so it's going to be upgraded in accordance with the plans that we have, and I think that's been submitted to the township engineer.
And that's the only access to the property?
As a practical matter, yes. You can see here there is a leg that goes down to Biddulph Road, but the topography on that is such that access really isn't practical through there.
It's very steep.
It's steep. There's a lot of
A lot of
trees.
woods.
So this is really the access to these lots. It has been so historically, and it was acknowledged in a settlement agreement that was in a lawsuit brought not by my client, but by the owner of the property. And there was a settlement, and that was acknowledged that that is the access for these properties.
Are you removing a house over there?
Yes, the plan would be to demolish the home and build 2 new homes.
Right. And Kevin, is lot number 2, that looks like a sort of a de facto flag lot?
They are. They have to be. They're 2 acres. They can have a flag lot.
All right.
Interior lot with 2 acres.
George, I have 2 questions.
Thanks, Kevin.
And you sort of, I think, addressed them, but I want to be clear. I was contacted by people in Biddulph Road, and I don't know if what they relayed to me was accurate, so I'm going to preface my comment by that. But I was told that in discussions with the developer indicated that they have an easement across other people's property, not the township property, not Old Hares Lane, but other people's property on Biddulph. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
There's 2 things here. I think, one, this leg is land that they actually own that goes to Biddulph. So
The property owner owns, but it's not somebody else's property.
it's not somebody else's property. That being said, our plans do show. This is the plan. It may be hard to pick up this text here. There is an easement that was found in the title report roughly along here that is for utility service. So that slightly does go beyond the leg.
But I think that the gist of their question was, and why I think you addressed it, is your proposed plan is to access the property through Harford Park. And they were concerned, these people were concerned about you accessing it and using this easement to access it through their property, which I think is inaccurate.
Right, that easement, that's right, that easement is for utilities, so that will be used for utilities. Access will come down Old Hares Lane, and if we can agree with the township, construction access would come through the park. There would be no vehicular access through this leg or this easement. That's for utilities.
Now the second thing they indicated was in this conversation, and again, I'm prefacing it by not being part of the conversation, what was relayed to me, et cetera, that the conversation talked about the developer removing trees on other people's property. Is that accurate or inaccurate, that there's no plans or there are plans to remove trees on property that is not owned by the people who own this lot?
We were speaking to one of the neighbors earlier, Mr. Horgan, who lives here. The only way we could do that is if it was in the easement.
But you could do what?
Remove trees. So we have no legal right to remove any trees unless it's in the easement. If we have to, first of all, we don't know what PICO is going to require. We're hoping that the lines that are there can be utilized and we won't have to do anything. But if PICO requires something to be done in the easement and there is a tree in the easement, that may need to be removed. We're going to try to go around the trees. But if there's trees in the easement and that's where the wires have to go, then that could be the case.
So what did you work out with Tom?
I don't know if you want to address it.
What did you work out with Tom regarding a tree if you have to take it down on his property?
You know, the conversation we had with Mr. Horgan.
Tom Bentley Homes. I told him I don't think we have to take down any trees on his property. If we did, we would do a compensation the same as we would for the Shade Tree Commission.
Out there, I got to put my glasses on. You out there, Tom, anywhere? Oh, there you are. Where are you coming out on this?
Tom Horgan. I live at 243 Biddulph. I was fine with that. We discussed it, and Bentley's agreed to if they were to take down any trees in the easement, they would compensate them just like the shade tree does, or any other plans.
So you're satisfied if
Yeah,
they utilize?
I am satisfied, and I feel they'll be, everything will work out pretty good.
So the reason you have you can't use the existing property you own, you have to use the easement? You want to keep that open in case you ever want to open it? Is that what?
Not for access. We're not sure exactly where the wire is. We think that, there are a lot of trees in this leg, so we're thinking that maybe that's why they put the line over here and why the easement went on to Mr. Horgan's property. We don't know for sure. I mean, we had a one call done, and the surveyor showed a line in there, but
So there's a line underground that services the current property? Oh,
Yes.
okay. And that's what
That was the existing electrical service that was installed in the 70s when they built that property.
So the plan is to try to utilize that for these residences, but if PICO says, the line isn't big enough or something, we may have to go in there and modify that.
I'm perplexed at what is the objection for construction access on that road, and why is the township access better? Is it a small road?
Not in my
or is it-
backyard.
No.
It's not a real road.
The neighbors should really speak to that. It's their
no, there's
issue.
There's nothing on the road.
Commissioner Fisher, if they come in from New Hares Lane, that's a road that was built when the school was built. That'll be subject to some damage maybe. There's a little cul-de-sac, and then there's a connection with Old Hares Lane, which is essentially a very rough driveway at this point. Plus, the property is right next to the township's park. So in terms of travel time and destroying the township's road, New Hares Lane, or damaging it, it's a closer access point from the park. They're agreeing to repair any damages that they would do to the driveway or the park coming in. It sounds like there's an agreement with the neighbors that they'll provide access. So I think the neighbors' concern, and I think they're represented here by council, is that they're concerned with the traffic, with any damage to that road. And typically, when you approve a subdivision, we always have a provision that says any damage to a township road by construction equipment's got to be repaired. So it would be a similar situation with them coming through Harris Park.
So
Have
Bob,
we
the
had-
staff is recommending that we let them come through Harris Park?
I have no issue with that, but I think they should replace the road, not just reparative damage. I think they should put a brand-new road in as part of this and restore the property.
A road that comes from our park?
That's correct.
Because it looks like it's more of a parking
No,
area.
no, the road
No, no,
from
The whole
the
road,
park all the way
the
in.
road coming all the way in would be replaced. That'd be my recommendation.
Well, how expensive would that be?
Oh, that's really not
Tom owns
my
a paving
concern.
company
so
too, doesn't he?
I think that would be what
Has
would be fair.
Steve Norsini,
Done.
has Steve Norsini had looked at this at all and opined on it?
I think he's looked at it. He's mentioned that he may think it needs to be more than just a repair. I don't know what the condition of it's in.
Okay.
I think it's something that between now and when we come back to the board with an approval resolution, Steve needs to look at it and assess the condition. I haven't been out there in a long time.
Now, if we go to the township park, I think, we have a problem now with a little piece of connectivity on trails between this park and the environmental park. And it was the prior owner who used to always give us trouble. So I think Tom, being a reasonable man, will assure that we have access along that, what appears to be an old road, down to Old Hares Lane so we can get down to the environmental park. A trail easement, whatever you want to call it.
I missed the first part of your comment, so I
You
apologize.
want to walk on the driveway?
I want to be able to go from Kreuzberg to the environmental park behind Radnor Elementary School.
That's up here.
Right. And in order to do that, we need right now we have very little access there. So I would like to assure that we get the access we need to complete that connection.
Yeah, we had talked about this a little bit at the Planning Commission, I think Mr. Bentley's concern is that, this is a dog park, and, people are going to come through here with dogs. You have a new homeowner here, and, excrement and things like that.
They clean up the excrement in the dog park. Well,
But buyer beware, though, because the buyer would know that actually that there's a home next to a dog park. So,
Well, yes, but there's not a right to come through here now. To my knowledge, there's no right of the public to come through here for a trail. So,
Well, that leads me to my question. What is the width of the cartway coming off of the new Hares Lane all the way up to the new parcel? I mean, the radius of the first turn seems, and I know there's a note in here that the fire department will opine on. I'm looking at, and I've walked this. It's a very small circle.
Are you talking
How does a
here?
ladder truck get down and make a sharp left onto that lane?
Are you talking up here?
Yeah, yeah.
All I can say is that there was litigation. The township,
I know all about the litigation. I've been here for 6 years, so I know. I've sat through lots of meetings over this.
right,
But the point I'm making is you have a circle, and then you have this, I'm going to call it a private lane that's going to give access to Lot 1 and 2. And what is the width? What is the egress width coming off that circle? And then what is the width of the cartway?
Dave should answer that, our engineer, Dave Gibbons.
The driveway's 12 feet wide.
12 feet. But what is the radius? Because, I mean, I'm looking at a circle here that, I mean, I don't know what the turning radius is there, but it looks very small to me.
I don't know off the top of my head either, but we did provide a truck turning plan of the aerial ladder truck provided by.
And was that approved? Do you know?
It was reviewed, and I don't think there's any comments.
It has been?
That was part of my review, yes.
Yeah, and so let me just mention, we're looking at making a whole section of our town where I live, no parking on one side of the street, and possibly no parking on both sides of the street. And those plans were approved 20, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. And what I'd like to see is, not on paper, but I'd like to see a fire truck, once that, well, I imagine they can do it now. Try to drive down there. It's paved. I've been down there. It's paved enough. Because otherwise, what we're looking at, the reason I bring it up now, is right now there is a gate in the park that normally is shut. And the question is, will you need auxiliary access by the fire department from the park side? And if you do, then we do want to start talking about some type of an arrangement. Well,
We don't think we need it. I think the settlement agreement is relevant here.
okay.
The township, there was a road that came in straight here. The township basically moved it. This owner here, not us, basically was forgotten about, I guess, and they had to sue the township. And there was a settlement agreement with this configuration on it, that it was agreed this was going to be the access to serve this property.
Well,
And to come
I don't
now
believe there
and
was
to-
specific, you're showing a very specific connection to the circle. All I'm saying is that may not have been agreed upon.
It's an exhibit in the settlement
I don't know. I don't know if,
Was agreed upon.
no, but John, the actual drawing of the road that, as you see it in this plan, was that agreed upon?
There's a drawing that was attached to that settlement agreement that shows the cul-de-sac.
Right.
Shows a connection to the old Hares Lane, so they could specifically access that. Required them to do stormwater improvements
Right, I know.
above the property because it washed down the hill. So that was all, that was done. And just so everybody has all the information, the school built the school on their driveway. And the township was involved with that, and the school district, the township were all sued. There's a couple different cases that were filed. And the insurance carrier was involved. The insurance carrier provided defense, paid some money resulted in the settlement agreement about a year or so ago.
But, so it's a settled agreement.
Right. And you have a subdivision in front of you now.
I understand that.
Which is
but as
different
part of
than-
that agreement, I don't believe I don't believe that agreement had to be sent in, to the committee in the township to test the turning radius of a fire truck. So
Correct.
but both parties agreed to the settlement. So it's a legal and binding settlement. But that doesn't necessarily mean that a fire truck can make it down that lane. And I don't want to go forward without knowing that, or what the remedy is. I don't know what the remedy is, but I'm just looking at it, and it just doesn't seem possible to me. Yeah, we need the answers.
I mean, we did provide the radius, as Mr. Gibbons said, and your engineer
Yeah.
said it was okay.
Well, but I respect the engineer's opinion, but in the end, we didn't know we had a problem in Garrett Hill until the fire trucks tried to drive down the streets. So again, engineers approved those plans, but when we try to drive a fire truck down those streets, it cannot get down those streets. So that's the reality of life. And the question I have is, are we going to test it and make sure? Because I know that circle and I know that lane. I've never tried to drive a fire truck down it, but a ladder truck may not make it down that turn. And I just want to make sure that we know what we're getting into before we get into it.
All right, so this is an issue that we'll look into further.
Yeah, we need to look into it. But the reason, Elaine, the reason I brought it up is, right now, I know that the dog park area, people kind of move freely through that area. And if there's any way to continue that practice and grant some space there, but especially as a footpath to get from the park, Hartford Park, down to the environmental park, we would like to maintain that. And I think that would be, maybe there's something related there.
Yeah, it sounds like the fire access issue is being raised as a way to leverage an easement. And
That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't think that's right.
Because I think
frankly.
right now, there's fire access. There is a gate there that is able to be opened, and that fire trucks are able to go down that lane.
I don't think one should be linked to the other.
Well, I'm
you've
just
heard from
pointing
us
out what's
that,
there. I don't know what's linked and what isn't linked.
I think I've heard tonight that we'd like some more clarification from our Public Works on the propriety of using that area for access. There's some desire from some commissioners to explore a footpath. There's some question about the fire truck. Were there other issues that people?
I was just curious, the difference for your construction vehicles pulling out on King of Prussia Road at Hares Lane as compared to pulling out on Bidoff off the driveway. Have you looked at that?
Bidoff.
What are you talking?
No, I'm just talking, given those two alternatives.
I have different constituencies. I'm trying to make you happy. I'm trying to make your staff happy. I'm trying to make the neighbors happy.
Yep.
So really, my goal is to try to, I know I'm going to lose money making all three of you happy. I'm trying to lose as little as I can and satisfy the person I'm buying from. Really, the whole thing with the park is really about the neighbors. I think we could come in through Hares. The people on Hares, I've gotten to know them. They're very nice people. I understand their concerns. I think they're more worried about the unknown than it actually is going to be. But be that as it may, they've offered to contribute some money. They're good people. I want them to like Bentley Homes when we're done. So we're willing to come up through the park. I'm not willing to put a new driveway into the park. I'm willing to repair anything we do. I did meet with Mr. Norsini. I spent a lot of time on this, and Mr. Norsini said that he thought maybe there would be a fence along where people park to keep dogs from running out, and maybe a trail that went up where the dirt road is that would be wood chips or something. And I estimated that cost to be about $5,000. Do I want to spend $5,000? I don't want to spend $5,000, but if we keep the neighbors happy, I would spend the $5,000. The real issue that I think that we all are going to talk about is this whole, access thing. I think every neighbor in here that is on any of this property shown on this plan has rights to the right-of-way because they were old mansions in there and got subdivided. So the title plans, necessarily they have rights to use it. So I don't really have a problem with any of the neighbors using Old Hares Lane. But you have a dog park, and people have just been walking up and down there. It's covered with dog poop. I mean, every time I've gone there and I've walked up and down, I've personally met some of the neighbors out there, walked the property, tried to explain what we're going to do. I step in it. I mean, it's everywhere. And if I'm going to try and build $2 million homes down there, and people are walking their dogs there and just acting like it's a park, it's not a park. It's a right-of-way for my homes. I'm the only one left there. And I need to, market-wise, I don't want to have dogs walking there. And from a safety point of view, you talk about access with fire trucks. I mean, do you want people walking up and down the trail while fire trucks are coming down? I mean, it's kind of like, it's a very narrow, space in there. And we did the plans that were requested of us for the truck turning and all that other stuff. But, I'm totally against having dogs walk up and down there and people acting like it's their property when it's really not their property. And I think it's a property use.
Can we post a sign? We have an ordinance requiring cleanup of dog waste. When I was on the board years ago, we passed it.
Yes, you can post a sign. It comes down to a matter of enforcement.
Well, but the first step is a sign. Is that our job to do that?
There's actually a sign there what does the sign say? It says it's not a right, there's a sign there that says it's not a public right-of-way.
I'm not familiar with the exact language.
I can't remember what the sign says. But, Tom, do you remember there's a sign right on the property? I forget what it says.
There were some signs there that said public access, and when I had my first meeting with your staff, it was brought up that it really wasn't a public access, and the sign should be removed. The signs have been removed. I don't really know what happened to them, but I think somebody was told to remove the signs, so the public access signs were removed.
I think, Jim, it's a nice idea, but it's naive to think that somebody's going to go up there and enforce that ordinance.
It's education. You start with education.
It's naivety, because it's a very isolated area. It's not something that people are going to put somebody out.
All right, I'm going to move us along.
I think,
so
let me
finish. The proposal
This is
on
an
the
issue.
table, I think, is fair and reasonable given the circumstances, and I support you coming in through the park.
Okay, so we'll continue to talk about these issues. Is there anybody else here tonight to speak on this?
I'd like to add one more thing that my attorney forgot. We are asking for no waivers. We have a plan before you that does not require any waivers at all. So basically, when the Planning Commission was discussing the very same issues that you were, one of the attorneys on the board said, we have to approve it because basically there are no waivers. It's a by right plan. They've done everything we've asked them to do. They got a clean letter, and they approved us that night. So I'm not asking you to approve us this night, but I think we have a very clean review letter, and we have no waivers.
Can I add one ask? We talked about repair of the, if we do in fact grant access through the park, we talked about the potential for repair of the driveway, but cleaning of the driveway. And are you planning on a lot of excavation and dirt hauling and all of that business that would end up putting lots of mud through that park? Or is, of course.
There's no such thing as a lack of mud when you're in the construction business.
So,
and we do hire, we have every one of our communities, we hire trucks to come in and clean the roads. It's just good for sales, it's good for marketing.
Okay, but most importantly, through the public park, I don't know what frequency, Steve's not here to discuss that, but if it's weekly, Bob, do you have a preference? Daily. Okay, daily cleaning, But obviously, if it's not dirty, you don't have to worry about it. But if there's mud all over that road, and it is a public park, and the Kreuzberg Center suffers too, so we just want to.
You understand my position. I'm really just trying to keep the neighbors happy.
I know, and we're trying to keep all the residents happy.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
For the park. And that's what
we'll see where we get
decision.
to. We'll see where we get
Okay,
to.
is there anybody else here tonight to speak on this issue?
Good evening, Steve Marshall. I represent some of the neighbors that have joined the property, and I know it's late, so I'll be brief. We've covered most of the issues. Just wanted to let you know that the agreement with Mr. Bentley included there's 2 chain link fences that run on either side of this flagpole, we'll call it. He has agreed to remove those. We are also, he was good enough to move the stormwater management to be more of a buffer from Mr. Sobel's house. It's right here. But another thing we really all, you've discussed at great length tonight, but not with regard to this issue, is that there is a terrible stormwater management problem in this area. It runs all the way down from both the Radnor Corporate Center and down Old Hares Lane from the school, and really does collect down in these properties. We are very cautiously optimistic that the stormwater management that Mr. Bentley is going to provide as part of this subdivision will at least remediate to a degree the stormwater. I think you all know that as part of that settlement agreement, there was stormwater management activities that are to take place. But really, the issue of this is the access through the park is an issue for the neighbors. Obviously, taking the construction and construction vehicles, I think Commissioner Fisher, for whatever a fire truck can do, a large excavation truck could be just as big. So we think it makes sense. Get all that work done, all of the construction done, and then pave the access here. And yes, the neighbors have agreed, I think, very generously. So I know Mr. Bentley cries poor a lot, but we think this works out for everybody, with the neighbors offering a contribution to get the temporary construction access built, so he can go through there.
Can
But
I ask, on the cul-de-sac, New Hares Lane cul-de-sac, there's a grass planting in the center. Is that at grade, or is there a curb? It's at grade. I mean, was it discussed that that should become a full-size cul-de-sac at this point, or is there any way to? Is there any opposition to filling that grass in, or?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Stormwater.
In the 40 years that I've been in business, when you have a grass area in the center of a cul-de-sac, most engineers, most townships, fire trucks can mount curbs, but they don't allow you to put big plants in there. The idea is if there was a congestion or something, that you could go over that area in an emergency. So
there is curbing, or there is not curbing?
There's not curbing.
Okay.
It's flat grass right now.
Okay.
And I would imagine that if a fire truck came screaming in there, he might go over some of the grass, but it wouldn't stop him from getting in there. We also did a plan that showed that he could maneuver in there, and we gave it to your engineer.
And one final observation with regard to public access here. There is a long and tortured history with this, what we'll call right-of-way or Old Hares Lane, what I believe is the case is this is not a right-of-way owned by one property owner, say this property. It's actually an easement over all the adjoining properties, and they all have equal rights and access to it. So if you were talking about doing, Mr. Rice, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you were talking about doing public access, it's not just Mr. Bentley's right to give away. You would have to have agreement by all of the adjoining property owners as well, which could be more of a can of worms than you want to
Which is what was attempted by the school district when the school was built, and Mr. Bentley's predecessor, the Rollinses, didn't sign off on it, which caused a lawsuit and another property owner. So they all have some joint rights using that historically.
and ownership.
And ownership, right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, is there any other comment from the applicants? All right, I think we're finished. This is caucus, so we're not taking any sort of vote tonight. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you again shortly with your plan.
That's the end of Public Works and Engineering.
All right, next we're moving on to Community Development with Commissioner Curley.
Thanks. The first item is a review of Community Development Subcommittee meeting held on February 13th, 2013. So first, a procedural issue. This meeting was not advertised correctly, so we'll have to address that. And then second, on the substance, we discussed 6 subjects. We came to unanimous agreement on 5. We disagreed on 1, but there was a recommendation. So the board made recommendations, the subcommittee made recommendations regarding 6 aspects of the development process, and essentially recommendations to this board to authorize Kevin Kitchansky and staff to develop language necessary to implement these changes or to evaluate them so that the board can decide whether they want to include them. So I'll let Kevin talk about the substance, well, and the procedure if he chooses to, and the substance. And then we'll have to decide how we want to proceed.
Thank you. The first topic that we discussed was the nonconforming uses, structures, and buildings provisions of our code. I had made a recommendation that we look at relaxing some of those standards from what they currently are, and the committee voted 2-1 to not to move forward with that. The second part of that was to look at expanding the regulations for nonconforming structures when they fall within the HARB district, and there was a motion in favor to move forward with language for that in a 2-1 favor. I don't know if there's any of the other commissioners have comments on that. I know Commissioner Higgins was supportive of that, similar to Lower Merion. We did do some research on that and could not find any language from Lower Merion that addressed that subject, so we'd have to go back and take a more specific look at that.
I understood it in some, like an example would be if you have a building that is non-conforming, and now there's a mechanism that the developer can use to maintain that footprint. And my understanding is from your position is that that mechanism can be cumbersome and inappropriate and expensive, and you would prefer to allow them to continue to use that footprint and modify the language to let that use happen.
Well, for the second one, my understanding was that for those properties in HARB, that they would need to go through some additional review for those nonconforming structures when there's an addition or a demolition proposed. But it wouldn't change the ordinance language with respect to what is considered a structure.
May I make a
What we're saying is
suggestion?
rather than someone go through hoops and keep 2 walls up, it's easier to just take the building down and build something that's non-conforming.
That was what I had recommended for all nonconforming structures. I don't think that the committee was in favor of that.
Yes.
But then looking at provisions for that for those that are in HARB district.
All right, you want to move on to the next one then?
Sure.
Well, how
Well,
does the
let-
rest of the board feel about that? When you have a non-conforming building, rather than just go through hoops and keep 2 walls up and just, wouldn't it be better to just let them tear it down and build a nice building on the non-conformity than go through hoops?
Honestly, for all of these issues,
Yeah.
at 11:30,
Yes.
I mean, and
Yes.
after 1 minute, I'm not going to make a
I'll
decision.
say that they are, they're very substantive.
They're very
And-
substantive. I would rather take all of these issues that had a favorable recommendation, ask Kevin to take one at a time, write up a memo, these are the pros, these are the cons, this is what I recommend, this is the language I would use, and then we'll take each one at a time, substantively. With a,
Yeah, well, I would even say there's a preliminary step before that. I agree that these are much too substantive to deal with tonight. But essentially, we just need time to get a sense of this and then authorize him to do what you just said. Like, it's premature to just authorize him to take the favorable recommendation because some of them you might not want, so my sense is you need a half an hour when it's a little earlier to have that discussion and then authorize him to proceed.
We could prepare, as Commissioner Schaefer had mentioned, a memo, kind of a draft ordinance, and then at that point we would bring it in front of the commissioners, and whether they choose to accept that and review and refer it to the Planning Commission, or it could just die on the table at that point. That would then start the discussion on each of those in more detail.
I think that makes sense.
I have no objection if that's your...
But instead of just doing 5 or 6, do all 6.
Correct.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Okay. And then there is the procedural issue, that it was not advertised.
Correct, and that was my responsibility. It's our intent that we always advertise these meetings in accordance with standard township policy. That was something that I don't recall the specifics of it. Ultimately, it's my responsibility to make sure that that happens, and it didn't for this meeting.
What is the policy for
That we do advertise this meeting, provide notification, and it was...
on the
it did-
website or in the papers?
In the paper, and
Oh,
that we
really?
advertise, that we normally do that with all of our meetings.
So
I
the
didn't
point is
realize
not to beat Kevin up by any means.
No, it was
The
just-
point- The point is some might object to the meeting and whether you want specific action as a result of the meeting not being advertised.
Well, I was unaware that the subcommittee meetings
No, I
had to
thought
be
website
advertised
for
in the
subcommittee
paper.
because we don't have a quorum.
No. Well, John Rice opined otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, when
The
and
board
if this-
decided a couple years ago to advertise these meetings. I mean, that was...
How
a-
long in advance?
Pardon me?
What kind of advance notice? Is there like a?
Well, if it's a regularly scheduled meeting, whatever it can, 24 hours is the minimum
Okay.
for a special meeting. But there was a decision made with subcommittees, with commissioners on them, that they would be advertised.
I do believe that this was on the township's website well in advance of that. It just was not notified in the paper.
Yes, that's my recollection also.
All right, when and if this comes back to our board, I'm going to ask that we invite 2 members of the Historic and Architectural Review Board to come and talk about item number 2, which is where do you address massing, Kevin? Second paragraph, does that address massing?
It's not massing, but the process that a homeowner that would want to do an addition or demolition in a HARB district for a non-conforming structure. Massing was not discussed as part of that subcommittee meeting.
All right, so I may not invite them, but they do want to come back.
Yeah.
They
And
do
Jim,
wanna
my
come back.
recollection was that you had just decided you would discuss that internally with them and then come back separately from any formal action.
Okay. Next
So
item.
Kevin, then there's the consent, he has the
Mhm.
approval of the board to proceed with gathering the information to support
We will work
these.
on preparing the appropriate
Yes.
ordinances.
Okay. The next item is a resolution approving the installation of athletic field lights at Memorial Field. Kevin, did you want to?
I'm making a motion to table this till the August meeting. I know that, Bob, you told me you sent out notice, but it was, based on what I understand, inadequate. It didn't go to enough people. Now, I know you complied with everything, but based on where it sits, no residents that I'm aware of got the notice. So I don't know how many letters you actually sent out, Kevin, and to whom.
There were 29 notices that were sent out to the property owners that are within 500 feet.
And how many of them are homeowners?
I don't know the
Because
exact
most of
number.
them are
I'd say
going to be
m-
commercial properties.
I don't have a
support-
breakdown
Kevin,
for you,
I don't
but-
support that.
Well,
We followed our rules.
John,
Was
I
it
made
in
a
your ward
I-
we have special rules?
No, you didn't, John. It showed up on the agenda this week, and people are away. I'm making a motion to table it.
Oh.
Till August. I'm
I'll
not-
second the motion.
Well, ordinarily, no harm, no foul, we delay, but the whole point of this
I
agreed
believe the motion to
partnership.
table it has been seconded, and it's the end of the discussion.
Then take a vote.
Oh,
I don't think that's accurate from a procedural standpoint, but
Well, it is accurate, but we never follow it, so.
it's not accurate. Okay.
I
Well-
can say that the notification that was provided was exactly in accordance with our ordinances. That
Don't dispute that.
The ordinance requires notification of properties within 500 feet. Notification went out by mail on June 19th to properties that are within 500 feet and slightly beyond.
Yeah, I don't dispute that you followed the
And
rules.
if we
just didn't
delay
go-
it, it's not going to be in the best interest of our township. I mean, our residents are going to suffer if we delay because we're
I
going to
have
have,
made the motion,
shoot
I have
ourselves
a
in the
second.
foot by getting use of this field in the fall.
Take a vote.
All right, let me go
Can
ahead
I-
and take a vote.
Am I allowed to?
No, let's vote.
Let me just vote on the table first, on the motion to table. Is there, so there's no comment on this. So all those in favor say aye? And all those opposed say nay?
Nay.
So the motion to table fails 5 to 2. 2 to 5. All right. Is there any other discussion or commenting about the motion in front of us?
I would like to point out that it doesn't, the proposed lights being installed don't comply with our resolution or ordinance. And the company installing them acknowledges that.
Mr.
Actually, I believe our ordinance says it gives the commissioners the authority to waive that number based on circumstances. And in the case of these lights, the area where the illumination is above the standard is on Matson Ford Road. It's not on adjacent properties.
So the wording
So-
of the ordinance is lights shall not exceed a maximum foot candle rating at the property line in excess of .02 foot candles unless otherwise approved by the Board of Commissioners. So
Right.
clearly it envisioned some flexibility, in the language
Yeah.
establishing the foot candles, some flexibility for particular circumstances.
Madam President, if I may.
Mhm.
Again, this was discussed at great length, the process about the lights, the notification that was vetted publicly through the process here. So we are in compliance with where we are. So the issue at hand, what I see is that the board, it's within your authority. We are following the regulations established by the ordinance, and it's now in front of the board for the board to vote. And the administration recommends the approval of this resolution.
And honestly, I mean, the entire impetus for us entering into this partnership was for us to have use of the field in the evening hours when we need it. Without the lights, there's no use of the field. So, after daylight savings. So, I mean, even the fact that this has been delayed a year has not been in our interests as residents. And I look forward to these lights going up so that our youth sports programs can get use of this field, the use that we bargained for. So I would like to see if there's any other commissioner comment or staff comment. Is there any public comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
There wasn't any motion, though, was there?
I'll move the resolution approving the installation of athletic field lights at Memorial Field.
I'll
Second.
second it.
Well, one of you seconded, raise your hand. Okay.
Let Jim
All
do
right,
it,
it's been moved and seconded.
even though it's important.
Any more comment now that the motion's been actually made? Staff, public? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-2 with Commissioner Kevin Higgins and John Fisher opposing. All right, next.
So Resolution 213-87, I'll need a little background on that. So can somebody explain what we're asked to do?
The Commissioners, as part of Resolution 2011-140, granted final plan approval for the land development at 200 Radnor Road. It's the restaurants there right across from the high school. As part of that condition, condition number 4, there was a condition in there that all indoor and outdoor restaurant seating shall provide for 1 space per every 3 restaurant seats, plus 1 space for 2 employees on the greatest shift, which is in accordance with our codes for restaurants. Since that point in time, the outdoor dining ordinance has been amended to provide a graduated parking standard. The first 12 seats are free, not requiring any additional parking, and then it's up from there. So that would benefit the applicant, and they're requesting the removal of the specific condition from the original final plan approval, and that parking be done in accordance with the codes as they currently exist. This resolution would set forth the removal of that condition and allow the applicant to meet the current parking requirements as recently amended.
So as a condition, then, would all of the current rules would apply? Or can we make that a condition? Meaning we don't want to give them the chance to benefit from the new regulations without making them comply with.
If you're referring to the outdoor dining regulations
Yes.
applying,
Yes.
they would be subject to the new outdoor dining regulations since they don't currently have outdoor dining
Okay.
there. So outdoor dining has never been established.
Very good. So they will be fully compliant with the rules as we pass them.
We will, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
But the agreement or resolution that we're talking about also speaks to the indoor seating, which they call for 3-for-1. I mean, is that what it is under our current?
Yes, the condition that was in the 2011 resolution was per the code. So that was basically applying the indoor seating parking requirement to the outdoor seating. This will then allow the indoor to meet the indoor seating and the outdoor to meet the outdoor dining provisions.
Okay.
I'll move the approval of Resolution 2013-87.
Second?
All right, any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Hello, Jim Schneller. I requested this be resubmitted to the Planning Commission and Delaware County Planning Commission a year ago. And I claimed that there were enough changes to the plan that it warranted a re-advertising, possibly, and certainly a resubmission to the advising and the Delaware County advising groups, and you didn't. And now this shows up, this is one of the exact issues that's new from the 2005 plan. There were no sidewalk cafes or outdoor dining in the 2005 plan. So I think you really are required to resubmit this to Delco Planning. There weren't any sidewalk outdoor dining ordinances at that time, and something they want to see. More so, I want to ask a question. If these folks can reduce the requirement by claiming outdoor dining, what about the other half of the year? How can they walk in here, and can any business walk in here and say, we have sidewalk dining 6 months, and we're getting a loosening of the requirements for all 12 months. In other words, they're saying that they have outdoor dining, and that has a less stringent requirement. But six months of the year,
Jim, they still have the same requirements for the indoor dining. This does not change their indoor dining requirements. This is only,
I'm saying, where are those people eating? There seems to me there's a flaw.
Waiting in line.
Well, then there's a flaw in our ordinance, because if they just siphon, if the nice weather siphons out 1/3 of the people for 6 months a year, they're getting a year-round waiver because they happen to have room for umbrellas.
Thank you.
okay, thanks, Jim.
More so, as we all know, for the benefit of the public, there is a group called KeepRadnorSafe.com. This is a location where both of these proposed liquor establishments are brand-new liquor licenses. And there's a Liquor Control Board hearing next Tuesday, July 16th at 801 Market Street, Philadelphia. Feel free to visit KeepRadnorSafe.com for details. And to the board, I apologize for any inconvenience, but is there any way, is it possible there'd be a vote tonight to at least table this or keep it, resubmit it back to the Planning Commission and the Delaware County Planning Commission?
I don't think you'll get that
Thank you.
motion.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
John Fisher, did you want to talk about item K?
I think we should put that off to the next meeting, only because there's some important topic there, and I don't
Okay,
think it'll do
fair enough.
justice tonight. Thanks.
So I'll move on to item L. Mr. Jim Higgins, did you want to make that motion?
Item L is the matter of the zoning hearing board application. Item L is the matter of the zoning hearing board application by the 115 Stratford Avenue LLC to obtain reversal of the zoning officer's decision pertaining to certain variances for a proposed development at 115 Stratford Avenue involving an historic building, the Villa Stratford, and involving certain townhouses or carriage homes that would be constructed behind the building. And at the last Township Zoning Board hearing, before the session started, the developer and council met with neighbors and council, neighbors on Farm Road, and discussed an accommodation to allow the development to go forward. And what was decided was to allow the developer to construct 11 townhomes on the ground behind the building, the historic building, and then to raise the historic building, a 1909 structure. So that handshake was entered into, and what I would like the board to consider is a coordination between the zoning hearing board and our board on whether that agreement makes sense, whether it makes sense from the standpoint of protecting valid interests that the township residents as a whole have towards preservation of the historic building, since in our comprehensive land use plan we do have as an objective to discourage demolition and promote the preservation of residential structures of historic significance. That's from the June 16, 2003 plan, comprehensive plan. So I'm being a little long-winded, but I'd like, in order to come up with a satisfactory solution whereby the neighbors are satisfied that the townhouses are going to be sufficiently removed from the rear property line on Farm Road on the one hand, and that the public interest to preserve the historic building, the 1909 structure, on the other hand, that I would like to have our solicitor attend the zoning hearing board meeting on July 18th to observe what goes on and to try to communicate to the members of the zoning hearing board that the Board of Commissioners has a say on what happens, and that preservation of the structure is of significant importance to the township. And that's not to dismiss the interests of the neighbors to have adequate protection from the development. So that's my motion, to have our solicitor attend
I'll
the
second it.
zoning board.
Don, is that you?
Yes, I second it.
All right, is there any other commissioner comment?
Just that it's unfortunate that I'll call it the last iteration before the current one did preserve the Villa Stratford and had a fairly significant setback as it was. The neighbors the developer was trying to satisfy the neighbors. They pushed for a huge setback, which forced him to move the whole development forward. So that the community's interest is being trampled by the interest of the immediate neighbors, is in my opinion. So I think it's very important that John goes and allows the zoning hearing board to know our interest in preservation and the importance of preservation.
Any other comment? Any other comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment on this?
Good evening. I'm George Brosman. I represent the applicant in the matter, the equitable owner of the property. You may recall we did appear before you, I forget what month it was, several months ago, with our first concept for the redevelopment of the property. I probably don't have to remind you, but I will, because you're about to take, in my view, a significant step here. This property is abandoned and derelict. It's my client is the equitable owner of the property. The property has been a problem for the township. It's very in poor condition. It's unsightly. There's stormwater problems. There's all kinds of problems. So my client's proposal, we think, should be welcomed by the township. Something is going to happen with this property. It's a 2-acre plus property. It's basically surrounded on 3 sides by commercial zoning and by commercial uses. There's a non-conforming use approved there now for a bar and a restaurant, and that could come back theoretically if the building really could support it. So we worked very closely with the township. We came to the commissioners. We showed you our first plan, which was a mixed-use plan, which we were going to preserve the building, and it was going to be offices, and we were going to try to build 6 carriage homes in the rear. We then went to the Planning Commission, and we my client spent a lot of time talking to the neighborhood. We did go to the zoning board in May after filing our application in April. We put a lot of evidence into the record at that time about our proposal. And we were told loud and clear by the zoning hearing board to make a compromise. There were a lot of neighbors that came out, and we were told, we're going to continue this hearing. We suggest that you as the applicant continue the hearing and try to work out a compromise with these people. So my client worked very hard. I think this current version of the plan is about the 10th version of the plan they've done now. They did compromise on the plan. They went from the mixed-use plan, which we thought was the best, to an all-residential plan to make it more consistent. At every step along the way, my client was trying to save the old building. We even heard comments. When we were trying to do that at the time, there were some members of the Planning Commission, and I think even at least one member of this board that made the comment, that building is historic, you shouldn't be using that as the basis of your variance. Now we're hearing, now that we believe we have made the compromise, well, the building is historic. Now, we did tried to save it, but at this point, the condition of the building is poor, and where we have ended up with the neighbors, it doesn't look like that building can be saved. So my clients, they went away from the mixed-use plan. They went to an all-residential plan. They were still going to try to put residential units in the building. And I think we came up with a plan that had pushed 70 feet back from the neighborhood in the back. And the neighborhood did not accept that. And then we made a further compromise. I think it was a compromise that one of you spoke about. We pushed it 90 feet back away from them. You know, under zoning, under single-family zoning, we could have an accessory structure 3 feet away from the property line. So we proposed this alternate plan 90 feet away. It would have been 6 carriage homes in the back instead of the 8, and 4 in the Villa Stratford building. Commissioner Higgins was very active with us. We appreciated all of his efforts. He was in a lot of the meetings with us, spent a lot of time on this, so I think he knows the level
I was attempted in this room over here
right
to work a compromise. I listened in while you attempted to work a compromise with the neighbors, and I thought there was an agreement on, well, we're getting too far into the details. Why don't
I was
you
just trying to
wind up?
commend you for your efforts in doing that.
Mr. Brosman, this is public comment. There's a motion just to send the solicitor to the zoning hearing board. Do you have a public comment on that?
Yeah,
it's not a presentation. It's not a presentation.
I'm commenting on. We were asked, and every developer that I know is asked to work in earnest with the neighbors. We did that. We're up to our 10th plan. We submit 45 copies of the plan every time we resubmit it to the township. And I don't think I've ever had it happen where we basically did what we were asked. And now we're sort of shocked to hear that the township is going to send the solicitor. The motion isn't even clear to me. It sounds like you're not saying it specifically, but you know, you're almost not saying it directly, but it sounds like he's to come and oppose our plan and try to get the compromise that we have made defeated at the zoning board. I mean, that's what it comes down to. That's what I'm hearing.
You heard my motion. It was to have the solicitor attend the zoning hearing board hearing on July 18th to represent another interest, namely to preserve the Villa Stratford building.
Right. So that'll be opposing our plan. So we were asked to compromise.
It may oppose your plan, but it also may impel you to work on compromise where you get what you want, the neighbors get what they want, and we preserve the Villa Stratford building.
I'll end my comment. I just think it's not a good policy for the board. We've invested months of time and effort, many plans, and then when we were told to compromise, when you don't like the compromise now, we're going to be opposed by the board. I don't think that sends a good message.
Well, there's
to
a real question as to
developers.
whether the zoning board likes that plan.
Well,
Because
I
there
say
was-
so be
I sat in on the zoning hearing board meeting in June, and there were a lot of heads shaking that 11 townhouses on the ground and raising that building did not go over very well.
Well, that may be so, but I say, let us go to the hearing, let us have our day in court, so to speak, without opposition from the township when we've done what was asked.
So I also thought that this board, I thought we made it clear that the preservation of the building was important to us. I don't know if others felt differently, but that's my recollection of the direction we gave you. So I don't think that the compromise that you identified is consistent with the direction that we gave you at the sketch plan. I don't know if others feel differently, but that's my...
I don't think we need to really discuss this any further. I think we've gotten the comment. Thank you so much. We understand your position.
My name is John Sheehan. I live on Windsor Avenue. Thank you for being here so late tonight. I'll be as quick as I can, although I talk relatively slow, but I'll try to speed up. There's been a long history of this property in the neighborhood. I think the restaurant has been closed for over 10 years. During the 10 years, there's been at least one proposal a year to develop the property. One of the proposals that was approved was a spa that the residents approved, this board approved, everybody approved, but the spa ran out of money and couldn't develop it. Since that time, there have probably been 6 or 8 other developers interested in developing the property. On the high range, one developer wanted to put in 96 apartments there. Another developer wanted to put in fact, it was Tom Bentley, who was here tonight. He wanted to put in 56 townhouses on the property. Our neighborhood has been in an upheaval for about 10 years with a new proposal coming up every year. On 2 occasions, the residents proposed to people on this board that the township consider purchasing the property for it and preserving the historical building. None of the residents are against historical buildings. The fact is, this particular property, it was built in 1909. An application was made to classify it as a Pennsylvania certified historical building, which I know Commissioner Higgins knows a lot. The application was rejected. When the spa people owned the property about 7 years ago, they gutted the inside of the building. Whatever historical features were in the inside of the building, they no longer exist. I think they gutted it without a demo.
That's not true. That's not true. I've seen pictures.
Yeah, Jim, let me...
I want to comment. I've seen pictures. The Radnor Historical Society has pictures of the interior of that building. Those have not been destroyed. They're still there. They're still there.
Yeah.
I'll show you the pictures.
Yeah. We've had statements before this board from owners of the property that the building has been gutted, but you know more than I do, Jim. My point is the residents have been in a turmoil for 10 years over different properties. Finally, at the May zoning hearing board, the chairman of the board told the residents, you'd better agree with the owner of this property because something's going to be developed there. He sounded pretty serious. Actually, he sounded real serious. The residents got serious. We hired legal counsel. We've spent a lot of money on legal fees, and we ended up with an agreement with the owner and the developer. And now it seems like this board thinks that we're trampling on the needs of the whole community. Let me just talk about our little community. There's 25 residents, homeowners on Farm Road and Windsor Avenue. Jim Higgins has spoken to many of us individually, and we appreciate his efforts in doing that. All 25, 100% of the residents approved this proposed compromise development. My concern is that the whole thing will blow up, and the developer, equitable owner, walks away, and we'll just go back for another 5 years looking for other developers who want to come in here. Farm Road, one big objective of Farm Road and Windsor Avenue is to preserve our open space. We've had a net loss of open space. When the Manella's development was approved, all their employees parked on Farm Road and Windsor Avenue all day, every day. To get the cars off the street, Farm Road ended up being changed to parking on one side only with permit and no parking on the other side. So we need your help. Please don't fight the residents. If we went around our whole neighborhood, several hundred yards, a half-mile radius, I think most of the residents would support what we're trying to do here, which is to take a derelict property that's been an attraction to kids who want to drink in there. It's rat infested. The windows are broken. The fence around the property has been broken down, and we don't want to keep this whole thing going for another 5 or 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Can I just say one thing? Be
In
brief.
30 seconds or less.
We could come tomorrow and get a demolition permit for that building. It's not protected. We would have every right to do that. And if we have to go with a single-family plan under the R4 zoning, that would certainly have to happen.
Okay, is there any other public comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in, the motion on the table is to send our solicitor to the zoning hearing board and express the opinion that this board preferred to see the the house, what do we call it?
The property.
Property, remain.
The building.
Okay, are we all on board with that?
So I'm not sorry for parsing words, but it isn't so much that it remains, just that that the preservation of it is important to.
As a factor to consider?
Yes.
Okay, that's right, you're right. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Very well. The next item, I'll move the approval of ordinance 2013-14. It's the introduction of, very well, I move the introduction of ordinance 2013-14, amending Chapter 115, Animals of the Code of Radnor Township by providing new regulations and revisions to the code upon recommendation of the Radnor Township Board of Health.
Second.
So questions? This is the only changes to this from the last time we saw it are the jail time provision was removed and the collar requirement was modified to include other forms of identification.
I would ask that we actually table this. When we started this meeting earlier tonight, there were about 20 people here that were probably in opposition of this ordinance. And because of the late hour, they were not here. And, out of courtesy, I waived item K, student rental licenses, which could have been a 30 to 40-minute long discussion.
Well,
that I
it's
was
just an
prepared to make.
introduction.
And I
So
think-
we don't have to vote on it next
Yeah,
next
I would
meeting.
ask that the board just postpone it to the next meeting, just like we did item K.
Well, I don't see I think we introduce it, and at the next meeting, we put it up for discussion or vote, and if people have their opinion, we don't have to vote on it. We can choose not to vote on it.
Well, then I'll ask that item K be added back into the agenda, and I expect to speak on it. I'm just telling you what I need.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
what I could suggest, John, is if it's introduced this evening and similar to what we had talked about with the multiple hearings and that
We can do that,
stormwater
but
and
I'm still going
it'd
to
be
want
inter-
item
it would be
K brought
introduced.
on
It would be introduced, but then also that could be something that August and then bring it back for September for a final vote.
We
if
can
that
even
would be
schedule
something.
a hearing without even, we can put it on the August agenda as a hearing to discuss it further, and not even put it on as a vote.
Correct.
So that's
Okay,
fine
well,
with me.
if make that part of the motion
Okay.
that we will have a
That's fine.
supplementary hearing in August.
Don, would you amend your motion?
Sure, but that's not that's what we have to do anyway, right? Okay,
No,
so
we
I
could
guess the
vote on
difference
it.
is that
We won't vote.
we won't have the hearing and the.
We won't have
vote.
adoption in August.
No adoption in
Okay.
August, a hearing in August.
Very well.
Okay. I just want to say one thing before we vote on this, and that is I want to clarify for the umpteenth time that this is not a feeding ban. There's nothing in this ordinance that prevents someone from feeding cats if they want to. Because the way that this is portrayed in the media and the blogs is as a feeding ban, and it is not a feeding ban. It's specifically not a feeding ban. One of the first permutations was, and we took that out. We took out the cat licensing requirements. We took out the feeding ban. All that this does is it requires those who choose to feed feral cats with a very minimum modicum standard of care, and that is vaccinating the animal that you have chosen to feed. And I also want to note that when this came in front of the Board of Health the last time, that day, completely unsolicited, the Board of Health received a letter from one of the most respected animal rights groups, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, which is a national organization, fully supporting this new version, fully supporting it, because this is not a feeding ban. It is just requiring minimal care for those who choose to feed. So with that, I will see if anybody else has any comment on this before we...
I want to argue what you said, but for the feral cat caregiving community that is present in Radnor and just about every other municipality in the state, they see it as not only as a form of a feeding ban, but also in some ways penalizing their efforts to care for animals that others have chosen not to care for. I don't support the ordinance as it's written because it penalizes those who actually do care, but does nothing to treat those who actually abandon their animals. So if you think about the problem we face, feral cats exist. They exist in Radnor, and they will continue to exist in Radnor until we have a plan in place to not only address them and address the growth of those populations. This ordinance does none of that. It basically says that if you feed an animal, you are now its owner. I made the analogy last meeting that we feed thousands of birds on my property, and I don't claim to own those birds, and nor do I feel that I would need to care for them by taking them to some type of a veterinary clinic. So while I get the point of it, I think there are elements of the ordinance I support, but I can't support it as it's written because it doesn't do enough to recognize the need for supporting the feral cat caregiving community that is vibrant and necessary to deal with the cats that we have. We have feral cat populations in the township. It's a fact, but we're doing nothing substantive to reduce their populations or prevent their populations from growing. And there, in fact, is the real issue that we face.
But John, I might add that this ordinance is not about feral cats.
Well, I asked
this
for an
ordinance
amendment.
is about
John, I wasn't
rabies.
finished. I understand that. But what I had asked at the last meeting that we introduce a slight change in the verbiage that says if you feed a feral cat on your property, that constitutes ownership. The point being that unless that animal is on your property, I don't know how you can assign ownership to that person. You know, I'm sorry, but if I feed a pigeon, are you going to assign ownership to me for feeding a pigeon? There are people that feed the ducks at the park. Do they now own the ducks? So, you know, when do we draw the line here? But the real issue that brought this whole movement by the Board of Health to write an ordinance was, in fact, a person feeding feral cats on their property. They weren't feeding feral cats in any public space or rights away. They were feeding feral cats in their backyard. And that cat population grew. It grew from about 5 cats to about 35 cats, and it became a health issue. But the goal of the ordinance initially was to deal with homeowners who choose to feed feral cats and don't choose to take on the responsibilities that Commissioner Schaefer stated. So again, this idea that somehow we're going to infer ownership to someone who transiently feeds an animal in the wild makes no sense to me. And in the same ordinance, we do nothing to treat someone who abandons a cat. Someone who drives down one of our roads, pulls over to the side of the road, and throws their kitten on the side of the road because they no longer want to care for it. There is actually no fine in this ordinance to treat that issue, and that is the cause of the problem. So there's my comment. I look forward to having the 2 hearings on this, and we'll have more comments.
Do we have any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Yes, in the corner.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. A few quick points. I was unfortunately had a conflict with the Board of Health, the most recent Board of Health meeting where they discussed this. Also, please understand that PETA is not necessarily on the same page as organizations like the SPCA and things in terms of dealing with unwanted animals. So their view doesn't necessarily represent all of the animal communities, unfortunately. One request in reviewing this, regardless, substantial portions are the same as the current ordinance with some numbering aside. Could we get a marked up version so we know what is being changed from what currently exists now? Because it's very hard to do that in the one we have. I know it's not much different from what you've been presented, but what you've been presented is changed along the way.
That might be hard to do. I tell you how this came about. Elaine worked with the Board of Health. They came up with a markup. I looked at that. I accepted all their changes that I felt were appropriate, and then I marked up my own and sent it to Peter Nelson at John's law firm. And that's the product that you have now is what came back. So I'm not sure we could track it.
I mean, well, or just since almost entire sections are the same except numerically, you know, maybe somebody could do that manually. I mean, we're just so used to when we have something presented to us in terms of ordinance changes.
We can see if
Yeah.
that can be done.
Because it is kind of hard. A couple comments just beyond what's already been said on the contents itself. As I mentioned last time too, I think trying to deal with the ownership through feeding is just problematic when it comes to feral cats, particularly when you could have multiple owners regardless of where they're feeding them. You know, if 3 people are feeding the cats, do they all have equal responsibility for those cats? But more to the point about not being against the feeding of feral cats, one of the sections that was changed, 115.9, specifically says any feeding of a feral cat is to be discouraged. Well, it doesn't outlaw it. That language is not in the current ordinance, so you'd be adding something that's saying we don't want people feeding feral cats, whether there's a penalty associated with it or not. So if your intent is not to discourage, well, in this case, literally discourage that, why include that language in there, which is not in the current ordinance?
What are you saying?
If you look at section,
You don't want us to say that feeding of feral cats is to be discouraged?
I don't think, no, it's not to be, feral cats in existing through TNR or whatever programs, I don't think you need to say it, I don't think that should be said. If there are feral cats, they should be taken care of, both in terms of veterinary care as well as feeding. But this specifically says any feeding of a feral cat is to be discouraged.
Yeah, it does say that.
Yeah, but the current ordinance doesn't.
I don't get your point, but go ahead.
My point is that what Commissioner Schaefer was saying is that we're trying to not penalize
We're not banning it.
We
are not banning it. That's all I said.
But still having
We're not
that,
encouraging it.
well, but that's
We're not
So,
banning it.
parsing.
My recollection of the evolution of this is that there was a consensus that we should ban it, or at least that was the early inclination. It was banned in the early forms, and then part of why we backed away from that was the impracticality of it. So this language was a compromise, essentially recognizing the problematic nature of it, but also recognizing that the banning of it is impractical.
And I understand, but somebody reading this without understanding that context might think twice about it, as opposed to saying the feeding of feral cats should only be done in conjunction with the, total care or whatever we're putting in terms of requirements for that. Because again, the ordinance is what the verbiage is what the verbiage is. It doesn't matter what the background is. When people read this, that's what they're going to read. Particularly, and then when they read the part about the ownership being based upon feeding, doesn't matter what your discussion's in and what your nuances are that you're saying now, that's what the ordinance says and that's what would be enforced. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy. I'm a Radnor resident. I wanted to address the information about the PETA letter. When I had heard the Board of Health talk about it, I did a little bit more investigation because any organization can promote anything, and because PETA is for the ethical treatment of animals, I had some concerns about that from things that I had read. And one of the things that I had read was that a large majority of the rescue organizations no longer support PETA for a variety of reasons. But this is one of the reasons that stood out most closely for me, having understood that they had a large drop in their donations. And looking into it, I saw that PETA's kill rate for animals that come into their shelter is 90%. In other words, for every 100 animals that go into PETA's headquarters in Virginia, 90 of the 100 are put down. And the statistics for 2002 indicated that for 1,800 animals that they took in, they only adopted 19 out. So I'm not sure that Radnor would want to use PETA as the example for how humane treatment should occur, just because they may have that name for ethical treatment of animals, but the statistics that come from their website show that they kill 90% of what they take in. And I don't really think that that should be an example that Radnor should use for supporting this particular ordinance. And that's it. You can look it up on the internet. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
I am Joe Siciliano of Aegis Avenue. My third appearance here. Good evening. I'm also the webmaster of RadnorCats.com, a member of Feral Friends on Alley Cat Allies, and member of the Radnor Cat Coalition. The only reason I mention that is because people ask me what to do when they have a feral cat in their yard, in their neighborhood. And that's the only resource they have. They can't go to the township and say, what do I do? Because the township doesn't offer any remedies. The township only offers penalties. And I think it would be incumbent on the township to come up with some ideas, some resources for the people to deal with these issues, instead of just telling them what will happen to them if they have this problem. I'm all for people being responsible for the cats that they feed on their property. I think they should be trapped, neutered, released, the TNR programs. But I think it would be a good idea, instead of just coming up with penalties, if the township would come up with some remedies and some support for this issue. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate at our last meeting on this, and I think the meeting before that, we have encouraged the animal rescue groups to approach us to put together a TNR program. We'd support it. It's not something that we are, at this point, interested in taking on ourselves, because we're very short-staffed in our police anyway, but I think we have been and would be very supportive of a private effort to get a TNR program going in Radnor. I think we all would.
That'd be a good idea.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? Okay, we're voting on, just to remind everyone, the introduction of this ordinance with the clarification that we will have a hearing in August and no vote in August. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The introduction passes 6-1 with John Fisher opposing.
The next item is a motion to set a hearing date for the Villanova zoning petition. So John Rice has left the room. Kevin, do you know there's a recommendation for if the board was inclined to set the date, do you know?
I believe we were looking at one of the September meetings for this. This would allow the appropriate advertisement and sent to the Township Planning Commission and the Delaware County Planning Commission.
Okay, so I move that
John, does he have a date?
John, do you have if the board was inclined to set a hearing date, do you have a recommended date for this? For
Villanova?
The Villanova zoning petition?
You're looking at the second meeting in September
For a hearing?
for a hearing, correct?
Very well. So I move that we set a hearing date for the second meeting in September for the Villanova zoning petition.
Second?
Any other commissioner comment?
Is that for an introduction of their zoning amendment? What is, I'm a little confused because normally a process is.
Well, they filed a zoning petition. It's their zoning ordinance, so they have a right under the MPC and under your ordinances to have that zoning ordinance. Basically, they would present it to the board. It's not a judicial hearing, it's a legislative hearing, but then there's public comment on it, and then the board takes whatever action it wants to take at that point. Wouldn't be an introduction, John.
So
it would be a hearing on the ordinance where you get to ask questions, there's public comment.
Okay, and then in order for the ordinance to be adopted, there would have to be a subsequent introduction?
Yes.
Subsequent hearing?
Yes.
And then a vote for adoption?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment or public comment?
Hi, Philip Barr from Meredith Avenue. I'll be brief if the hour is late. Just a question about this, and that is that I understand, thank you for clarifying it, John, Mr. Rice, about why this was there, because I was confused too, since it wasn't not a formal introduction. But a question is that has the traffic studies been completed on this? Are those going to be available to you when we have this kind of hearing? Because I'm hearing some heads shake no. Do you know
I
what the
don't
traffic
know.
hearing?
John, do we have any update on that? Or
I don't
Kevin?
know what the status of that is. I mean, whatever Villanova wants to present in support of the zoning ordinance, but I think we know, and when we had the residents meeting, you were there, and you know that there's going to, assuming this advances, the ordinance would get enacted, there's then a conditional use hearing, and there's a land development application. So detailed engineering studies, traffic studies would be more appropriate for those proceedings, not necessarily the first step. We have a second and a third step, but it's going to be up to Villanova to present what they want to present.
John, but I agree with you, that's the policy, the procedure that you would expect. But when you're talking about an ordinance that would grant essentially by right construction that is not currently permitted, it's almost like the cart's before the horse. You're saying we're going to have all those quote conditions, but if it's a by right plan that follows after the zoning amendment.
Well, they've got to get the other control that the board has over what actually happens and what improvements occur is really going to be at the conditional use stage of the proceedings. I mean, that's the only way you know what you're going to get, by having that extra layer of review in addition to land development. But yeah, I mean, you can't put the conditions that you're talking about after the fact in a zoning amendment. I mean, you'd be basically zoning for that particular project by putting that all into a zoning amendment. So there is a level of, you're getting as much detail as you can based on what they've done up to this point. But it's a zoning amendment. They basically are proposing a new use with different dimensional criteria, different uses. And if the board wants all that traffic information at the zoning hearing, you can certainly ask them to do that. I think they're required, on a zoning petition, Kevin, is there a requirement to submit certain types of traffic studies?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I had to take a look at that.
Well, I'll ask that
I don't know. Nick's here. He probably knows, but. I don't think there is, John. Yeah.
Well,
so, I mean, there's some ordinances that when you have any kind of a zoning petition, there's a series of things that you have to do. I didn't think you had that there, but they're going to have to do it at the conditional use stage.
It's challenging for me, though, because if you're changing the zoning to a more intense use that will, potentially impact traffic patterns and traffic use, I'd like to know that before I approve any zoning.
Yeah, but aren't you, that's all going to happen. This hearing is just another layer before the ordinance.
No, I realize that.
So everything that you want is going to happen when the ordinance comes through. So the only difference between this and the process that you're identifying is that this has an extra hearing.
Well, no, I guess that's what we're asking. Will we have the traffic study for the actual introduction and hearing on the zoning amendment? And I'm hearing
There's
no.
not a requirement that they
It's not a requirement.
But that's up to them. If they want to be successful moving forward with, and they're sitting here listening, the more traffic details you get, the more likely it is that the board would approve it, because your vote is discretionary. I mean, it's legislative, and you can table it, you can approve it, you can not approve it. If you're not satisfied as a group with whatever the traffic information is that gets presented to you. But, I mean, they're entitled to have a hearing on the zoning application that they file. I mean, it doesn't go on, maybe like a land development may go on for years. I think you got to move it forward and make a decision one way or another.
All right.
Okay.
Good. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just remind that I know that it's procedures, that usually that stuff comes later, but I'll remind that having attended the Planning Commission meetings about this issue, that they returned it to you, not recommended, on the basis that they could not foresee, have any idea what the impact on this community would be. And in part, that was because there was no traffic studies done. So it just seems premature to begin the discussion again without having all the complete information, and you'll be at that spot. So if they want to bring it up prematurely, I guess that's their right. But one thing to very much consider is why the Planning Commission did return it unrecommended, and the Delaware County Planning Commission also had serious doubts about it for that and for other reasons too, because there were a lot of unanswered questions, and I just don't know there's any new information that has come to pass between now and September that will address those. So,
Did you give us your street address?
Meredith Avenue.
And where is that in relation to this development?
I don't know. It's kitty corner from Villanova. It's about one block in. It's
off Lowry's Lane.
Lowry's Lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Section 280-149 of your zoning code deals with landowner petitions. So commissioners have a duty to hold a public hearing and cause notice of that. So there's no drop-dead date in your zoning code, but it's in the MPC. You're having a hearing. Everything that you just said will be part of that hearing. The recommendations that have been made by Delaware County, the recommendations that are made by your Planning Commission, and what they present is is up to them in terms of traffic. But all those questions need to be addressed, and I think they know that.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment?
Roberta Winters, I live in Garrett Hill. And I just think it's regrettable that we're discussing this at this hour of the night when it's so important to our community. And I think by the second meeting in September, I would hope that we would at least have adequate time to discuss it more fully, and perhaps it may be reason to cause a special hearing time rather than to do this to the community and to you as commissioners who are here well beyond the time you should be at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. I am not voting. I'm recusing myself because I have a conflict. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-0 with Commissioner Schaefer recusing herself.
Under Public Safety, I'd like to approve the ordinance 2013-16, introduction, updating and codifying Chapter 270, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Radnor, and establishing fines and penalties for violation thereof.
Second.
All right, is there any township, my God,
Staff.
it's late.
Bill, you want to talk about this?
Is there any, Superintendent Colarulo, do you have anything to say about this?
Just real briefly, Madam President, this was on the urging and recommendation of Mr. Rice about a year ago in an attempt to address traffic calming throughout the township. This project was undertaken, and what you see is the product of hundreds of hours of research by my traffic safety unit and Mr. Rice's staff. The staff traffic committee as well as the public safety committee have both met, discussed the proposed changes, and we're just asking that review and submit any questions and concerns you may have. I know Commissioner Nagel sent a couple earlier, and that's where we're at right now.
Thank you.
I did have one question about it. These, is there a change to the language regarding the criteria for speed humps? My recollection, reading this without the striked version, it was tough to tell what the changes were.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I read this as a clear discouragement of speed humps when I don't read our existing language as a discouragement of it.
The one issue that I know was changed regarding the qualification for speed humps is they took away the 1,000-foot requirement. That is no longer needed.
Don, I think there were two changes. That change and I believe on 270-68, the criteria D, about the average vehicle speed. I think that was changed to conform with, no, I'm sorry, N on page 84.
Microphone, John.
I believe.
Microphone.
Yeah, I believe 270-68N, the 85th percentile speed, that standard was changed. This now conforms to PennDOT. I believe that's
which
all.
was a 5 to a 10. We had 5 and it changed to 10. We had 5 in our existing ordinance.
Right. It makes it tougher, yes.
So it makes it tougher in that regard, but it's consistent with a PennDOT standard.
That is correct, Commissioner.
That's why it was
requires
changed.
10 miles over.
But there was no language to the, this is still guidance, and there was no other language, like there no qualitative changes that discourage speed humps other than that quantitative change that you made.
I believe so, Commissioner.
John Rice, that's your opinion also? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can anybody explain what 270-33, section 270-33 means? It's on page 59.
Good question. I'll defer to the police department.
It looks like something written about 1901. The title is Parking Without Lights, but the text says Standing Without Lights.
Standing and parking is the same thing. Really? Can't stand and park at the same time?
Is this the one where you have to have somebody walk in front of your car swinging the light? It's an introduction.
We will try to get an answer.
We'll get some clarification on that for the next meeting.
And if it's unnecessary, we will leave it reserved.
Okay. All right. Is there any other commissioner or staff comment? Any public comment?
A quick comment on page 84, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I seriously request the board that M4 may state that the board shall cooperate. There should be intercooperation between the police department, planning, and the Shade Tree Commission for the use of trees as calming. It's a known fact that trees calm very efficiently.
Thank you.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. First, it is a very impressive document, so I would like to thank staff for all the effort that had to go into that. Two very brief comments on 280-37, vehicles prohibited in parks. It talks about Skunk Hollow except for written permission, and I believe once a month there's the yard drop-off, which I don't think they actually check for ID, as well as you can pick up mulch, so that's kind of inconsistent with a couple of the processes we have in place where vehicles can go into Skunk Hollow to either drop off or retrieve yard-related items.
Is that 280-37?
Excuse me, 270-37.
270.
That's 60, well, I haven't looked at, I think 62, if it's still the same page as the last version.
65.
65 now? Yeah, thanks, John. It did switch from the last version. Page 65, 270-37, vehicles prohibited in parks.
John, you'll address that between now and the next time to
I
come
will.
back with either a adequate change or a reason to support the existing language.
And the only other thing related to traffic calming, not with the content and criteria, but we've done such a great job in terms of getting all the speed limits, all the signs. Can we also delineate all the current traffic calming areas in this document too, so we know where they exist? We know, what the different one-way streets are, where the different parking are, but this document doesn't say what current traffic calming we have in place, where the speed humps are.
Well, that's not really a question of enforcement. This is for enforcement.
I understand that. I'm just looking at the document as a whole where we delineate all the other.
So just for edification?
Well, it would actually be helpful for people that want to know the history of where we currently have, speed humps already.
What roads not to travel? Is that what it is?
Perhaps in what roads the road less traveled, but just because everything else was documented, I thought that might be something that you want to add, given that that's traffic calming's part of it.
All right.
And now, John, I'll just say that I drive into Skunk Hollow and pick up mulch and stuff.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on the introduction of this ordinance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. And the new report for library, Jim Higgins.
I do not have a report.
Any report for public health? Commissioner Nagel.
There was a meeting held with representatives of our Board of Health and Mainline Health to discuss this issue of cardiothoracic surgery at Bryn Mawr Hospital. Mainline Health has postponed that decision for a year, and we will continue the dialogue with them about that.
Thank you. Any old business? New business? I have one announcement. There is a vacancy on the Civil Service Commission for the township, and anyone who's interested, please send your resume to our township manager, Bob Zinkowski. Any public participation?
Move we adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, adjourn.
Oh, man.